Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Dosage podcast. We're live here tonight back in the incredibly expensive studio that we can't afford anymore after tonight for these shows. Just kidding. But I'm back with Lana. What's up?
Hi.
Dingus, thank you for the host. I love that alert. It's a good movie. You like the It movies, don't you?
What?
You like the It movies, right?
No.
You love them. Batman, thank you for the host. I love that alert, too. The Toy Story Jurassic Park. Emma, what's up? Welcome to the show, everyone. So for those just joining us, that's a good one, too. Lana with the host, the Resident Evil one. What's up, Ty? What is up, everyone? Happy Friday. For those joining us, we have a special multi-part episode tonight. For those tuning in live, for those listening back in archives, all the episodes are available now if you're listening to them. And it is the years in gaming. We're going to start off with 2016, and we're going to conclude with 2020 here tonight. So several ahead of us. What's up, Wilzona? Human Fall Flat. That sounds fun time. Let's paint the picture that is 2016. Already 5 years ago, at the time of recording this episode, it's 2021. It's hard to believe that was 5 years ago already. It seems like yesterday. How old were you in 2016, Lana?
How old was I in 2016? I was 31.
31. As was I. Good year. So it was about a year into DNA as a brand. We launched it in 2015, so this is a year into the branding. Let's also paint the other things that were important events from that year. Activision Blizzard announced that they had acquired Major League Gaming, or MLG. Electronic Arts introduced Origin Access, a new subscription service for Microsoft Windows. Game Trailer's video game website was closed. The Pokemon franchise celebrated its 20th anniversary then. This year is 25, obviously. Resident Evil celebrated its 20th. Again, this year is 25 for 2021. Microsoft announced the discontinuation of the production of the Xbox 360. Lionhead Studios was closed by Microsoft Studios, rest in peace Fable, until recently the word is that it's reborn under a new umbrella. Yahoo Games was shut down by Yahoo. Yahoo! Remember Yahoo Games?
Yeah, I used to play a shit ton of Yahoo games when I was younger.
Yeah.
I played like euchre and gin and rummy and all that stuff. That was fun.
That was the place to play it. It was one of the best and easiest, or most accessible areas to play online gaming with friends. A much simpler form of...
Chat.
Yes, and chat rooms. A much simpler form of things. Very primitive days.
Right.
Wilzona says they were 28 in 2016. Emma says I was 22 in 2016. MX, thank you for the host. Sonic in 2016 celebrated its 25th anniversary. This year is 30 years of Sonic the Hedgehog. I am hyped for that. They're supposedly putting a book out with a in-depth detail, much like the Mario book that I have. You remember that one? Where it's like the history of Nintendo and Mario. Mm-hmm. So they're going to do one for Sonic as well. It's supposedly coming out in November. I'm going to try to get my hands on that because I am a huge Sega and Sonic fan. Microsoft Studios launched Xbox Play Anywhere, a cross-play program between Windows 10 and Xbox One. It has improved greatly since then. Nintendo publicly announced its next home console, the Switch, and the Tomb Raider franchise celebrated its 20th anniversary in 2016. So that is some of the most notable events in 2016. Obviously, there are things that we left out. Please leave in the comments section if you guys remember something specific from that year that was super notable. Now, as we do it, we talk about our honorary mentions. There are a ton of games that came out in the year. We have an honorary mentions list, and then we have a top 10 list that we do. We'll probably miss a game that you liked, and we apologize, but that, again, is a great opportunity for you to leave a comment. So please do. Lana, what are your honorary mentions?
I actually don't have any for 2016. I struggled to get 10 games on nearly all of these years. So
Yikes.
I don't have any honorable mentions.
Okay.
In 2016, our youngest son was 1. I was not playing video games that much.
You should have been, because the older they get, the less time you have.
I
He was only
know.
1. You could have been playing games.
No.
I
Mm-mm.
find
I
that as
was
a
too
poor
busy.
I find that as a poor excuse.
Of course, you would find that as a poor excuse because you were playing games because I was doing all the hard work. So, mm,
Wow.
mm, mm.
Why did
I'm
I
kidding. Of course, that's not how it happened. But
Cody, can you get home quick? We need a replacement guest on this show. This one is broken, clearly. Says they were too busy at university to play video games. I mean, isn't that what you're supposed to do in college is play games?
no, you're supposed to do your homework, get good grades, and make lots of friends.
Hmm. I don't know. Emma says they were a
Meet
nerd
your husband,
studying
maybe.
and working. And you do what there?
I said, meet your husband.
I did not meet my husband in college.
I did. Weird.
Yeah, it worked out for you. I didn't meet mine.
Oh,
Womp,
okay.
womp, womp. One day, maybe I'll go back to school and meet mine. I don't know. Who knows? Well, I guess since you don't have any honorary mentions, I'll talk about mine, because I have several. Go figure. Here we go. Resident Evil 0 HD Remaster. Lego Marvel's Avengers. Rise of the Tomb Raider. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD. Dark Souls 3. Bravely Second Inlair. Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Mighty Number 9. Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens. No Man's Sky. It improved over time. Bioshock The Collection. WWE 2K17. Until Dawn Rush of Blood. Battlefield 1. Lego Harry Potter Collection. World of Final Fantasy. Watch Dogs 2. And Pokemon Sun and Moon. Those are my honorary mentions. Any of them did you think that would be in my top 10?
Not that I heard. No, not that I can think of. Anyway,
No?
we'll wait till you get to your top 2. I'm like, wait, why isn't something in there? And then
Yeah.
I find out.
I went back
mentions.
today because there were one of the years that I'd thought of a game and I'm like, wait a second, that isn't even on my list. This is a problem. So I had to fix some things. And I did this in advance. I made this list a week ago, prepping for tonight. But I had to go back and adjust things. But let's kick off our top 10, shall we? What is your number 10?
My number 10 is No Man's Sky.
Really?
I like I said, I struggled to get a top 10, so I'm really reaching for some of these.
As you say.
Some of them I didn't even play at all. I mean, I played No Man's Sky for maybe an hour, but I watched it more than I played it, so I still feel like I get the gist,
Makes sense.
And I know this game struggled with expectation versus reality, but after reading, especially, part of that was done by the players themselves, because it was like they were just unable to wait out the game. There were early releases that got leaked, reviews before they were able to do the day one patches. Retailers broke street dates. This was a whole mess. And I know the game wasn't as good as everybody thought it was going to be at the beginning, but it's had a lot of updates since then, and I think it's gotten a lot better.
Oh, I mean, it's a completely different game, and talking about it recently, it actually has a positive overall rating on Steam for the first time in its existence. 5 years the game's been out. It now is a positive review. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, launch game reality expectations, you mentioned that. It's definitely a game that improved over time, and yeah, I think people built this game up, and I think a lot of it had to do with Sony's heavy marketing of this game, especially from an independent studio. They're at a time where they wanted indie successes, and they got people talking, and this game got hyped up. It had a good sales, and it didn't deliver on what people thought was supposed to be delivered. Did they fail on some?
But that's the problem is the rate.
Well,
and just see what it was. They made it something before it was able to be something, and then it was like, well, you did this to yourselves.
But there were things that launched that weren't there that was expected. The type of game, the procedurally generated content, and the various features that were somewhat marketed didn't get delivered, which led to, I believe it was Hello Games was the company. they went on radio silence for a significant period of time because of the negative feedback on this. They didn't respond to a lot of things. And they're such a small studio. I think they're just like around a dozen people or so, which is not a lot if anyone understands game development, especially game development of this caliber. I don't know how I'd respond either as a developer and a publisher. And
especially when it was kind of like you were being pushed by this much larger organization to probably do and say things and get ready for this thing because they were pushing these small developer things. And, they might have just been like, well, fuck it. We tried. Sorry, we tried. We're done,
Yeah. And here's the thing too. When a game fails to this level or a user feedback has that amount of backlash, they did the unexpected. They stuck with it and they supported it. How many times have you heard that happening in this industry?
Oh.
It's rare. It is completely rare. They will get ready for their next title and abandon that one. The only other one that I can think that they put love and support into and made it better was the Master Chief Collection. Of course, there's many other ones, I'm sure, but like around this time period that had a bad launch.
Yeah.
I mean, Mass Effect Andromeda, they basically are like, we're going to wash our hands of this and, hey, we got other stuff coming soon. Like
Cyberpunk, too.
Yeah, Cyberpunk's another great example. That shit still doesn't work right for everybody. They were just kind of like, okay, here it is. And this is CD Projekt Red, a developer that brought us things like The Witcher, was heavily critically acclaimed. And this was a game that apparently had been in development, speaking on Cyberpunk, for like roughly 8 or 9 years. And then to have the launch, and then they're just like, well, it doesn't work on Xbox Ones. You have to have a new console. It's not going to run on these things. But why did you release it then? So it's shenanigans for a lot of this stuff. But, we talk with our money and we still buy the shit, so it's our own damn fault.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough for this moment.
All right, what was your number 10?
I was going to say that brief soapbox brought to you by insert sponsor here. My number 10 is Final Fantasy 15. This is another great example of a game that didn't deliver on the expectations that I had hoped for it. It was not the game that I thought we were getting. And I liked this game a lot. I thought it introduced a lot of really cool gameplay mechanics. The story was neat. But I didn't love the fact that it was so, how do I put it? The cast was so, I don't want to say typecast, but it was stereotypical, and it was just one-dimensional, I guess is the best way to put it. Does that make sense?
Was this the one with all the guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Stupid.
Stupid. Not inclusive is the best way. But it was a fine game, and I thought they did an all right job with a lot of things in it, but I didn't fall in love with the story, and I don't know. It was good, but it wasn't great, and it should have been. That's my number 10.
All right. My number 9 is Pokemon Sun and Moon. This game, I think, just feels special because it's kind of us. Like, we've always called each other Sun and Moon in our song, for our wedding and stuff. Mm-hmm. And the fire starter is a Litten, which is a fire starter and a cat. How perfect is that for me? That's perfect.
It was. It made my honorable mentions, but you'll see why, because of my top 10, obviously. But it was a great Pokemon title. They released Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon later on, which I don't think you've even played.
Nope.
Bought you a copy and never played it. Tisk tisk.
Well, Sword and Shield too. So.
Yep, we have those. You haven't played those yet. And there are new ones coming out. The Diamond and Pearl remakes, as well as Arceus. You get a lot of Pokemon in your future. Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
Who knows? Number 9 for me. This is probably unpopular opinion, But I enjoyed this game. I thought it was a neat take on the series, and it was something different finally, and that was Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. A lot of people call it the Halo of Call of Duty, just because of how futuristic it was. But I enjoyed it. I loved the level design. I loved the weapons. The story was neat, and I felt this was a really solid entry in the series. It was still just as fast-paced and frantic as you would, but it was a lot of jetpacks jumping around, wall running, and like the series was not boots to the ground anymore. So like it lost its focus, but I think that's why I enjoyed it, because it was different. Because at this point we had been playing the same Call of Duty for like 8 years, it felt like. So this was a nice change of pace. But that's my number 9.
My number 9 is Lego Marvel's Avengers. I mean, I don't think there was anything remarkable about this one. It's, another huge open hub with a large amount of side missions and just so many things to complete. But I think that's part of what I love about these games. Like, you spend the money and you get the hours. Like, you get the time and the stuff you get to do and the characters you get to play, and they're just fun games, like they're mindless games that you can pick up anytime and put down anytime, and they will almost always make my top 10 lists because I love them. Love the Lego games.
You said that was your number 9?
Nope, that was my number 8.
Okay, you had me very confused. Like, did I skip you? Did I just
Sorry.
take it? Okay, I just wanted clarity on that.
That was my number 8.
Okay, I'm like, wait a second, I'm skipping turns. Oops. So that was your number 8.
Sorry. Yeah.
Got it.
Number 8.
Speaking of Lego games, there is a new Lego one coming out in about 6 months, unless they delay it, which is plausible. I'm excited for that one.
What is it?
The Skywalker saga of Star Wars.
Oh, yes.
But it's revamped from the ground up, so it's like all new.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have that.
Yeah. My number 8 is one that you had watched me play for a while. I feel you enjoyed the story, or at least seemed interested in it when you were watching. I can never tell if you're humoring me, but this one I think you were interested in. It's Mafia 3. Do you recall this
I
one?
don't even remember it.
So this
No,
is the soldier that comes back from Vietnam.
Oh, yeah.
And he has to deal with everything happening to his family and their bar that gets like basically shot up by the gang. He also has to deal with prejudice and racism, based on the color of his skin and the things happening in the world at the time. And the actual world itself reacts to you depending on where you're driving the game. So consider it like a GTA clone, right? Mafia 3. You can steal cars, you can do all the same kind of stuff, but if you're in a car in a neighborhood that you, quote, shouldn't be in, the police will actually trail you and react to you differently in those specific neighborhoods. I don't want to say that I found it interesting, but at the same time, like, damn, I don't know how else to describe it. But they really capture the essence of the period, so...
Yeah, and as a white guy, you get to, it's not anything close to what it's like in real life, but you get to see maybe a little bit of what it feels like every day. Just being followed because you're not supposed to be there.
Right.
Right.
It's just such an interesting glimpse in something that I'm so unfamiliar with, and I don't want to be like, yeah, this is so fun, because, no, that's not the right way to describe that. But it's an interesting... thing they did in the game to really capture the essence of the period, and I commend the game. The game also features the fun collectible thing that you were like, WTF? You collect Playboys.
That's right, the porno mags. Yeah.
Ty says, so fun, I get to experience racism. Yikes.
Yeah.
Again, there's no
That's
good way
why
to
it's like, it's hard. It's like, yeah, like I like the game and I'm enjoying playing this, but I feel like this shouldn't be Like, it's not a game. Like, unfortunately, people live that every day, and it's like, ugh. I think that's why it makes you so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Which is, you know,
Well, and the language in the game too. I mean, they drop certain words throughout it that made me incredibly uncomfortable. So, like, they don't hold
yeah.
back in this game. Uh, I recently got not recently, last summer, I got the remastered trilogy and played through those again. They're just such fun games.
There's one where you're like an Italian immigrant
Yep,
in New York,
it's
right?
Mafia 2.
Yeah, okay. I remember that one too. All right.
Really good games.
All right. So my number 7 is Stardew Valley. Um, it's basically like a farm simulation game with relationship building and quests. That's all it is. But it's super fun. It's another one of those games that you can just like throw on and play and then turn off when you need to. Um, it's very much like Minecraft or what was the other one? Harvest Moon.
Hmm. It's
Animal Crossing.
inspired by Harvest Moon.
Yeah, yeah. But it was fun. I didn't play it a ton, but I did enjoy it when I got to play it.
I tried to get Atticus to play it. He played it for a little bit. Like, he learned some of the basic mechanics and stuff, but he got bored of it quickly. He wanted to go back to Minecraft. So that's more his.
Yeah, he really, really enjoyed Minecraft.
Oh,
Well, you can't build. Like, there's no building like there is in,
right. And that's what he does.
Minecraft.
He
That's what
emulates
he
all
likes.
these streamers he watches, like, build designs. So,
Yep.
he's really attached himself to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But yes, I mean, Stardew Valley, I thought it was really, really fun. You have to go in every day and talk to the characters to build relationships with them, and it opens up more dialogue trees. And nighttime, the monsters come out and they're harder, and then the daytime, you can explore and mine and stuff. It was a fun game. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think it's one of my top played games on the Switch too.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me if it was still up there. Yeah.
Speaking of
That
top,
was another game that I watched more than I played.
yeah, I mean, I did put a lot of hours into it. I played it at one of my jobs while working. Oops. I'm not there anymore, so it doesn't matter. My number 7 is Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. This one, I love this game, but I also have like mixed feelings on this series now. Even more so that they're putting out a re-release of these games for the PS5 yet again. Like, that stuff's getting out of hand. But
And yet you're gonna buy it?
no, probably not that one. I don't know. I don't see myself with that one. The reason is
Everybody has it on tape. Did you guys have it on tape? Is it here?
it's
Okay,
yeah, we're
just
recorded. And I'm going to explain why. The reason that it's number 7 is because it is a fantastic story. The visuals are amazing. I love the little nod to Crash Bandicoot in it. For those that don't know, the developer Naughty Dog got their start back in the day with Crash and have worked their way up to series like Uncharted, among The Last of Us, and other fantastic franchises. So I thought that was neat. Like, the couple in the game, they're just relaxing on the couch. They're not on an adventure anymore. And like, their big adventure is just him turning on the PlayStation and playing Crash Bandicoot and them taking turns trying to beat a level. I thought that was neat. And just the relationship story in it is really well done. The brother storyline. And there's just a lot of cool stuff in it. But the negative was they don't reinvent the wheel. Not that they needed to, but when you've played 1 through 3, you've played Lost Legacy, and then playing 4, you've played 5 games of the same, scaling up this thing, shoot out in an area, get to the next thing, find treasure. Like, it was just kind of rinse and repeat for me. And at about 16 hours long for the story, I felt it dragged a little bit, and it needed to be shorter. So that's my critiques. And I know this isn't a review show, but like, because a lot of people are like, 7? Why is it going to be 7? That was just amazing. But to me, that's why. It didn't reinvent the wheel. And I feel at this point it needed to. But that's my number 7.
Alrighty, my number 6 is Dragon Quest Builders. another game similar to like Minecraft's and um, stuff like that. You know, you wake up and the world has been, it's like a post-apocalyptic world where nobody knows anything, nobody knows how to build, nobody knows how to make things, but you have this magic thing that helps you, and you show everybody how to build, and you know, find people and you bring them back to your town and you create them rooms, and then you keep collecting materials and you build and you build and you build. And again, it was just, at this time I needed games that I could pick up and play for short periods of time and then put down because I didn't have a lot of time to play, and this just kind of hit that spot. And it was fun, you know, that silly animation style, and I enjoyed it. I didn't play a ton of it, but I did enjoy it.
I remember downloading the demo for this because I had been familiar with Dragon Quest for like a vast majority of my life. It's an ongoing franchise for those that don't know. But this is a spin-off of obviously the mainline RPG of Dragon Quest itself. And we downloaded that demo on the PlayStation. You were like, whoa, we need this game. and when you say that's a, I don't have to convince her to spend $60. She's sold. So I got excited, and it fits that simulation builder thing that I'm also interested in. It's also why my number 6 is Dragon Quest Builders. So, and I think a coincidence. Hey, we didn't plan this. Yeah, Dragon Quest Builders, it's fun, and there is a sequel out as well now, but it's a lazy game, and sometimes in life you need that easy to pick up and play lazy game, something that doesn't cause stress, something that you're not going to yell at the TV and say I shot him first. It's a lazy game, and again, you need these lazy games, and it's inviting for all ages too. For those wondering, if you need a good family game on a family night, if anyone's listening that enjoys that. Oh. Cody King says, "Sup, Dad." I'm your dad now? I'm confused. We got the turtles doing it. And being called dad, and then turtles are doing it. It begins.
I hate that soundbite. All right. My number 5 is Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens. It was obviously just a Lego Star Wars game. But there was a little thing at the end that also bridged the gap between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens. It depicts the Battle of Endor, the destruction of the Death Star 2, and then, the whole middle part of that or whatever. And it was kind of fun. And I love the ones that take after the movies, especially the series movies, and they add in all the silly stuff. Nobody dies. Because
it's a kid's game.
Right?
Yeah.
So they don't know. Yeah. Even when the Death Star blows up, no one actually dies. So.
I'm turning off the chicken dance. That one goes too long. It's obnoxious.
I was going to say, it's like 7 hours long.
Cut it off, damn it. No, Cody. No. One's obnoxious. Number 5. What?
No, I was just going to say, that was my number 5. That was it.
My number 5 is a sequel to a game series that I really enjoy, and I feel like each one that they've put out just gets better and better. And this one might be my favorite in the series, and it is Dead Rising 4. Cody demands his 1K back. No. So Dead Rising 4, basically you are the photographer Frank from, I think it's Frank West. I'm drawing a blank now if that's accurate or not. And you're in a mall around Christmas time, and another outbreak of zombies happens. You get to utilize things around you, various weapons, and you can combine things to make super weapons. You have missions where you have to have, obviously, objectives to go through. You discover things about the military, and then it's just a hack and slash zombie game. I'm trying to make this bigger than it really is. It's hordes of zombies that you hack and slash your way through in a mall, and then you venture outside of the mall into the adjacent town and work your way through the mission strands. It's just a fun game, and you get vehicles and you just mow down hordes and hordes of zombies, and that's fun for me. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just a lot of fun. I haven't had that much fun with a zombie game in a long time.
Well, that's all that matters. All right, my number 4 is Paper Mario Color Splash. You basically run around with a hammer, putting color back into the world because it's been sucked out by, to no one's surprise, Bowser. I mean, it's a pretty standard Paper Mario game. They put in some new stuff, little things here or there with the turn-based combat system. But I mean, they're fun. I freaking love Paper Mario. In fact, I think I found one on the list that I haven't played yet, so I'm probably gonna need to get that one.
A Paper Mario game?
It was fun. I
Is
feel
it
like there was a
Sticker
Paper
Star?
Mario game, maybe for the 3DS.
The Sticker Star
Sticker
for
Star?
3DS. We don't have that one.
No, I think Peel. Oh my god.
I'll remember this. When he has his next NOW podcast, I'm just going to spam sound alerts the whole time. Remember that, Cody. 2 can play this game.
I think I played Sticker Star. I feel like I played Sticker Star because I remember you had to rip the stickers off and they would like slide under the door. So I don't think it was Sticker Star, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, the point is, Paper Mario Color Splash, my number 4.
Number 4 for me is Gears of War 4. How fitting that it's number 4. For those that haven't played, this is the start of a new... Go! I'm just turning off all alerts tonight. So, alerts are done. You guys have lost your privilege. They're spamming the longest alerts. 30-second goal alert. Privilege gone. No alerts for you. Cody's spending money now on alerts. There, I turned that one back on for you. Anyways. Gears of War 4 is my 4th pick. This is the start of a new trilogy, and it takes place years after the events of Marcus and Dom, and it actually has, which we find out is the descendants of them and other returning cast members. So again, many years down the line, the war continues, but there is a new enemy involved in everything that's happening. Did we ever finish this one together?
No, God!
Nope.
No, God,
Wait.
please, no! No!
Was this? Did we finish this one and we didn't finish 5?
No!
We definitely didn't finish 5.
Yeah, so I think we might have finished this one. I guess I don't remember, I'll be honest with you. I think we finished 4, but we didn't finish 5.
Cody says, I hate sounds. I don't hate sounds. It's just
Focus on the game.
they're inappropriately timed
This is why
sounds.
these take 7 hours long.
Distractions. They're distracting me. See what they do.
Okay, focus.
I can't focus. I can't focus. I can't. They messed it up. I've lost focus.
Okay. You were talking about Gears of War 4.
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, my number 3 is Pokemon Go. It felt like literally every person in the world played this game when it came out. Everybody we knew played it. I remember walking around and like people would be huddled around obvious Pokestops. You know,
Dicks!
it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Just being able to play out in the real world like you were catching Pokemon, just walking on the street. It was a fun time.
You said this was your number 3?
Yes, why?
I don't know. Just wondering. We got called dicks by Cody. The sound alert.
Oh, that's okay.
What's up, Trevor? He said he's late watching the nephew. Just got him ready for bath. Keeping him up late, man. Yeah, make him sleep in. Ain't gonna happen in our house. They're up at the crack of dawn. Kids.
Anyway, Pokemon Go.
Yep, no. Go on. Go on. See? Yeah.
Oh, that was my number 3.
My number 3 is one that we've put many hours into, and I still think it's a fun game, even though it stopped getting support on console. They only support it on PC now because the publisher dropped them. So no more updates for console ever, which sucks. Might be one of those games I actually get for PC just to see how far they've come with it, because the game on PC is way different now than what it was on console. And that game is 7 Days to Die. Do you remember that one at all?
Yeah, it's a good one.
So for those unfamiliar, it's basically Minecraft with zombies, but like actual zombies. You are put in this world, you wake up with basically nothing. You punch trees and punch rocks to obtain materials to craft clothing, tools, weapons, eventually building blocks, and you could fortify a base, and then you can find a vendor. You can go buy materials and various things and sell things. You explore different environments, whether it be a burnt out ruin environment, the winter, like a dry desert. There are farms, there are towns, there are big buildings like hospital, and everything is destructible in the environment. 100-bit donation from Cody. Hip hip hooray! Think of that. Yeah. So everything in the world is destructible, not only by you but the zombies as well. So you have to find materials to upgrade to have better fortification, and then it is played depending on your settings. It can be 30 minutes for a day, up to 2 hours for a day. There are airplanes that drop off supplies that you can go and obtain different blueprints for upgrades. But the title is 7 Days to Die, and at the end of 7 days, at the 2200 hours, a horde of zombies comes to your location. You have to fight them off, and this repeats every 7 days. There are zombies in between the days that you'll encounter, but they're not as aggressive or feral as they are on the 7th night. And that's the gist of the game. There is really no beating it. I've seen people play into the thousands of days. There's just playing it. I don't think there is an end goal or a finish to the game. I don't know how you beat it. You level up by doing things, getting experience points, so you can level up certain things so you get faster at building or crafting. And then you just get better at the game. But the zombies also get more difficult. So it's a fun game.
All right. My number 2 is Gears of War 4. It was nice to have a playable female character for the first time in the series, I'm pretty sure. And you basically play around with Marcus's son, and then the older characters join you later in the game, so you get some of that nostalgia from the first 3.
Coltrane.
But yeah. But I'm pretty sure we played through this entire game, and I just remember it being fun. I'm not terrible at it. And then playing online is fun with Horde mode and stuff like that. So
love Horde mode. Such a fun game. That was your number.
That's my number 2.
It's number 2, huh? Because it's the shit. Uh-huh. Okay. The laugh track didn't work. I gotta fix that. All right. My number 2 is one we mentioned earlier, Stardew Valley. I put in a lot of time to this. This appealed to me, again, because of a farming and a simulation game. And the style of it is 16-bit, like retro-bit. And it just hit all those nostalgia numbers for me. And still to this day, it's a fun game. I've never finished it, never finished the story. I just keep farming and then going into the caves and collecting things, see how far I can go. That's really it. 55-bit donation from Cody. Hip hip. Hooray. Thank you for that. So, yeah, I think Cody's joining us for 2017. He said he was going to be able to make it by then. Cody, are you home? Are you commuting home? Don't be donating and driving. That's not safe. Because it goes into a drinking cup.
I love how Cody specified he didn't call me a dick. Thanks, Cody.
He knows better. You've struck fear into people.
I can't imagine why. I am an angel, sweetheart. So.
So is Satan.
Oh, touche.
He was.
All right. So that was your number 2, huh?
That was my number 2. What is your number 1 game of 2016? Hit us.
You want to guess it?
The Harry Potter Lego game.
No, you're never going to guess it. It is 7 Days to Die.
I should have known when you didn't have that on your list.
Say much. I know.
Yeah.
I know. We had so much fun with this game. We played it for, that's probably why I haven't played many of the other games, because literally any free time we had, we played this game instead. Because it's easy to pick up and put down. You know, you could go in and out of it without losing anything. Excuse me. I mean, you covered most of it. You know, you have 7 days until a blood moon comes, and then hordes of zombies and infected animals will attack you wherever you are. So you have to spend the first 6 days building up a fortress. The zombies will continue to attack any person and anything until it's destroyed. So you just have to build, and every 7th day they get stronger. So they're, mild on 7, and then they get harder and harder and harder on 14, 21, and so on and so forth. It's basically Minecraft with zombies. And during the day, they're pretty easy to avoid. They go slow. And then during the night, they become more feral and they're harder to get rid of. So you have to kind of stay inside. But there, a plane comes by every so often and drops off a big box that you can run out into the wilderness to find. And there's, areas of snow, areas of desert, areas of, good weather. It rains. You have to wear clothes so you get cold. You have to eat food so you don't get hungry. It was a fun game. You and I played that a lot. We had fun with it.
The thing I enjoy about it, too, is there's a lot of customization settings. So one of them is the block durability. You can lower it or increase it, which basically means that it's more durable or less durable. It takes more hits to destroy or less hits. This goes for the zombies as well. You can adjust the time, like how long the day cycle will be. You can adjust whether or not the zombies run at you at nighttime only or all the time, how many spawn on the map, how aggressive they are, how much loot is on the map, what do you get to keep when you die, when you respawn, everything in your bag, everything on your belt, various things like that. So there's a lot of messing around with different stats to get different results depending on how much of a challenge you want. You can also do much like Minecraft where you have just like a creative mode. If you're just really into crafting things, you can unlock all the equipment and all the crafting items at will and just build stuff, which I like that as an option. But a note on that, it disables achievements or trophies. So, yeah, it's a fun game, and it was super cheap too when we got it. I think it was under $20 because it was a beta build of a game. It's an unfinished game. It's technically still in beta, even on the PC. So, and again, I'm very interested in one day getting it for the PC just to see how far it continues to improve. Because I follow them on social media, and they every now and then showcase updates of the skins and various items they've added into the game, and visually does not look like anything that's on the console now. It looks and performs much better like a polished game, whereas on the console it is kind of clunky. Like, it's not a smooth experience, but it's a fun game, so you tend to overlook things like that. But I could talk about that game for the whole episode, so probably should have been my number 1, but it's not.
What is your number 1?
Can you guess?
No, I cannot guess.
Just take a guess.
The Sims 4.
No, it didn't come out this year.
It was a joke.
That's a bad joke. Bad joke. Take it back. Take it back now, y'all.
What's your number 1?
2 hops this time.
Oh my god.
My number 1 is Pokemon Go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I was working at Google at this time for the first time, and literally every lunch, there would be a group of us that would pile into someone's vehicle or take a walk into the adjacent parking lot to go to the local Pokestops to either refresh or get a lead on some tracker that we found online that might not be accurate, that these Pokemon are spawning here during this time. So we have to take our lunch now to head over to the local cemetery or somewhere. And that is what we did. It was an experience unlike any other gaming craze that I've ever had in my life, because you had casuals, non-casuals, hardcore gamers. You had everybody. Literally, if there was a flock of people in an area, they were playing Pokemon Go. And to me, that was so interesting. And of course, you also had the bad apples that were pissed because all these people are on their property. They had to put new policies in place in regards to people congregating in places like cemeteries, which is incredibly disrespectful, as we're standing on people's graves trying to catch a Gengar or something. Like, it was just obnoxious. But that 2 to 3 month craze before it kind of died down, and some people stuck with it longer than others. That ending summer of Pokemon Go is one that I'll always remember, just because it was just such a fun time for gaming, and especially mobile gaming. It was so unique.
Yeah, it really was.
It's so hard to believe that was 5 years ago now. And that was like one of the first big interactive and engaging content things we had in the early days of DNA. Because keep in mind, Dose of Nerd Acumen was just a blog and then a Facebook group when it started for 2 years. And it wasn't until this kind of stuff where we started putting polls up, what level people were, what they had caught, and they started getting engaged with the nerd content we were putting out. Because at first it was just like a small group of people that would post stuff randomly. But it was this that kind of broadened our outreach. So thanks, Pokemon Go. It was also this game that made me kind of shun people and, I guess, scold people for spending money on a free game, because I never understood that. Because it grossed like $1 billion, and I was just flabbergasted that a free game made $1 billion. Because, like,
Yeah.
all you did was buy turns. It's like Candy Crush. You just buy turns. And I'm like, I don't understand that. You can't wait, because it does replenish. Or if you just go to that Pokestop every 5 minutes, you can get more Pokeballs. Why did you spend $4 to get more? Just wait 5 minutes. But, hey, to each their own. It's their money, not mine. Do what you want with your own money. But it just, I'm like, whoa. Okay. But people enjoy what they will. Let them enjoy it, I guess. Trevor says, can we go back to that time Pokemon Go got people outside and no pandemic? Facts, man. Facts. It's crazy where we're at to where we were. It's depressing. Let's not be depressing. Let's end on a positive. Pokemon Go was an incredible event. Will we see something like that happen that big again for mobile phones? Probably not. I don't know. Hopefully. Any last thoughts before we take our break, before we start the next year?
Oh, ma'am.
Well, Cody says because money. Yeah. Cream, cash rules everything around me. Anyways, this was 2016 in gaming, our 131st episode of The Dosage. Stick around, we got more coming tonight. If you're listening to us on podcast platforms, you can already go to the next episode. It's available. Check it out. But for those that tuned in live, thank you so much. Stick with us. We're going to go on to a standby screen while we set up for 2017. We'll be right back after these messages from our non-existent sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Dosage podcast. It is episode 132. We're going to be talking about the year 2017 in gaming. Let's welcome back Lana as our guest host tonight. How are you?
Hey.
Hey, hi.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, I'm Lana.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Hey guys. Hey. Thanks for listening. That's all you got? Energy. Come on. Trevor says, long time no see. See? He's excited. Need you to get hype. No? Let's paint the picture that... No, I'm never done. You should know this by now. Let's paint the picture of 2017. We are both 32 years of the great age. And here are the things that happened that are notable in the year. Nintendo's Nintendo Switch, I felt that was redundant, console reveal detailing its release day, price, and technical specifications was held at Tokyo Big Sight and live stream online on Nintendo Direct. It was shortly after this that it was released. 4 years old already, the Nintendo Switch. Man, that's such a good console. So yes, the Nintendo Switch was released in 2017. I was excited to get one, and I actually paid for it. Do you remember this? Shout out Swagbucks. Swagbucks paid for my console. We did a lot of surveys and saved up a lot of gift cards. And we didn't have to pay for the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
We had to pay for it by doing surveys for quite some time, but it was worth it. We achieved our goal and got a Switch with gift cards from Swagbucks. Shout out Swagbucks, sponsor us. Do you still use that site?
I can't. It's blocked at work.
No! What about your mobile?
Yep.
They have a mobile app.
Yeah, no, not going to happen.
There goes those days. Also, that came out that year, the new Nintendo 2DS XL, because again, no 3DS, they lost that lawsuit. Super NES Classic Edition. Boy, was I excited to get that thing. I woke up at like 4 in the morning to snag one. Super stoked on that. And then also the Project Scorpio Xbox One X, not to be confused with the Series X that came out in 2021. But the One X, that's crazy that that thing is 4 years old.
Yeah.
Man. Those are notable things that happened in 2017. Do you have honorary mentions this year?
I actually do for this year.
Oh, what you got?
Oh, hi, Trevor. He said, hi, Lana. No, long time no see. I'm sorry. Hi, Trevor. Okay, what do I got? Oh, crap. My email reset. Hold on. Okay. 2017, I have 4 honorable mentions. I got the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. It was fun watching my husband want to throw the controller through the television.
It's not fun.
Lego City Undercover, which was just a ridiculous, fun little game. The Sims 4 for the consoles. And South Park, The Fractured Butthole.
Excuse me?
I know. Sorry. Those are my honorable mentions.
That's it?
That's it.
I'm curious about your top 10 now. So I'll hit you with my honorary mentions, as, of course, I have a lengthy list. But these continue to get shorter and shorter as the years go on. I wonder why that is. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue. That's a mouthful. That's what she said. Halo Wars 2. Lego Worlds. Nier Automata. Mass Effect Andromeda. I know, I put it on there. I enjoyed it when it worked. That's why it's an honorary mention. You didn't continue your tradition of dishonorable mentions.
I didn't have any because I haven't played enough games.
You have none that you wanted to shit on?
No, not from these years.
I'm disappointed in you. I looked forward to your
I'm sorry.
negativity.
Few games deserve it, but the ones who deserved it got it.
I only have one. I'll get to it after my honorable mentions. Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, you're stealing my thing, huh?
Yeah, well, somebody has to. You didn't deliver on 2016, so now here we are.
Oh, rude.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5 Remix. felt like there was a lot of Kingdom Hearts happening. I wonder why that was. Could it be because they were working on a Kingdom Hearts 3? Lego City Undercover, as you mentioned, great GTA for kids. Persona 5, Friday the 13th, the game, Dead by Daylight, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, where I didn't break any controllers. I didn't, actually. I didn't. I've behaved. Because controls are expensive. Splatoon 2.
They are.
Miitopia. This was originally released on the 3DS. They just released it on updated new version on the Switch, which if you haven't played Miitopia, you really should. It's a great game. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. The Evil Within 2, which is a great inspired by Resident Evil 4 type game. I don't know how else to describe it. WWE 2K18, which notable here, that was the first 25 episodes of NAW. So shout out 2K18, you launched a show for us. Yeah. Woo-woo. Nobody. Cool. Call of Duty World War II, Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. You ready for the dishonorable?
Yes.
This is for you, Cody. My dishonorable is Fortnite. The game is trash. Top 10. Hit us with number 10, Lana. What you got?
Cody's going to be mad at you. All right. My number 10 is Friday the 13th, the game. This game was just stupid fun. Like, it was fun to play, especially if you got friends to play. I can't remember if we were playing this one or the other one when I abandoned our child in the bathroom on stream because there was a spider. But
we were playing
they were just fun.
Dead by Daylight for that one.
Okay. But these games were just fun to get, like, a bunch of people together, you know, for a fellowship night. And
She said
play.
it!
I said it! It was 5 maps from the first 5 Jason movies. So they were all based in one of the first 5 Friday the 13th movies. And you could play as various characters from those movies. And then at random, one of you was Jason. And you'd run around and their job was to try to escape either by finding keys and driving a car out, or I think there was another way that you could escape just by running, right? You could run to the edge of the map and get out because there were police there or something. Or Jason's job was to murder all 5 of you before you could get out.
You had to call the police, though, before you could escape the map.
Yes, that's right. You had to call police, yeah. You could, if you were killed or you had escaped before the rest of the people, you could end up playing as Tommy Jarvis if he was called. And he is the only killer or the only character in the game that can actually kill Jason and make him lose. So I thought that was kind of a fun nod to the movies or whatever. But like I said, it was a fun fellowship game. It was fun to play with a whole bunch of, you know, people and just see if you guys could make it against Jason or if he would murder all of you.
Yeah, no, it was a great game. It's sad that they went through lawsuits and it lost support. Yet another great game that couldn't get updates. Because I felt it was not a fully polished out game. It had some hiccups and issues, and through updates and time, it could have gotten a lot better. Still a fun game though. I love the nod to the franchise. I'm a huge Friday the 13th fan. So, but there were other games this year that were much better than it. My number 10 is one of those games. I was not expecting this to be as good as it was, or I was not even ready for it to be as good as it was. But I'm so glad it came out, and I'm hopeful for a sequel. This game was created by a fan of Sonic who utilized assets from the existing Sonic games of the Sega Genesis. They originally worked on mobile ports of such game. That's how they got familiar with coding for it. They went on then to make an inspired new game, and they called it Sonic Mania. This game, again, incredible. Possibly one of the best Sonic games to exist. outside of the original Sega Genesis ones. That says a lot. And there are several nods to especially the first 2 Sonic games in this, including some of the boss fights and level designs, notably, obviously, Chemical Plant Zone, and even the boss battle there. Great game. If you're a Sonic fan and you haven't played this, you need to play this. That is a must-have for any Sonic fan. That is my number 10.
All right. My number 9 is Dead by Daylight. I like this game just slightly better because I feel like I was better at it. I was not as good at the Friday the 13th game. You play with 5 people. There's 1 killer and 4 survivors. The killer has some advantages and the survivors have some advantages. The killer can run slightly faster than the survivors, but the survivors have the ability to stun or blind the killer, and they can vault over obstacles, whereas the killer has to either go around them or smash through them, which obviously takes time. The survivors have to run around the map and repair 5 generators that power up the exit gates. The killer runs around and has an aura that can see the generators, the hooks that he puts the survivors on, and sometimes he can see the survivors depending on their proximity and the killer's special powers. The killers are all from various video games or movies like Halloween, Left 4 Dead, Texas Chainsaw, Nightmare on Elm Street, and so on and so forth. So you get to play as like unique killers, which is kind of fun. But the killer is trying to put the survivors on hooks to sacrifice them to something. Isn't it called the Entity? I think is what it's called. But anyways, you're supposed to be a sacrifice, or you can power up the gates and get out. But it was fun to run around and save people from the hooks and try to get the generator started. And again, another fellowship night game that was fun to play.
Note on that too, all those additional characters, those aren't in the stock or vanilla version of the game. Those are actually DLC purchasable add-ons for the game, so you don't get all those characters. You have to actually buy the DLC. They're continuing to put out new villains and stuff too. I'm trying to think of the recent one. Saw was one of them. I think Hellraiser was another. Cody says they were off all the game. It's not an easy game, and the people that get good at it are really good at it. But it is a fun game. I'd love to return to exploring that. I think it's on Game Pass. I could be wrong, but the DLC is not.
Yeah.
Good pick for your number 9. Do you take notes, don't you?
Yes, sir.
I can tell, because that is.
I don't just do anything willy-nilly. Not around here.
Yeah. Trevor says they just added Hellraiser. Trevor also is predicting my number 1. Trevor says Resident Evil 7 Biohazard is my number 1 pick. Let's see how accurate he is as we go on.
That was this year?
It was 2017.
Oh my god.
Because Village came out in 2021.
I know. I didn't think it was. I don't know. I guess I have no concept of time anymore.
Because we played the updated VR version for a weekly dosage.
Yeah, I remember. That was terrifying.
My number 9 is South Park: The Fractured But Whole. Cody's going potty. He'll be on soon. He'll be here to join us.
Cody's going potty. Okay,
he's going
thanks
potty.
for the.
Well, I added that. He said he's doing what Kaz had to do last night. You missed the main event because you were sleeping.
I was. I passed out. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It was possibly one of our best main events in recent times too. So.
Oh, I'm really sorry, but I was sleeping.
That's all right.
Sleep one.
It's available on demand. Cody says it deserves to be higher. South Park: The Fractured Butthole deserves to be higher than number 9. I disagree with you, sir. Once Cody jumps on, we'll recap him up to the point where we're at when he hops in. No, I didn't. I love South Park. I loved what it continued on, but I didn't love the change in the battle system. I don't like the grid that they added for the battles. And when they announced that change, I knew I wasn't going to like it. And it changes the pace and it changes the element of the game itself. Why it's clever, it still has the same charm. It wasn't broke. Why did they change it? And I get they want to differentiate and continue to make new things, but like, I don't know. It's a great game, and that's why it's number 9. But there are other games better, and I liked The Stick of Truth better than I liked The Fractured Butthole. I said it.
You need to say it correctly. It's a fractured butthole.
It's a fractured butthole. It's a play on words.
Anyway,
like
all
a
right.
like a butt crack, but the hole right up.
Okay, Trev. Yeah, I think everybody gets it. Thank you for sharing. Okay.
Oh my god!
All right.
Such an old lady.
Number 8 for me is Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. Like I said before, Lego games will like 99% of the time make it onto my list. And this is just another huge game with a bunch of new locations and characters. You can visit. There's like 15 different locations in this one, I think. They have like an all black and white New York City. There's a medieval, Great Britain type area. They're fun. They're ridiculously fun games.
I didn't
My
understand
missing point.
that for this game. What were the significance of those locations?
They fit into all of the stories, and now, of course, I don't remember because it's been 4 years. But they did make them all fit. Like the black and white New York had to do with one of the Spider-Man universes, like the multiverses. The medieval one had something to do with, I think it was Doctor Strange, because it was like time traveling. And there was a reason why all of the worlds were where they were, and it had to do with somebody screwing up with the dimensions or something like that. It is into the story.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, that was my number 8.
And I agree, that was a good game. One of the better ones. I like the cast of characters in it too. That was also a game that we played on the Weekly Dosage, so check that out. That is an early episode of us playing that. I don't remember what episode number off the top of my head. I failed. But we did play it, so check it out. My number 8 is also one that we played on the channel. Most notably, you played. It was your first streaming stuff. And speaking of you streaming...
It is this low for you?
Whoa.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
Whoa. What happened? Why are you doing that to me? I'm about to mark.
Because I know what game it is. I know what game it is now.
I'm about to mark at you, and you're shitting on me.
I know, but it's so low on your list. It's such a good game. Ugh.
So I've twisted the arm of Lana, and she's interested in appeasing me, I guess is the way to describe it, and streaming for us again on a more regular basis. She has games on her backlog that she wants to play, and I said, hey, what a better way than forcing yourself to play games than committing to streaming them. Right? Yay! So one of them is going to be Luigi's Mansion. So I've talked her into that, and I said it's fitting for the season. So be on the lookout for that on the channel, possibly Wednesday nights. Anyways, but this is one of the first games that you played. Is this the first game that you streamed for us?
I'm pretty sure it is.
All right.
I'm sure outside of doing like games with the group, like all together, this was the only one I did solo, I think.
Yeah. So this game is Horizon Zero Dawn. Is that what you were thinking?
Yes, I can't believe it's number 8, man. Ugh.
What? That's not bad.
Anyway, move on.
It's a good game. It might be better if I finished it. I never finished the game, so I couldn't rank it higher. Visually, just breathtaking. The post-apocalyptic world and the robot characters. I'm sure you have much more detailed notes, and this is on your list, so I'll leave it to you. That is my number 8. Let's return to this one because I know we will. What's your number 7?
My number 7 is Animal Crossing's Pocket Camp. It is the mobile Animal Crossings game. It's totally free to play, though of course there's in-game purchases. But basically, it's a monthly cycle of garden events, fishing events, and scavenger events, which is basically just you running around and getting the gyroids. They're themed around holidays, if there's a particular holiday that month. But it's just like the game, though it's you travel to various islands versus it being one big open island that you can decorate. But in this game, you can decorate your campsite, your camper or van, and a cabin. And then there's various, obviously, animals that you can befriend and welcome to either your campsite or your cabin. And it's just like, I mean, it's basically just like the game. The only difference is that you don't upgrade a tent. You have a camper or a van to upgrade. And then you're just participating in these monthly events with other people. And I mean, it is one of those mindless phone games where you can just play it, 20 minutes a day. But it's really fun. I mean, it's in it when later there's another Animal Crossings game that comes out and it runs concurrent to that one. So there's a lot of similarities between this one, Pocket Camp, and that one, which I think is called New Horizon, right? Or something like that. But it's a fun, mindless mobile game. I mean, it's really fun. All of the trappings of Animal Crossings, but in your pocket.
I've got something in my front pocket for you.
Okay.
No, butters.
Okay.
God. Do you still play it, right? You still play.
Oh yeah, I literally was playing it while you were going on one of your tangents that take 30 minutes here before.
Wow.
But yeah, I absolutely still play it, yes.
Is it any better? Because I got bored with the gameplay loop.
I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
No, they haven't really changed much.
Yeah, so now we're
there's slight differences. Yeah, there's slight differences here and there, but it's basically the same thing.
I logged in and re-downloaded it once, and I felt like there were so many ads and so many pop-ups and so many tasks and so many little things to click on. I'm like, what is all of this? It's too much.
I like the repetition. I think that's where you and I differ. In my mobile games anyway, obviously. And console games, I want something more substantial. But the reason that I play on my phone is to drain my brain. I don't want it to take too much of my time. That's why I like things like Candy Crush or Animal Crossings. That's what I'm playing when I'm playing on my phone, because it literally helps me clear my mind. It takes my anxiety away. It helps me chill and kind of drain from the day. And so I like that it's monotonous. And I mean, honestly, I find Animal Crossings on the console monotonous too. It's the same thing. You log in, you see what you can get from the ground, to take to the museum. You do the jobs that you can to get the money. I mean, it is monotonous. And yes, they've absolutely opened it up to more stuff now. But I like that. I like that routine. I like that monotony, especially in a mobile game.
Yeah.
It appeals to me.
I'll be honest, I find myself less and less playing mobile games. I've deleted almost all of the mobile games on my phone. I barely play any games. And even the clicker games, those what do you call them?
Yeah, the tapping games that you like.
Even that, I'm losing appeal with that stuff. Mobile gaming, there's just nothing appealing anymore. Everything's locked behind Apple Arcade now. They're not releasing any decent free games on mobile anymore. Everything's either costs money or, again, Apple Arcade. So, I don't know. If I'm going to play something handheld now, it's going to be my Switch. I just have a better experience with that over trying to play a game on my phone. So...
And I get that, but when I'm trying to go to sleep and I need to calm my anxiety down, or I said, drain my brain at the end of the day.
See, I just watch stuff. I'll throw in a comfort show.
And I can't do that because even if I've seen the episode 300,000 times, I will have to watch it from beginning to end. So I can't do that. I need something that I can definitively just put down without there being any sort of consequence. So,
I mean, just.
Anyway,
yeah, I don't know.
I do love Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. I play it every day. I think it's super fun.
And that was your number 7?
My number 7.
Man, why is it so low?
I don't think that is comparable to Horizon Zero Dawn, you fool.
I did pre-order the next Horizon game, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yep, because I figured you'd want to play that. They had like 4 different versions. I just got the basic because
That's totally fine.
because one of them was like a statue and stuff for like $200 plus.
No, we don't need to get out.
Yeah, no, ain't about that life.
No. And like, where are we gonna put that shit? Like, no.
Screamer.
Ooh, I'm trying to get you.
They tried. You could put it in your fractured butthole.
All right. Anyway, what is your number 7?
My number 7 is Star Wars Battlefront 2. This game is awesome. Visually amazing. The environments, the engine that this runs on is the same as the Battlefield games, the Frostbite engine, and it's just an incredible game. I might be biased. I love Star Wars, so I think it was going to be a no-brainer that I would love this game. It's a lot of fun. We put a lot of time into this one, too, and unlocked a lot of stuff.
Yes.
I need to play it again. It's been a minute.
It has been a while, actually. And now that we have the Xbox upstairs, we can play together because we had a hard time with that at the old house.
Yes, we can.
Mm-hmm.
I bet the kids would like that, too. Speaking of Theo, I asked Theo when I was putting him to sleep tonight. I said, what do you want to do tomorrow? It's the weekend. We're going to be home. He's like, I don't know. You know, he does his thing. I'm like, do you want to play? He's like, video games? I'm like, sure. And then he goes, Halo. I'm like, wow, I've trained you well.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm like, there are other video games. He's like, no, Halo.
He's like, nah.
I'm like,
Nah,
okay.
we don't need to talk about that.
That is what we're doing then. So you convinced me.
Yeah, I'm sure it took a lot of arm twisting.
It was. Trevor says, I know it's a shooter. I didn't hate Battlefront 2, but I was not good at it, though. Yeah, the game, depending on what mode you're playing, the game can be very difficult, especially when the heroes and villains get on the maps. They're basically tanks. And that's only in specific game types. So that stuff like that can be frustrating. And I know you didn't like a lot of the vehicle stuff, especially the flying stuff, which is another game mode.
I'm just terrible at that anyway. Yeah.
But an important note,
I'm terrible at all flying, though. It's not. Any game that has flying and crap in it, I'm terrible at it. So I just hate it because I'm not good at it.
And see, I felt I was pretty decent at it, and I enjoyed it. So, but an important note too about this game: this is one that introduced actual campaign mode. The first one didn't have a campaign; it was strictly online, and that got a lot of feedback. So they added a short campaign for this one, and it was actually pretty decent. But majority of the time spent was online. Go figure. We complained, but then we played online anyways. So the other controversy with this thing too was suddenly everybody was mad about microtransactions when they'd been around for years. But we're gonna take it out on Star Wars. We did actually an episode on this as well in the Weekly Dosage where we had a cold opening regarding feedback on that as a topic with microtransactions and our particular stance and take on it at that time. So again, this game didn't launch without controversy, but in the long run, like it's a great game. If you don't like microtransactions, don't partake in them. Whatever. It's
well, but I think we'll hold off on that. Okay, am I going?
Yep.
Okay, so my number 6 is Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Okay. So let's continue back on then. Let's do this.
Yeah. I wanted to say, because like, it wasn't just that there were microtransactions. Like, I get having microtransactions in a game as long as they do not affect the playability of the game. But in this game, they did. If you spent money, you were better. And that is not fair to people who bought the game but can't spend the extra money. And that's where people got mad. And they actually ended up completely removing microtransactions from the game because of the backlash. It doesn't exist in the game anymore. And EA's account has the most downvoted comment in Reddit history with 600,000 downvotes in a comment strand talking about microtransactions, which is absolutely hilarious to me. But yeah, there was a hell of a lot of controversy about this when this game came out. And I remember it was all people talked about for like months. But it's moot now because they removed the microtransactions, so that's not even a thing anymore.
Yeah.
And I'd heard there was a story. I personally never played it. I only have ever played online. But I remember, don't you start out as like an Imperial? You're part of the Imperial Army, and you defect to the rebels.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So,
which
but
ended
yeah,
up
it's
being a story like episode 7.
Yeah, and
With
it kind of like
it mirrored that.
Right. But yeah, it's a super fun game, and I'm actually not too bad at the online. Like, obviously, I'm not the best because I'm just not the best at any shooter. But it's fun and doable, and I like that there's like those there's goals. You know, like you
like
defend,
objectives,
and if you get pushed back, then you have a chance. Yeah, yes, I do, especially in a shooter like that. So
goes back to the mag days.
It does go back to the mag. Ugh, I love mag. But yeah, it really, really fun game. We should definitely play that some more when we have all this free time that we supposedly have.
Maybe we'll show the kids tomorrow and have them playing Star Wars. Who knows? We'll see.
All right, what's your number 6?
Number 6 for me is Assassin's Creed Origins.
Oh,
what? What is that? You got a hairball? What are you doing? What is wrong with that game?
Nothing is wrong with that game.
6 is not bad. Okay. My only beef with the game is it's just too... There's... The map is really expansive. I'm not giving you people sound bites, damn it. No more.
Oh, man.
No more. There's a lot to do, and a lot of the stuff is repetitive. While the story and gameplay and the mechanics are vastly improved in this one, there's just too much. It's too beefy. So that is... which, by the way, I did have the double stuffed ravioli, extra beefy, for lunch today. That was fantastic.
Gross. Okay.
90 seconds, some Parmesan cheese. You're going to have a good time.
If you pizza when you want a French fry. Okay.
Wow, that's not funny. See how it feels when you throw it in my face when I think something's funny?
All right.
Jerk.
That's your number 6?
Yep, that's it. Move on. Your turn. Let's go.
All right. Okay. My number 5 is Cuphead.
What?
This game, I wanted to play this game just based on the art style alone. It is so cool. It's like that old like Disney animation style. Like, it's just super cool to look at. It's pretty. The characters are all interesting. The story is really interesting. Your 2 brothers who are gambling with the devil, and you gamble your souls and lose. So then the devil makes you run around this world and
don't deal with
get
the devil.
that contract. What?
I said don't deal with the devil.
Don't deal with the devil. But it's a super fascinating game to watch. However, gameplay is super frustrating. This is a very, very hard game. And it relies a lot on repetition and muscle memory versus like skill, which is also infuriating because like you could be doing so good and one screw up just throws you all off. And it is repetition. It's jumping and hitting and shooting and dodging, and it's complete repetition and muscle memory. So, the more you play it, the better you're going to get, the better you're going to be. But, oh boy, is it frustrating. Amanda and I played one level for like an hour and a half one time. It was just.
You did. You two were committed.
We were committed. And Amanda's one of those people where she's going to do something until she does it. She does not give up. And yeah, we finally did it. We beat the level, but an hour and a half on one level of a game, like that's insane.
It's a lot.
But it is just a beautiful game just to watch. Even if you're not playing it, it's fun to watch because like you really start cheering for the person, especially if they're doing well, because you know how hard it is. Like it seems so simple, but it is so difficult. But yeah, Cuphead's my number 5. We played that on an episode too, I think, with Caleb, didn't we?
We did. Caleb, he put out the Dose of Nerd audio podcast for us a couple of years back now and kind of launched us into the podcast side of things, which is what we're at now doing and continuing with. Basically, he launched for us. So shout out, Caleb. Thanks for doing that, man. Caleb, I miss that segment, his tech corner. He's always so informative and up to date on technology, far so than I am, which is why I watch Austin. Hey guys, so I can stay up to date on tech. One of my favorite YouTubers out there. Don't know why. And it's funny too because I think you've actually started enjoying his content when you didn't like him at first.
It wasn't him I didn't like. I just don't like the frivolous spending on stupid stuff. That always makes me angry.
Yeah, but you think it's his money? No.
Well, no, I mean, I know it's not his money, but it encourages other people to do it, and I don't like that.
That is a soapbox for a different day because I could share so many examples on so many things and so much BS.
Okay, we're done. Move on. Yep. Yeah. What's your number 5?
My number 5 is Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. This was a refreshing take when what I said with 4 in the prior year, because you get a different cast, and you get to be playable as you play as females. Look at that, badass females in a game.
You don't even have the choice to play as a man, right?
No,
like it's just females. Yep.
Yeah, it's their story and their adventures, and it actually invents some new things. It opens up an open world map for you to explore and do things in for the first time in the franchise, which I thought that was super cool. But yeah.
I know. I mean, I never played this game. I only ever watched you play it, and very briefly.
Which I'm shocked. I felt like this would be one that you would like. And it's short, too. It's like 8 hours long, which is an appropriately fitting length for a game, especially of this type.
Yeah.
And it was fun. I enjoyed it. Leading female, strong female in a supporting role, or not a lead role rather than a supporting role. I'm all about it. I'm drawn to badass women.
Hey, you already married one.
Hey, oh, look at that. Plugging herself. It means something else.
All right. My number 4 is Super Mario Odyssey. You and Mario, huh?
I said Odyssey.
Yeah. Mario teams up with a sentient hat named Cappy that allows Mario to control objects and other characters. It's very similar to Galaxy. You collect power moons that fuel the airship, which allows you to travel to other worlds. The idea is that Cappy's partner is a tiara that has been stolen by Bowser. And of course, Mario's partner is Peach, who has also been stolen by Bowser. And Bowser is going to force Peach to marry him while wearing Cappy's partner, the tiara. So Cappy and Mario set out to save Peach and the tiara, which is a cute little story, I guess, other than, the forced marriage, which is super creepy, but whatever. But again, it's another beautiful, beautiful game. Every world is gorgeous and different. And the way that you can make the hat do different stuff is fun to watch. This is another game that I think I've maybe played an hour of, but I've watched many, many hours of it. And it's a super fun, pretty game.
It's all right.
It's all right. Really. It's your number 1. So
Oh, we're making bold predictions here. That's our number one.
We are making bold predictions.
Trevor out here saying Resident Evil's my number one. You're saying Super Mario's my number one. Man, look at you people.
I guess we'll find out who's right.
I guess we will, won't we?
We will.
We will.
All right.
Yeah, decent pick. That you said that was number 4.
Mm-hmm.
I am
Mostly because I haven't played it very much.
Okay, fair.
I mean, that's the main reason why it's down the list a little bit, because I think I've only played the first world, really. I don't think I've gone anywhere.
Trevor says that he likes that they had assist mode for younger players or people that are bad at games in there. I love that Nintendo has been doing that. They did that with Yoshi's Crafted World, yes, which made it much easier for Atticus, who was super young at the time. Now he's a little bit older, can play games better. But stuff like that, like, thank you, Nintendo. Because, like, when we were kids, those NES games that are, like, for kids, I'm doing air quotes, damn some of those games. Damn them all. Like Ninja Turtles, what the hell was that shit? That was not for kids. Not that the content was bad, but man, no saves, electrical underground where you had to disarm mines in the water or whatever that shit was, gaps that you could barely jump over. I'll have nightmares for the rest of my life because in the NES games, Trevor says NES games are brutal. The hell? Nintendo.
That one level in Mario at the end where you have that teeny tiny little spot of land to land on.
Oh, you can. That's easy now.
Yeah. Ugh. It wasn't back in the day, man. I lost so many lives in that damn hole.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. All right.
Number 4.
And
my number 4 is, yes, one that you talked about. And we had Caleb on as a special guest, and that is Cuphead. And I, as well, was drawn to this game by the art style specifically, and then the challenge of it. I love a good platformer. I love a difficult platformer. Am I good at them? No, as I just mentioned previously. But this game is awesome. I love watching people who are really good at it, too. Shout out TMR, the Mexican runner, who is frequented at Games Done Quick, who is notably blindfolded playing this game, as well as blindfolded beating and setting a world record for this game and Battletoads, which I can't even do with my eyes. Damn you, NES. Yeah, TMR, amazing gamer at this stuff. He was one that I discovered that was playing as a challenge every NES game. He was challenged by a friend that said, hey, stream and beat every NES game. The guy didn't have a gimmick at the time. He earned one that day. And over the several months, I think it was almost 2 years, he beat every NES game. Now he has several world records for various games. But yes, Cuphead. Go ahead, what?
I just said that's amazing.
It is. The guy's funny, too. Like, he's fun to watch. Check him out. The Mexican runner. I'm, like, plugging people. That's weird.
I was going to say. Is he paying you? I wish.
No, nobody's paying us. Not for plugs, anyways. It's just one of those things. But yeah, Cuphead's my number 4. Fantastic game. I hope they do a sequel. It's been 4 years. I fully expect we're going to get one soon. They have to, right? Maybe?
No. Not everything has to have a sequel.
Yeah, but capitalism says so. It'll either get a sequel or a remake.
A remake? Can you imagine?
Yeah, it'd be like Caphead or something. Something stupid. What is Caphead?
All right. My number 3 is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This game was interesting. Frustrating for somebody like me, but also in a good way, I think. It's basically this giant open world that you can explore however you want. They do not give you any direction. It's completely non-linear. There's open-ended gameplay. you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want right off of the bat. And I am very type A. I want to know what I'm supposed to be doing. And it frustrated me that they just throw you into the world and they're like, hey, here you go. There's going to be stuff that you can and can't do, but you'll figure it out. Have a good time.
But that's the character, right? That's you're waking up and you don't know what is going on. You basically have amnesia.
Yeah. Yeah. And I thought it was really, really interesting. Like especially when you compare this game to another game that came out this year, Horizon Zero Dawn, there's a lot of similarities between the two games, at least in terms of their story. It's a set in the far future, but a society that has regressed to a post-apocalyptic or a medieval state due to issues with machines. It's the same story. It's just done a different way, but it was still really, really interesting. The art style for the Zelda was really beautiful. And it was a well done game. This is yet another game. I feel like this is a trend and it will continue, but it's a game that I spend a whole ton of time playing, but I spent a lot of time watching, and it's just a beautiful game. It's fun to watch, and the gameplay is good. It's still got the puzzles in the in the dungeons, which is a Zelda thing, but yeah, it's really fun. Very frustrating for someone like me, but still fun.
Yeah. That's an alright pick.
What?
I said it's an alright pick. Alright pick. That's what the kids say.
I know. I'm going back and forth between what your number one will be, but
really,
I think I know which one it's going to be. But I guess we'll see, won't we?
We will see.
Okay.
That was your number 3.
Okay. That was my number 3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my number 3, Trevor, is Resident Evil 7, Biohazard. This game is fantastic. It delivers on all the scares that I look for. It is in the world of horror that I absolutely love, which is creepy cabin in the fucking woods with some almost seemingly inbred just trash people, which is creepy. Go ahead.
I literally was just yawning.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought you were gonna. And it's just such a left turn from everything in the Resident Evil franchise that we were familiar with. And it also introduced first-person perspective, which was so incredibly important to feel yourself more immersed in this world. And he said that MFer would not die. Yes. It delivers and packs all the perfect scares. I remember getting... Donnie, you remember when I sat him down to play the beginning of the game? I was like, you'll like this.
Yeah, he noped out.
He
like,
noped
nope,
out.
Nope.
Keep in mind, he hates scary stuff. And I'm like, it's not that bad. I'm that guy.
Because you're a dick, brother-in-law.
Yeah. He said, goddamn inbreeding makes you more mortal. Does it, though? This game is fantastic, and I appreciate it so much more now with Village as its sequel. Because there's elements that obviously tie the two together, very important elements, that I so desperately want to go back and see what I can pick up on now. And I love Village. That's a spoiler for an upcoming year. You can only imagine where that'll land.
The following announcement has been paid
Cody
for
King
by the-
says the draw has arrived.
Hello.
He has arrived. Welcome, Cody King,
Hello.
to the broadcast. So that is my number 3. Both Lana and I are up to number 3.
The draw arrives.
Do you want to give us a quick rundown of your honorary mentions, then up through 3? If you can do a quick rundown.
No, I'll just start at 3.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just start at 3.
All right, recap your top 10 real quick there. Or don't you have a top 10?
Currently, I only put my top 3 down because I planned on being here for the top 3 and then the rest of it. So
Oh,
I
okay.
got
What you got for
18
number
through
3?
20. I have Cuphead. I know you guys talked very deeply about Cuphead. I was very drawn to it by the art style and everything like that. And it was just a fun game overall. And no, I don't think it needs a remake. or a sequel. I think it needs to stay as is.
You don't want to see more of that? Like you're
Nope.
okay with it being just that's
No,
it? It happened and then that's it?
I mean, it's difficult because you don't want to continue and make it worse. It's already iconic. Cuphead has become iconic. You don't want to ruin that by putting out some garbage.
What if I told you today we have breaking news exclusive that Cuphead 2 arrives this Christmas?
I mean, I'll check it out.
I'd follow that up with, I'm a liar. I have no insider information. But that was convincing, though, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
That's what I do. I sell lies.
You want me to just to go ahead and say my number two since you guys are on number two?
Let's go.
All right. My number two is Super Mario Odyssey.
Hey-o.
I loved this game. It's one of my favorites. I don't know if it was up there as much as Galaxy was, in my opinion, but Odyssey was extremely fun, and my son is obsessed with Cappy, who was introduced in this game, I believe. He has his own Cappy that he wore around for the better part of 2 years, so it's still somewhere around the house. So yeah, Super Mario Odyssey. I just thought it was a great addition to the new age games for Mario.
I'm going to agree, and I'm going to say my number two is also Super Mario Odyssey, since you're talking about
Ugh,
it.
okay.
She said, ugh.
I know what your number one is. I was going back and forth between two games, but now I know what your number one is.
Come
I thought for
on.
sure Odyssey was going to be Zelda, but I'm wrong. Okay.
Come on. No, Odyssey's fantastic. I could not put this game down. I ended up beating it the first week and I got it. And had Caleb actually came by. It was a weekend of our Halloween party that year that I had played it. And he had left him some stuff at our place, which he came back that next afternoon to pick up. And he was only supposed to stop by to pick it up. But he hung out for 6 hours as we played the game together. Because you could play as... Yeah, I'm sure he got in trouble that day from his wife. But shh. You can have one person play as Mario and then the other as Cappy, which makes it an interesting co-op experience. Something that we should try sometime. I bet you it'd be fun. But yeah, this game was amazing. And the gotcha moment for me was when... Throughout the game, first, let me preface with this. Throughout the game, you unlock various costumes that you can purchase the coins from doing certain things in each little world that Lana described earlier. When you get to the castle from Mario 64, you actually can unlock the Mario 64 attire and like character design and look. And that was the gotcha moment for me because I have such a love for Mario 64 that when that nostalgia happened in that moment, it was just, this is it. Like this is my game of the year. But there was another game that came out earlier that year that I felt was just a little better. But Lana, hit us with your number two.
I did want to point out first that I absolutely love the rendition that they did of New York City.
Oh yes.
With people that looked like us in the background and on the streets. So it was a nice little thing that they threw. That's like, hey, even if Mario's in this world, he doesn't look like us.
Well, the song and dance number, Trevor says the 2D areas when you go into the walls.
Oh, that was great.
It's just such a passion project for everything Mario from its early days until now, basically, at that point. Damn, I love Mario. Damn, I love Nintendo. I know I'm a Halo fanboy, but holy shit, Nintendo's been there. I've always stood by Nintendo, and I always will. So because if you took away Halo, I wouldn't be an Xbox fanboy, to be honest with you. That is the one thing keeping me brand loyal in that area. But Nintendo has more heavy hitters than any company out there. That is fact.
All right.
But yes.
My number two is Assassin's Creed Origins. It's set in Egypt. with the ancient groups that predate both the Assassins and the Templars. They have different names, but they essentially become, after this game, those two groups of people. You have the option to play as both genders during the game. You play as Bayek when you're on the land, and his wife Aya when you are at sea, basically. It was super fun to run around like ancient Egypt, and you go into the pyramids and all of the old areas that you kind of hear about in books. Like you go to the Library of Alexander or Alexandria and all these other like the wonders of the world. There's a couple of them in there, and it's a beautiful game. Absolutely gorgeous.
Trevor, you might know this. Cody, you might know this too. Do you know if that particular game, because I know Valhalla got an upgrade for Xbox Series X, Series S. Do you know if some of those other titles, such as Origins, are supporting that upgrade? Trevor or Cody?
Yeah, because when I was doing my list, it popped up with a bunch of different Assassin's Creed games that transferred over.
So that one does get an upgrade support.
Origins does. 3 did as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Doritos.
So it jumped all the way back to 3. So I have a mouthful of pizza at the moment.
That's all right. I got Doritos digitally on my screen right now. I was trying to eat them. Chomp, chomp. Well, that's good to know, because I bet you, because what that does is basically essentially improve performance and visual fidelity of such games. So if you think it's good when you played it back then, Lana, you should. I'm giving people sound bites. You should pop it back in and try it again.
Love that.
Trevor says it bumps to 60 frames per second. So there you go. So yeah, if you want better performance, that's peak performance right there, baby.
Okay.
Okay, hit us with your number one. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
I was just saying, Cody's eating. I can go.
No, I'm good. I just finished my pizza. My number one is Fortnite. And this is not the Battle Royale. This is the standard game of Fortnite. It was just so fun. And I do think if you gave this version of Fortnite a chance, I think you would really enjoy it. Because it's a... Yes?
Is that because the Battle Royale is the free one, which everyone crazes,
yes.
What the craze is about.
This is the one that you paid for.
See, never played it then, so I don't have an opinion.
Which you really should, because this, the whole concept of the game was survival, and you love survival games.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole point of this was, one, going around and killing zombies, and then being able to build your own fortress to keep the zombies out. Which it becomes a storyline game to actually make it to the end, and it's very, very, very enjoyable and relaxing. It's Fortnite Save the World. So yeah, you should heavily look into trying, even if you don't like the Battle Royale, try Fortnite Save the World.
What's the cost?
And I think you would right now I think it's only like $5 now.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, you just have to download Fortnite, like the game Fortnite, and then you can click over to Save the World.
Fortnite.
Yeah. Back then I think it was $20. And that gave you access to win Battle Royale drop the next year.
Gotcha.
Which ended up being free anyway. So
yeah, which ended up being obviously the craze after the success of PUBG and various other things.
Absolutely. But yeah, Fortnite Save the World is my number one. Because yeah, it's just a great game, and I do think you need to try it, and it's online, so we can play it together. So
he's selling me. He must work in sales. You see that?
I do. I sold a roof today. Don't want to brag.
Damn, get that money. Ty says, I love Save the World. It's really, really fun. I still play it today. Ty also paid like $30 for it, they said. So
yeah, because it gave you 3 different editions, which the only difference was you got like extra skins out of it, I believe.
Which that's a money grab for them.
It was like a founders pack and an advanced founders pack and like one other one that was like $100. But yeah, it was to fund the game, and then it ended up absolutely destroying it in numbers once they released
I
the
was
Battle
gonna
Royale.
say
And
they don't need funding
basically,
now.
yeah, basically became the top grossing game for like 3 years in a row.
They have freaking concerts in the game. Like it's
Well, yeah,
insane.
they have concerts and they have Marvel characters and DC characters. Look, where else are you going to see Batman shoot at Iron Man and the other way around?
LeBron is in
Um,
there. They got
LeBron's in there.
Will
That's big.
Smith.
Ariana Grande is in there. Will
Oh,
Smith is in there.
hold up. Say it again.
Ariana Grande is in there.
One more time. I can
Ariana Grande.
I can be.
Oh
Ariana
my
Grande.
god.
But they also partnered with the NFL and the NBA, so you can have whatever team you want.
I
You
don't
can
care
have
about
their
that. Go back to the
jerseys
don't
and
go back to
everything.
the Ariana Grande.
Um,
You had me there.
no, just-
Now you're talking sports ball. See now. You
Sports
gotta appeal to your
ball.
audience, salesman.
You really want me to appeal to you? They have Master Chief.
I saw that when you were playing on your 12-hour.
Yeah,
we
they
were
have
watching
Master
that, and I
Chief
was
on
like,
there.
see, look at that. My kids saw that too, and they're like, oh, this is Halo? I'm like, no, this is not Halo. You're not playing Fortnite.
And that's the only time that PlayStation people can play as Master Chief.
Oh, snap. That's a big deal. Save the World, the skins have different powers, says Ty, and then Ty is waiting for them to drop the Nicki Minaj skins.
She's past her prime. That's not happening.
No,
She's not famous anymore.
She's still got that super bass.
She gonna come in and bring her cousin's boyfriend's giant balls
Whoa.
into the game? What? You haven't heard that?
This is a Year in Gaming podcast.
Excuse me, ma'am?
You tweeted a couple of days ago that the COVID vaccine gave like her cousin's boyfriend's caused his testicles to swell.
But yeah, even
Is this
even
why
people-
she was given like a lead to call White House doctors? Is that what that was all about?
Yeah.
Okay, now the
Yes.
picture's fully painted. I get it, because I felt that was incredibly random. I just thought she was an anti-vaxxer or something. They were trying to convince her because of her celebrity poll.
No. No. It's because she tweeted about her cousin's boyfriend's giant testicles. So.
Nice.
What is
Anyway.
Well,
happening?
other celebrities in the game are Marshmello, Travis Scott, Major Lazer, Ninja has his own skin, of course.
Well, yeah.
A lot of the people that got famous by Fortnite got their own specific skins.
Man, imagine
Neymar
that, though. Like,
got his own skin as
you're
well.
a streamer, you love a game, or at least you got famous playing a game, and then you're in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's wild.
Yeah, the kid that won the Fortnite World Cup, Booga, he has his own skin as well now.
Booga?
Booga is his name.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's quite a bit of famous people that are now skins in Fortnite.
Ty's laughing at you for calling Ninja.
Ninja.
I think it's that Pennsylvania Midwest accent there.
Wow, definitely from Maryland. That was mean.
Oh, you're confusing him with MX. He's from Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I thought Ty was from Pennsylvania.
Lana. Ty's also from Maryland.
Oh. Okay. Well, I failed twice. Might be. I mean, it's close-ish, right?
Is
Right?
it?
It's close.
Yeah,
We're
they
close to
border-
Canada,
They border
eh?
each other. Yeah, that's like saying you're Wisconsin.
Yeah, we ain't Wisconsin.
Okay, touche.
You're getting booed now.
That's
Look
right.
what is happening. Ty says
I'm
disgusting.
sorry.
Trevor says Cody is going to Yins, Lana.
No.
What the hell does
Yins.
that mean?
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's what MX says. He says yins all the time, and I don't think it's a real word. So
I'm sorry. I screwed up. Maryland. That's what I meant. Okay. My number one. Does anyone want to guess it before I say it out loud?
Super Mario Odyssey.
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yes, Travis is right. Super Mario Odyssey was my number one.
Oh, I wasn't here for
Horizon
that.
Have Yins
Horizon
lost
Zero
your
Dawn is
mind?
my number one. I love, the feminist in me loves that it's a female protagonist. You don't even get an option to play a guy, which just brings me joy.
Fuck, man.
It is.
Oh.
It is set in post-apocalyptic United States in the 31st century. Humans now live in tribes while machine-like animals roam the wilderness. And you get into this big story about how society is like this or why society is like this. And somebody is injecting the animals with something that makes them violent toward humans, which they typically were not before. And you figure out why that is. And it's an amazing RPG. It has all the great elements of a really good RPG, but it's just so much better because it's a beautiful world. I mean, it's just gorgeous. Like, all I wanted to do the whole time I was playing was just take screenshots of everything. It's an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous game. And
that was an update to the game, by the way. Photo mode. You could have done that.
Photo mode.
Asterisk, 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 asterisk.
It's really pretty. But then, there's you got to be stealthy in some parts, and you've got to learn how to use the right weapons with the right, machines, and it just, I mean, it's.
You're so
I'm sorry.
bored with your own explanation? What's going on?
No, I'm just tired. But yeah,
Suck it up, Buttercup.
It's an absolutely amazing game, start to finish. It's so much fun to play. And I don't even think I finished it, but I'm confident that if I did, I would agree.
Yeah, you didn't finish it. You didn't even. I don't even think you got into the expansion, the Frozen Wilds.
I don't think so either. Mm-mm. But it is an absolutely gorgeous game. It is super fun to play. I love RPGs anyway, so this is just a really, really good game.
Yes.
That's my number one.
Well, I suppose that leaves mine, which is an obvious now. Lana, I'm assuming you can guess it.
Yes, it's Breath of the Wild.
It is indeed Breath of the Wild. It's just, this appealed to me. There's crafting elements. There's survival aspects to the game. There's free exploration. The dungeons aren't really existent. They're more of challenge things. There are collectibles. There are various weapons. There's the Master Sword that you can find. And you can beat this game at any time if you feel you're fully prepared. Or you can just continue exploring, which I love doing. I canvassed the entire map trying to unlock all the little zones and find little things. And then as well as discover characters and little missions. And I just loved exploring. The art style was neat. It was a mix of previous Zelda games, such as Twilight Princess mixed with Wind Waker. It captured both art styles and made them into what Breath of the Wild became. And it did all the things right from the past games, such as Ocarina, and other exploration titles, again, like Wind Waker, and had great mechanics with the fighting and storytelling like Twilight. And it might possibly be the best Zelda game outside of Link to the Past. And it was the first game I played on the Switch. And I'm so happy that it was. It really set the bar high and the standard for the Switch being the console it is today. And it showed everybody that didn't have faith in this damn console, especially around the early days of DNA if you were here, that I was right, damn it. I said this will be a great system because it's Nintendo. They know what they're doing. Put faith in them. And so many people were negative on the NX and said it would not do well because the Wii U failed. And I said they were wrong about that too. And look where we are, damn it. The Switch is incredible. Breath of the Wild is incredible.
You just made the list!
So eat it. Holy hell, Cody King. Let's take a moment to appreciate 10 gifted subs from Cody here.
And not a single one of them went to me.
Rude. You just made the list!
That means you're probably already
Let's
subscriber.
See. Who yeah, you might be. Who got the subs? Let's read them out. Baldomero Guandi.
You just made the list!
Hey, Jesus got it.
Jesus, 73,193. There's a lot of Jesus. You had to put that many numbers behind you. Yaroslav Tuvidar, Uhithiki, Flo 69.
You just made the list.
Alexander Jameson 5433.
Ooey thicky.
That was the
I
name.
can't with ooey thicky that. I almost lost.
John the Giant 2021. Tianohimi.
You just made the
I like this
list.
one coming up.
Mr. Chicken Nuggets 12. You're a cunt 96. But it's with a K.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You just made the list.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, but ooey thicky is like the best.
Ooey Thicky. I actually know who that is
Ooey
too.
Thicky?
I work with them, so
That's funny.
You just made the list.
their name is also Cody, by the way. So that's a fun fact.
Well, he's thicky.
He's Thicky. He's Thicky Cody.
You're a cunt always reminds me of Becky Eats Ass.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I always read it as Becky.
You
Eats
just made
ass.
the list.
Well, I think that's what it is, isn't it? Or no?
No, it's Becky Eats Ass. I don't think she likes Becky Lynch.
Oh.
Yeah, Becky Eats Ass. But I
You
always
just
read
made
it
the
as
list.
Becky Eats Ass. It always makes me laugh.
It's a lot of ass eating.
Anyway.
Well, that was the
Anyway,
year
moving on.
2017. Stick with us. We're going to take a brief break while we set up for 2018.
You just made the list.
Everybody's making the list. We got, I think, that was it.
thicky.
Oh, he thicky.
Ooh, you thicky.
Oh, he thicky. But 2018's coming up next. We're going to take Anita Manderhold. This is Ty. Good Lord.
And two
And just
seasons
saying,
to
we are
turn it
only 3 away from 60 active subs. So, you know,
Ooh.
That's madness. That unlocks something
That is-
else, too, I think.
it does. It does. It's the next step for us.
Damn.
Also, I just
3 away.
thought of something. Two C's together in Italian makes the ch sound, so technically it's oohy thitchy.
Ooey thicky.
He bitchy? That doesn't sound good.
It sounds like someone with a lisp is saying he's itchy.
He might be itchy. Trevor says, hey, don't get the #1 game wrong this time for 2018. I already know what he's talking about. Stick with us. We're going to talk about that. That comes up next. We'll be right back with you guys with another episode. This has been 132 of the Dosage. Thank you, Cody, for joining us, and he'll be on the next one. We'll be right back. Welcome back to another episode of the Dosage Podcast. It is episode 133. Good Lord, that's a lot of podcasts. We're going to be talking about tonight the year 2018 in gaming. I have with us Cody, the Maverick King.
Oh, you looking thicky.
Yes, we're keeping the excitement going from 2017. A whole year later, here we are with that same energy. It just doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
Hi, Tyrone.
Why'd you call him that? I never heard you call him by his full name.
I never call him. Well, I never say his name correctly, and I didn't right there either.
How is it pronounced then?
If I tell you, then then I would have said it. So
He said Tyrone.
it's kind of like if you put a hyphen after Ty. That's what it sounds like.
He's a tyrant. He's a Tyran. Terran. He's tearing. He's tearing me apart. I'm with you.
I loves when we rate other people and he follows and they always say his name wrong every single time. I think one person said it right. He was so happy about it.
Yeah, I could see
I just
that.
want to point this out. I don't know why, but Impact Wrestling only has 34 viewers right now
Ouch.
on Twitch. Yeah,
How
it's
the
on my
mighty
little
have
sidebar.
The mighty have fallen.
34 people watching their Twitch.
Well, I mean, it's not live though. They're just doing like reruns.
It's true.
Go to
So,
hell.
What do they got going on? Once.
He said go to hell, by the way.
Oh, it's broken. That's why. It's just a black screen. So
34
there's
people
30.
are watching a black screen.
It dropped down to 30, but yeah, 30 people are watching a black screen
There are more people watching a black screen over our content.
right now. Yep,
Damn
It's
it.
pronounced
you would not be
Tyrone.
wrong.
Oh, when you know you're doing something wrong. Oh, well.
They're just more
Wait.
thicky.
Was I kicked off this year?
Were you kicked off?
Yeah, I didn't get an invite, so or an introduction, I should say.
You had to go
I was
potty.
just wondering. I was just wondering if I should go to bed.
I heard you during the break. You said you had to go potty.
You did say that.
You started anyway, and you just started
It's
anyway.
pronounced
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Run.
because you're the one that's like TikTok,
It was-
we're on a, we gotta go. You're like the little
Huh.
white rabbit in the fucking Alice in Wonderland.
Wow, okay.
Are you not?
It's happening.
I was teasing. Let's move on.
Welcome to Everyday with TNA. There's a new show. Anyways, 2018, episode 133. Coincidentally, we are 33 this year, Lana and I. Cody, how old were you in 2018?
How old am? What? That was 3 years ago.
Yes.
So I was 24.
A baker's dozen. Look at that.
Isn't it Baker's dozen 13?
It is, but
Yeah,
don't-
Baker's dozen's 13.
don't
Yeah, it's
2
not-
dozen is 24. Trev.
No
2
matter
dozen.
what number he
You
was
tried.
going to say, I was going to say a baker's dozen. That's the joke.
I was either 24 or
Um,
25.
Something.
Yeah.
Something.
I'm 27 now, so whatever the math ends up to be.
Tyrion was 17. In chat. Let's talk about the
Tyrion?
notable... Tyrone. He's the tyrant. 2018 notable events. Video game peripheral maker Mad Catz was reestablished. They're notable for things like instruments for like Guitar Hero and Rock Band, as well as many other controllers. You would find them as the cheaper alternative to first-party controllers. A mass shooting occurred at a Madden NFL 19 tournament in Jacksonville, Florida. Why, of course, in Jacksonville, you say. With the shooter a participant in the tournament who lost, killing 2 people and injuring 10 others before committing suicide. This was actually
remember that.
happened during a live stream for the tournament.
Yeah, I remember this.
This was awful because I was, watching footage from this, and it was terrifying and awful, and condolences to everyone affected by this horrible, horrible tragedy. Telltale Games announced a majority of studio closure, laying off more than 90% of its staff and canceling several in-progress games. They are notable for the Walking Dead games, as well as Batman, The Wolf Among Us, and so many others. Sony Interactive Entertainment revised its policy on cross-platform play and allows PlayStation 4 players of Fortnite Battle Royale to matchmake across all supported platforms. This is a huge move for progress in cross-platform gaming that we have today. Skybound Entertainment acquires the rights and capabilities to finish off Telltale's work in progress, The Walking Dead, the final season, after Telltale's shutdown. All hail and all rejoice, them finishing out the story that had already had 1 or 2 chapters in the final season released, and then they were just not going to do the others. How are you going to do that to us? But thankfully, we got a conclusion. It was announced video game guide creator Prima Games would be shutting down after 28 years in business. So that was huge. Anyone that ever bought a strategy guide at any point probably bought one from Prima Games. And lastly, a notable thing that happened this year, to controversy and a lot of complaints, but I was happy. The PlayStation Classic came out. Yay! That's it. Those are the notable events. Honorary mentions. Lana, do you have any?
I do not.
Cody.
I was lucky I made it to 10.
Yeesh. Ty's gonna unsubscribe. Why are you gonna unsubscribe? What is happening?
You said his name wrong.
Oh, pfft. I've been calling you Captain Frowns for how many weeks? Are you mad about this?
Well.
Jeez. Virtual hug. Here's a bridge. Get over it. Honorable mentions, Cody? No?
I will say for the rest of the years, I did not put honorable mentions because I feel like Battle Royales took over the world and didn't play a lot of other games. I have top 10s for every year, but getting those top 10s I realized was getting kind of difficult because Battle Royales took over my life. 3 of them to be specific.
We are very different people, and that is okay. Let us celebrate our differences here tonight. My honorary mentions are as follows. Monster Hunter World, Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, Detroit Become Human, Mario Tennis Aces, We Happy Few, 2 Point Hospital, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Super Mario Party, Lego DC Supervillains, Diablo 3 Internal Edition on the Nintendo Switch. I know that was in a previous year, but I don't care. I'm adding it again because it's on the Switch now for this year. Fallout 76, when it works. Battlefield V, otherwise known as 5. Just Cause 4. And the winner is... That's what I feel like I'm doing here. Why am I talking like this? Those are my honorary mentions, though. Who wants to start their top 10 for us?
I'll go.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay. My number 10 is Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. This was a whole game of the Adventures of Captain Toad games from Super Mario 3D. I didn't play a ton of this because I didn't play a ton of any games during this period of time, obviously. But it was a fun, cute little game with lots of, like, they're basically just like cubes that you have to like make your way around up to the top, basically. But they're, there's little things in your way or whatever. And Toad is adorable, and they wear like little mining helmets in these games, and it's just so cute. It's a cute little game. That's it. That's my number 10.
Woo! Cody.
Well, my number 10 is Raid Shadow Legends.
Get out of here. Are you serious?
Yeah, I swear. That's my
number.
Oh my
God, if I never have to hear about this game again.
I enjoyed Raid Shadow Legends until everybody was sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Literally everyone. That's why I don't want to hear.
I mean, yeah, that's why I said it in that voice too. But yeah, I mean, it was a really fun game. For what it was worth, and it kind of reminded me of older Final Fantasy games a little bit. Not story wise, but fighting style wise, where it's kind of wait your turn to fight. But yeah, I mean, being able to upgrade your Shadow Legends and make them even better, and then progress through the whatever storyline they actually had. It was fun. It was a game that really was just a time waster on the phone. That's really what it boils down to. It was a big time waster.
Sounds like a waste of time.
A little bit.
So I have a request. Can I have a request, a favor from you?
Okay.
Can you seek sponsorship for us for Raid Shadow Legends?
For Raid Shadow Legends?
Because they're going to use this soundbite. So this is what they'll use. Trevor so kindly provided this in our chat. Today's video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, one of the biggest mobile role-playing games of 2019, and it's totally free! Currently, almost 10 million users have joined Raid over the last 6 months, and it's one of the most impressive games in its class with detailed models, environments, and smooth 60 frames per second animations. All the champions in the game can be customized with unique gear that changes your strategic buffs and abilities.
That was pretty accurate. That was good.
Thank you, Trevor, for providing that. So sponsor us today.
Yeah, they're my number 10. They barely broke the top 10.
Fair.
Maybe they shouldn't. They shouldn't hear that part. But
Ty reported Trev. Oh, come on. Get out of here. That was great. That was a good moment. We had a moment there. I like it. My number 10 is actually a very important game to me. And you ready for this? So this game essentially changed a lot of things for me as far as everything that we do on this channel today. I owe this game so much, and I've put so many hours into this game without even playing the game. I've met so many amazing people. I've had so many amazing moments on Twitch. This channel has made money because of this game to give back to those that support this channel and giving away 4 consoles so far. 4 brand new consoles, plus merch and many other things. It has been able to give away a Wonder Woman watch to our very co-host on this show, which then became a co-host on this show because of this game. So I owe so much to a game that I've barely played. And that is, of course, 2K19.
So this is your first WWE game 2K WWE game that's broken your top 10?
Yes.
I'm impressed that it was as low as 10 with how pivotal it's been through everything. It has been the top thing on this channel for years.
I think if I had actually played the game, I would have a different perspective on it. But I had
this is more because not because this is a top 10 list that we enjoyed in terms of gaming. So
correct.
You not really playing the game and more just watching the game, that does change the narrative a little bit. So.
And I just felt it
That's
was
understandable.
I didn't want to dismiss it by saying it's an honorary mention because it has had such an impact, on so many people's lives, myself included. Then it's still on a weekly basis. It's something that so many of us look forward to. So
yeah, not sure where I'd be without it.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's changed a lot of people's Thursday nights, and I'm forever grateful and thankful. So I had to include it on here, but there are games I actually played. And keep in mind, I did play. I looked at my stats. I've played a total of 9 matches.
Impressive.
9 matches in this game. And also keep in mind, the series for NAW launched with 25 episodes on 2K18. We've done almost 400 episodes on 2K19. So, and Ty mentioned no 2K19, no Cody, meet Ty. So again, this game has put together so many things for people. And,
which to put that in perspective, without this game, he says that he would have never met me. But this is serious. Ty's been to my house now on multiple occasions. He's house sat for me. He's watched my kids. We're going to SmackDown on October 1st. We've forged a really deep friendship because of. I don't want to say it's because of the game, but without the game, it wouldn't have happened.
Right, and that's so incredible that a game could have that much impact, on your life. That so many people become connected because of a game, which ultimately led to a show that we do on this channel, which led to you being, an admin, one of the other main hosts on this channel. That wouldn't have happened without this game. So there's just, it's funny. Such a little idea that I had from just a simple game turned into.
Now I feel bad that's not in my top 10. Because I did make a rule that I was not going to put yearly games on my top 10 list. So think about it now. It probably would honestly be up in the top 3. But that's more for sentimental value and not necessarily for gameplay itself.
That's why I just put it in my top 10, because I wanted to have it, again, as a talking point and not just an honorable mention, because I didn't feel it would be doing any service. And you're right. Should it be number 1? Maybe. But there are a bunch of other games on this list that I played a lot of and I thoroughly enjoyed. But yeah, that's my number 10. I could sit and be thankful about everything that game has brought me. I'll go more in depth whenever the last episode of NAW will be with my thankfulness then, and either tears of sadness or tears of joy that it's over. Who knows? But I'm thankful. So thank you, 2K19. Fuck you, 2K20. And hopeful for 2K22.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, let's take a drink. Lana, what you got?
All right. Wow. How do I follow that up? My number 9 is WWE 2K19.
Hey.
You followed up with my pick, and you rank it higher than me. What the hell?
I mean, I feel
She
the
just
same way as
buried
you
you.
guys. Like, there was no way that I could not put this on the list, given all the time put into it, and not just the time, but all the stuff that you guys mentioned, the relationships, the show itself. Like, this definitely deserved a spot on my top 10. So
You wouldn't hear my voice if it wasn't for it.
It's true.
You're so right.
It's
Yes.
true. We wouldn't have had that amazing 12-hour stream for charity that you raised almost $2,000.
Yep.
Like, that's
Almost $2,000 for it. It was $1,900.
That's insane. Like, man, we should sell this story to 2K19 and their developers. Be like, look, give us the next game for free.
Put us in the story mode.
Put us in the story mode. Give us all
As
a
like just
custom
background
belt.
characters.
Right, something. Make us like the face template of the audience members.
Ooh,
That would
that's
be
good.
awesome,
That's good,
actually.
yeah.
I'd like that.
Honestly,
And
we should send an email. We should send
You
an email.
should. Legit.
Who's
Do
a
it.
good writer? We need a crafty writer.
Worst thing they can do is say no.
Yeah, right.
That's true. That's true.
Or ignore, which is the same thing.
Rated chimed
And
in.
to
He
think-
says he wish he never met us all.
Screw you, Raiden.
Damn.
Dick.
He says he's kidding.
To think, Trav, it all started because of a raid.
It's true though.
A Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, it goes back to the
Oh!
sponsor.
Yeah.
Look at that. Sponsor us.
But my number 9 is Limbo. I don't know if you guys have played Limbo, but it's a great game. It's a puzzle game that is I don't want to say it's 2D, but it is a platformer. Very creepy in itself. I mean, you can beat it in less than an hour, but it is an extremely enjoyable game. The soundtrack to it is very soothing and nice. Yeah, for just a small little game like Limbo, it is a very enjoyable game, very relaxing game. So that's why I got my number 9 pick.
Lana noped out of that with the spider.
Yeah.
It's in there for a little bit.
This was
It just chases
2018.
you every
I
now
felt
and
like this was such a longer time ago than 2018.
Wikipedia told me 2018.
Well, I'm not discrediting the accuracy of that. It's just I feel like that's an older game. That's surprising to me. It is
Yes,
a great
sir.
game though. Lana, you went. Cody, you went. My number 9 is Spyro Reignited Trilogy. I enjoyed the first few games. Let me make that clear, on the Spyro franchise in the PlayStation 1. And this was one that had such an incredible polish and much needed upgrade to it. But it also holds such a special place because it was a game that I got to sit down and play with Atticus on as one of his many first games that he started learning video games on. So this one was something from my past that got upgraded or remade or repolished that he could enjoy now for a new generation. So it holds that sentimental value. And it's a fun collect-a-thon game, too, with platforming. It's a really great trilogy. Highly recommend it.
Alrighty. My number 8 is We Happy Few. Which these lists were hard for me. I had to fill it to make it to 10. I don't think I've ever played We Happy Few. I think I've only watched you play it or watched it be played on like Twitch. But it's visually stunning and the story is kind of interesting.
You gotta take your joy.
Yeah, it's this island off of the coast of Britain. And during World War II, the Germans came in and they did something that they only refer to as the very bad thing. You never learn what the very bad thing is, but that's what they refer to it as. And ever since this very bad thing happened, society couldn't get over how bad it was. And so they created this pill called Joy that everybody has to take that makes them forget about the very bad thing. And they're able to function in society as happy people as long as they take this pill. And there are certain people in society that the pill doesn't affect, and they've been like outcast to the out parts of society. And then there are people that may choose not to take the pill, and they are attacked or sometimes even killed, or, it's a very fascinating story. And the visuals are absolutely fascinating too. It's set in like 60s London, so it's got that very mod vibe, all the characters and the masks that they wear. It's just a really, really interesting, fascinating story. It was very unique when it came out.
Trevor says we need that pill for the last few years. They do make antidepressants, Trevor. You should talk to your physician. They might help you out. Just don't take whatever I took that one time. That was not good.
Yeah.
Great pick, though. That was on my honorary mention.
Yeah.
My number 8 is Hello Neighbor. I don't remember playing this a lot, but this is something that my son got into mainly, even though it's pretty creepy in my opinion.
I was going to say, wait a second.
For some reason, kids love it. It has an entire section in Target, too, for toys. I don't understand it. And then my daughter also watches Trinity and Madison on YouTube. They're like these two little girl streamers, or little girls that have a YouTube channel. And yeah, they are obsessed with Hello Neighbor, too. I don't really understand it, but yeah, I enjoyed when I played it, but this goes more beyond because this is something that my kids enjoy, and being able to watch them play it, they're much better than I am at this game.
Are you familiar with that game, Lana?
No, I don't think so.
Basically, it's hide and seek, but you're like breaking into your neighbor's house.
Yeah, basically.
Alrighty.
It's fun to watch speedruns on. I'll find some stuff and send it your way one of these days.
Alrighty.
My number 8 is a remake of what got me into the series. A remake of Red and Blue, if you will. And it is known as Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee editions. I, of course, got the Let's Go Pikachu version of this game. And it basically is a updated version, again, of Red and Blue versions from the Game Boy from years past. And it's continuing that Go branding, as well as incorporates aspects with the motion controls where you basically, to catch them, you have to throw it like you would swipe on your mobile phone, but you would use the Joy-Con to toss the Pokeball at them to capture them. There was no longer a straightforward battling system. You would now be just catching them. It's very kid-friendly, very approachable for anybody of all ages. The visual appeal and charm was there, just like Red vs. Blue. But the one thing that I did not enjoy was after a couple hours of play, doing this motion. I don't know if you can see me on video, but I'm sure you can imagine.
Oh, I see you.
Oh, you see me. So the forearm,
I see you, baby boy.
the forearm was it's a little sore. So that's my only complaint about it. Great games, though. I'm glad they dropped that particular feature in the latest Pokemon games, and I'm okay with them never reintroducing that. Trevor says, "Let's Go Pikachu" was fun. It was, and I love that he could follow you around just like Yellow version. That was cool. I love Pikachu. What can I say? Number 8.
All right.
Yep. What you got, Lana?
My number 7 is God of War. Yet another game. I feel like I'm on repeat that I've never played, but I've only watched. However, it was gorgeous, and the story was incredibly entertaining to watch. I felt like I was watching a movie, not watching somebody play a game. It was scary. It made you anxious. You know, there was a lot of action. That I'd watched Travis play the other God of War games, and they were fine. I mean, they were, they were interesting, but this game was like immersive and gorgeous and just fun, a very fun game to watch.
Trevor says good night, everyone, by the way. He is disappointed in your pick.
I know. I'm sorry, Trevor. I've never even played it, so that's why it's a little lower. But, yeah, great game. To watch, anyway. I've never played it, so I don't even know how it plays. But I remember Travis loving it, so I'm sure it's great.
It is great. We did an unboxing video for the collector's edition. A former member of DNA had the collector's edition of that. I believe they even had the exclusive PlayStation console. And then we did, a weekly dosage episode of that where you can watch us all play it. So that is something in the very early days of the channel. But that is available. And there's a lot of pride. Trevor says I have the console. Still do. So there's a lot of pride in some obviously past and present members of the DNA crew and community that have a passion for that particular game. So you've upset Trevor, Lana. You've upset him.
I'm sorry, Trevor.
So number 7. My number 7 is Crash Insane Trilogy. I was a big fan of Crash back in like the PS1 era. So just being able to dive back into the world of Crash in a 2018 graphics kind of world, it was just a very, very nice feeling, very nostalgic. And I put a lot of hours into it. This is another one that this is one of the first games that my son actually got into and wanted to become good at. So being able to play it with him, passing the controller back and forth, this was a nice game to do it.
I'm impressed. That is not an easy game.
It's not.
And yeah, the visual updates, the same team, I believe, worked on Spyro Reignited Trilogy as well, and the incredible work that they were able to do. My number, we're at 7, right? Yep.
Yep.
So my number 7 is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Pause for booing from Lana. Apparently that didn't happen, so...
I'm just frowning disapprovingly. So.
But this was a good game, though. Again, I love open world games. I love having a lot of things to do in exploration. But there is a point where there is just too much. And this is a game that I will never finish. There's just too much to do.
I mean, I finished it, so.
Well, look at you.
I'll say that this one missed my top 10 because I haven't played it. It's the one that I skipped because I wasn't a fan of where Assassin's Creed was at that time. I didn't like the 2 previous games, so I skipped it. And I will go back because we're going to talk about 2021 or 2020, and it may have made a return. So yeah,
it's a fine game. Like, again, 7 is not bad by any means. Everyone's like, oh, what are you doing with your life? It's just a lot to do, and there are other games that captured my attention this particular year. So that's why it's a number 7. I don't feel like I have to explain myself to you. Why am I doing that? Moving on.
All right, my number 6 is yet another game that I have never played and only watched. Marvel's Spider-Man.
What? But do you... What?
What?
You're at number 6, and you have yet to play a game on your list.
I've played 2K19.
Have you, though? When did you play a match?
No.
You created your character.
I created a character, therefore I've played it. So please shut your mouth.
Oh, my God.
And technically, I have played Captain Toad Treasure Tracker because I played Adventures of Captain Toad from Super Mario 3D. So you're wrong twice. If I didn't have these games on my list, I'd have like 3 games. Okay, so shut up. Yeah, this game is beautiful. It looks fun. And I think technically I have played it. Like, Travis got up to go to the bathroom and was like, hey, swing around for a while. So I got to play. But it was a fun story to watch Travis play. Obviously, during 2018, I just sat on the couch and watched Travis play video games a lot. So
Apparently.
that should tell you what kind of amazing wife I am. Just FYI to everybody.
Man.
And that was my number 6.
And I just want to throw it out there before we continue. I don't have... Okay, I lied. I have one PlayStation exclusive game on my list, but that's because I am an Xbox boy. And I don't play a lot of PlayStation. So Last of Us can eat it, and Spider-Man can eat it. Yeah.
Wow.
My number 6 is God of War, because it can eat it. It was a good game, though. This is one of the few PlayStation games I did play from start to finish, because I'm not a PlayStation boy. But yeah, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed the boy in this game as well. Seeing Kratos grow up a little bit and have to face some responsibility for his actions. That's a nice little addition to this. So yeah, and it was a beautiful game. So God of War gets the number 6 spot, and it is the only PlayStation exclusive game on this list because the other ones can eat it.
Uh-oh. Trevor says it's okay to be wrong. Ty says don't call my friend wrong. We got dissension happening. Black and white.
Well, I just said I'm not a PlayStation boy. That's what it is. Maybe if I had a PlayStation and I sat down and played Spider-Man or played Miles Morales now, maybe they would make my top 10, but I'm an Xbox boy, and I'm going to stick to be an Xbox boy, and it's going to stay an Xbox boy.
Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, the Black and White NOW is falling apart. Beep, 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 beep.
Xbox boy. But yeah, that's my number 6.
Yeehaw! My number 6 is Red Dead Redemption 2.
That was unnecessary.
You tried.
I did try.
I was honestly waiting for the pew pew at the end.
Pew pew. Yeah, this is a fine game, visually incredible. Annoying with the what do you call it? The warrants. Every time you just bump into somebody on your damn horse, then everybody gets in a stupid shootout, and then you can't go to a town because you owe money to that area. Damn, that pissed me off.
Pay your fines.
I didn't have enough
Go
money
to the
to pay
train
my.
station
I didn't
and pay your
any-
fines.
I didn't have enough money because I wasn't
Why
even
you
that
gotta
far
rob
in the game.
people?
But then you get yourself more in trouble,
Don't get caught.
dude.
You're not breaking the law unless you get caught.
Wolfpack
I
sucks.
see where it stands.
I hate your guts.
But yeah, no, Red Dead
ゴルフ
Redemption
パッ
2.
クサックス。
What is happening? That was in Japanese. That was weird. I don't
The
know.
following announcement has been paid for by the...
Oh, it says Wolfpack sucks.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I read Japanese.
That wasn't in Japanese. It was spoken in Japanese.
Wolfpack sucks.
There it is. Wolfpack 6. But yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2, visually amazing game. Story was a lot of fun, and the world was expansive. It just didn't capture the attention that the first one did, Red Dead Redemption. But it was still a quality game. I had a lot of fun with it. I have not tried online. I know a lot of people are interested in that, but I understand that it's not as good online as like GTA has been online. So again, I don't know. I don't have an
Well,
opinion.
that's a hard feat there, bud.
Yeah. So I don't have a take on it, but yeah, 6 is Red Dead Redemption 2 for me.
All right, my number 5 is Red Dead Redemption 2.
Hey, pew pew.
Yeah. I had fun when I played this game. I didn't play a ton of it. I think I played a couple of hours total. So I mean, I probably got to like the first settlement or something. I mean, it's a really long game, but what I did play was fun and another visually stunning game. And I wish I had time to play more of it. But instead of doing that, here I am doing this for my husband because yet again, I'll remind everyone, I am an amazing wife. So
What is this, pat yourself on the back podcast? This is not the show.
That's what you're supposed to do, because Xbox boy.
Wee.
Give me 1 second.
1.
No, give me another second. Trying to
1.
do something. Trying to do something.
Are you going potty again?
No, I can't do it. I failed. Okay. My number 5. I was just trying to get the but yeah, my number 5 is Jurassic World Evolution.
Heyo.
But you know, I couldn't. How many F-bombs do we have? I couldn't fucking get it.
I think that's
Yeah.
one per show.
I heavily enjoyed Jurassic World Evolution. Being able to create your own park and everything like that. I was a big fan of Roller Coaster Tycoon. And this was that with dinosaurs. And being able to accidentally put your herbivore in with carnivores and have it die.
He said accidentally.
oops, how'd that happen?
Yeah, I heavily enjoyed this game. The only thing I did not like about this game is that on multiple occasions I would build up to the point where I would stop making money and then I couldn't build up anymore because I killed dinosaurs. So I would have to restart from scratch, which that got annoying. But other than that, this was a great game. Killing dinosaurs is fun.
Did you know that the sequel is coming out within the next month?
I did.
Much excitement. I can't pre-order yet. There's like no place to pre-order it. I don't know what's going on with that. Might have to get it digitally, I guess. Darn. Anyway, my number 5. Trevor, this is for you. God of War. Wait for it. Wait
Fox
for it.
boy, he's gonna get real mad.
Wait for
Didn't
it.
he say goodnight?
He did earlier. He go really say goodnight when it's not number 1, like he told it to me. Ty said, what year is this again? 2018.
2018.
Yep. So yeah, God of War, fantastic game. Again, we mentioned we did a weekly dosage on it. I had a lot of fun with it. I like that they revamped the control and battle mechanics. It felt more like a Dark Souls game as opposed to the hack and slash of the prior installments. Again, visually amazing, great story. I'm excited for the second half of the story. They said they're not making a trilogy. They're doing a, duality? Would that be the correct term of that? So they're only going to do a second part, and that's it for this story arc. And I'm okay with that. So Ragnarok is the final half of the story, and that comes out, is it next year or the year after? Which, let's be real, it'll get delayed, but it'll be worth the wait. But yeah, gotta wear my number 5.
All right, my number 4 is the Spyro Reignited trilogy, which was kind of a surprise to me when it came out. I had never played Spyro ever. Obviously, I'd heard of it. I knew, the little purple dinosaur, but I'd never played a game. And I picked it up one day. I think Atticus was playing it and handed the controller to me, so I just started playing it, and it's super fun. It's a really fun game. I think I've almost beat the entire first game on it, but it's yeah, it's a super fun, cute little game. It's like perfect for kids. You fly around and find gems and coins and stuff.
She's even boring herself with her own explanation of it.
But it is a super cute little game, and it's really really fun. Yeah.
My number 4 is Far Cry 5. This is my favorite one of the Far Cry games. This is one where you are in a fake city of Montana, and this is after really a doomsday type of deal. But you're going against and working with a cult the entire game, and I felt like that was pretty fun. And then the decisions you make in this game affected what the endings could possibly be. And yeah, there's 3 separate endings that you could have ended up getting. So it really depends on what type of human being you are.
Trevor can't even with me on my pick. By the way, Ty, if Cody can't be wrong, I guess your name is Tyrone. Ty says, I love Far Cry 5. It was so fun. I haven't played a Far Cry game since Far Cry 3, so it's been a minute.
Which that was a good one. Four is skippable. But yeah, five is very good.
Yeah, I've wanted to jump back into that series, but it's always like you can only play and afford so many games. And if I had to rank things, it wouldn't be high up on my list.
I believe it's on Game Pass, so there's one of your problems taken away.
There we go. Let's dive in.
Because Xbox boy.
Boy, better than the rest. Better than the rest. My number 4 is. Is that what you're trying to do?
Trying to go on YouTube and get the actual theme, but it was too wonky.
Much. Yeah.
It's like a 7.5 minute theme that's like mainly an orchestra.
It is, yeah. I love that soundtrack. My favorite movie of all time. So it was a no-brainer. Gee, simulation, park building, Jurassic World. Yes. Let's do this. So yes, Jurassic World Evolution, my number 4 pick. Fantastic game, and yes, I dabbled in the having dinosaurs eat dinosaurs, as well as, oops, the fence broke, and now the dinosaurs are chasing the people. Because you gotta. I'm very excited for the enhancements and the new features in the second one, so I hope they deliver on that. This game was good. It had potential to be great. It had limitations. It had things as far as customizing and park layouts. I wish there was more, variety or more space to do things. The sandbox mode was nice, but it was just kind of like, here's just a large open space. There's no, terrain other than create your own. And the objectives were fine, but I just felt like some of them were too straightforward, or you ran out of money, or if you made a mistake, that was it. Like you explained.
Yeah.
I think
and sometimes following the missions would make you run out of money, and then you would be stuck. You'd be stuck, and you would have to just restart the whole thing, which that got annoying. Yeah.
Great game though. I'm intrigued again by the sequel. It's a no-brainer that I'll be getting that one. I'm excited for it. So yeah, that's my number 4.
All right, my number 3 is the Lego Harry Potter collection. I was finally able to get the one achievement that I could not get in the original game because it was some stupid glitch that made me so mad. And I think they added some new stuff to this one too, if I remember right. But it was really fun to get to play them all, back to back to back like that. Play through the whole book series / movie series. Gosh, I can't stop yawning. But yeah, I've said it like 1,000 times before, but Lego games will 99% of the time end up on my list because I love them and they're super fun to play. But yeah, that's my number 3.
My number 3 is Sea of Thieves. I know you don't like Sea of Thieves, but this is a very good game on being a pirate.
Arr.
Just going out, and it's only fun if you have friends. If you're a loner, you're not going to have fun in this game.
See, that's why I didn't have fun. I don't have any of those.
Yeah, you got to have friends when you play this game, so you can sail around together and get treasures upon the open world.
Treasure.
And you're also going to run across those assholes that are also friends and crews that only want to destroy your ship and take your hard-earned treasure. So yeah, I mean, this is the most authentic pirate game that you could possibly play. And with the update recently, you can meet Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow.
So that's pretty cool.
But the rum. But why the rum?
Over the years, it has gotten a lot better. I will say, when it was back then, it was kind of clunky and rough. It was a beautiful game, but it just felt rough. But now they've
Like your mother truck.
done plenty of updates in the past couple years, and have fixed everything from fishing to cooking to everything else to make it a much more enjoyable experience as a pirate boy.
Boy. So, hear me out. I don't think I gave it a fair enough chance. I was a bit overwhelmed the first time I tried it, and I was scolded by the people that were playing in my session. Got on
It really doesn't give you a tutorial on anything.
No,
You're kind of thrown to the wolves.
And I didn't know what I was doing, and I was playing with skilled players who were also role-playing in voice chat when I was in their session. Because they were yelling at me to go to the starboard side and then do tasks and then do the, raise... They were telling me to freaking pilot the ship. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what buttons did what. I didn't know how to navigate. I didn't know anything. And they're all like 100% roleplay character doing pirate voices and telling people to go certain parts of the ship, man this, do that. And I'm like...
I can see how that would be annoying, and you're just trying to learn the game, and you got assholes thinking that you're a professional.
Yeah.
I think that was your problem, is that you went in alone, and you didn't have helpful people that were like willing to show you the ropes.
Oh, 100%.
Because if you got into a game where the crew was actually willing to show you the ropes and knew that you were new at the game and they wanted to teach you little things here and there, I think you would have enjoyed it much, much more. And that's why I say if you're going to play this game, play with friends, because you will have a terrible time if you don't play with friends.
I mean, it makes sense. And I uninstalled it after that.
Understandable.
So I was like, all right, this ain't for me. You guys are all super serial. And that's okay. Plus, like you said, it was
a bad deck.
Yeah, I was. It was early days too of the game, like you said. So like, it wasn't what it is known as now. So it just, I don't know, it didn't appeal at that time to me. The whole traveler thing was appealing, which leads me to my number 3 pick. I haven't been doing very well with segues, but here's one for you. Octopath Traveler is my number 3. Anyone familiar with this game?
Nope.
I mean, I feel like I probably watched you play it or heard of it. Yeah.
So Square put out another RPG game, a JRPG. Imagine that, in a retro-bit pixel art style, and you play as one of 8, and you eventually build your crew up to the 8 members and doing various tasks, and each has its own backstory and a reason why they're joining your party to go on this mission. Incredible game. Like, I was blown away by the art style and the turn-based fights, and just the way they do the battle system is refreshing but yet familiar. And it's just another fun JRPG. Highly recommend it, and it is on the Switch. Go figure.
All right. My number 2 is Diablo 3 Eternal Collection. I think it came out on the Switch this time. I think this one is.
Yep, this is the Switch port here.
I think the Switch version is the version that we probably played the most. I don't know if that's true or not, but we definitely sunk a hell of a lot of hours into this one. It was easy to play, like, while wrangling the kiddo. in like the second half of this year, I was pregnant, so it was super easy to play while just sitting on the couch, which I did a lot of because I was very sick when I was pregnant with Theo. But yeah, we played the crap out of this one, and it's fun. I love the Diablo game, Diablo 3. Anyway, I haven't played any of the other ones, but
It's wild, like us talking about this year and you like saying that you were pregnant with Theo because I remember you being pregnant with Theo.
yeah,
So that's like the crazy part because I was a part of the community at this point in time.
yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
I always forget about that like for a very large part of like Gnaw and DNA, I was super knocked up.
Yeah, I mean June of 2018 was when Gnaw launched.
Yeah, and that was a year before Theo was born, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's crazy. That's really funny, Cody.
But my number 2, I did it right. Red Dead Redemption 2.
No, he did
Um,
it. Number 2 at
I
a
did it
number
right.
2. Look at that.
Yep. Yeah, this was a great game. It wasn't the best game of the year, but it was. Let me rephrase that. It was the best single player game this year, I believe. I heavily enjoyed this game. I loved Red Dead Redemption 1, so being able to move over to Red Dead Redemption 2 and it being a completely different story as well. I think that's the best part of this game is the story aspect of it. It did have a very immersive storyline to it if you played it all the way throughout, and by the end you'll be in tears. This is one of the few games that did break me almost to tears because of how good the story was and how it kind of unfolds at the end. Because spoiler alert, your main character is trying to get out of this life, and he keeps getting dragged back in as soon as he thinks he's going to get. And then at the end, he eventually is on the brink of getting out, and his sickness that he gets about halfway through the storyline catches up to him, and he ends up dying because of it. But then, as soon as you beat that game, your best friend that was in the crew, who had a family, you got him out of it. So that was the feel good moment, and then you play as him for a couple missions at the end, and then you can explore with him as well. So it was just such an amazing game. The visuals were great. The shooting style is great. How you can slow things down and go into sharpshooter mode, and be able to be a quick draw legend. Um, yeah, I think the story alone is what puts this so high up on the list.
And isn't it like it's a prequel, right, to the first Red Dead? Like it sets up the very beginning of
You do see your person from Red Dead 1, but
John
it's not for
Marston.
long. Yeah, it's more of just a homage to it, but yes, it is the prequel.
That's what I thought. Okay.
But yeah, great game. That's my number 2.
Nice. My number 2 is an ultimate pick.
Oh god, here we go. There's your set.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on the Nintendo
Is it
Switch.
weird? I looked down as you said that, and I saw one of my wife's socks, and it has the Mario star on it. My eyes are just looking at me as you're saying it.
It's a sign. It's a sign. Trevor never played Red Dead 1, but they played or loved Red Dead 2. Man, you really should play Red Dead 1. It's
Red Dead 1 was great.
yeah, it's such a good game. I talked about that in a prior episode, actually, in the zombie stuff too. Really enjoyed that. But yeah, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I mean, where do you go from here with this franchise? Because you include every character in the history of all the games, including a ton of new ones via DLC, all the maps, all the soundtracks.
Not the one we all want.
Which one do we all
How
want?
they gonna leave Waluigi like that?
Oh, do anyone actually really want Waluigi though?
I would love Waluigi on there.
Isn't he a assist trophy though?
No,
You sure? I'm pretty sure he's an assist trophy.
I don't think so.
No, Trevor, no PlayStation All Stars. Damn it. No. Nickelodeon is yeah. Fat Princess. The Nickelodeon All Stars game is coming out. Have you guys seen that yet? It's their
Yes.
it's their take on everything. I think that's interesting for fans of the Nickelodeon stuff.
I may test it out.
Yeah, it looks interesting. But yeah, Super Smash Brothers. I mean, I can't say anything more positive about it. It is the ultimate version of this series, and it's fun. And it's another game that Atticus thoroughly enjoys, and he's had a lot of fun with unlocking characters and playing it. Yeah, great game. There's only one game that can beat it out, obviously.
I don't think that I like Super Smash Bros. That much because I never had somebody to play it with. So I'm also like really, really bad
Oh,
because
so-
I never had anybody to play with. So I never sat down and played Super Smash Bros. And I know a lot of people scold me for that because it is a beloved game. But yeah, I didn't have any friends that played that game, so I never really got into it.
the
People can
co-host.
scold me all day. I hate
Get out
hate
of here.
the Smash Brothers games.
The co-host
So
on our
bad at it.
music podcast, Stablegun, aka Justin, he's another huge fan of the Smash Bros. Series. So I always had somebody to play them with, and he would also teach me a lot of the things and the skills because he played competitively. Like he was really good at the game.
Yeah, I feel like there's a large skill gap in that game
There is, and there's a lot.
because I get wrecked whenever I even pick it up, and I'm just like, not for me. Not for me.
You have to pick a main, and I know that's like lingo for competitors, but it's fact. You have to get good with a specific character or characters, because you will get schooled otherwise. If you're playing against somebody who has a primary character and they're good with them, you're going to get owned every time. That is a fact. So you have to focus. You can't just pick a character because you think you like the character. You have to figure out your play style and then adapt it and utilize it with that character because each has an advantage and disadvantage. So there's a lot of meta to the game. I think that's what's fascinating about it too. And I had the privilege of actually being in commentary on a tournament before as well when we traveled for DNA in the early days, and that was a lot of fun. Being able to actually call professional matches. Check that off on the resume list. It is a proud moment for me. I never thought I'd be able to be commentary at a tournament, but did that. That was cool. Number one's
All
though.
right.
What do we got?
Do you want to guess mine before I say it?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
This game, I think I still have parts of this game that I have to play. I don't think I've ever 100%ed this one. It takes place during the time in Greece when it was Athens versus Sparta. There's a lot of Greek mythology in it. You can play as a male or a female protagonist. The female protagonist is Cassandra. There's a big story with her family in the beginning, and then obviously it sets up the big. But this map is huge. There is so much stuff to do, but it never feels repetitive to me. I adore these games. Adore them. And this one is really fun because of the Greek mythology stuff, which I've always really enjoyed. So it's super, super fun. Definitely an easy number one. The rest of this list was difficult, but that one was easy.
Shout out Batman says they got to go. It's 4 a.m. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by as always. No, again, I said what I said on Odyssey, though. I'll agree with you. It's a great game. It's just the scope of it. It's too much.
Yeah, like I said as well, that's the one Assassin's Creed game that I did skip because I had not enjoyed the two prior to this. Wasn't a fan of Black Flag, and I wasn't a fan of whatever the American Revolutionary, whatever one it was.
There were so many in between that you missed, like the one where they had like the facial glitch where it was just eyeballs and the rest of the skull was like missing. That was
Unity.
Unity. Syndicate was pretty okay, but yeah, Unity was a broken mess.
Yeah, I just wasn't a fan at that point. I absolutely loved the Assassin's Creed games up to that, or up to that era, and then kind of fell off for me because of those two games. I just didn't enjoy them, and I gave up, but once we talk some more, we'll get back to that. But do you want to guess my number one?
It's a battle royale.
PUBG.
Mm-mm. My number one, which it might be cheating, this Fortnite Battle Royale. It was the Save the World was my number one for 2017. 2018 Fortnite Battle Royale took over the entire world.
Well,
Yeah, it's
almost.
ridiculous how much that Fortnite took over. As we talked about, because of Fortnite Battle Royale, we have had concerts in game by Marshmello, Travis Scott, and Ariana Grande.
Say it again.
Uh, Ariana Grande. There is,
Yeah.
which also had an homage to Mac Miller in it, who was passed away.
Oh yeah.
So he was in that concert. And she was going up the stairway to heaven while he was singing, so it was pretty cool. Um, but yeah, it honestly just took over the world and united people as well, I would say. This is probably well, I know on Twitch it was the most watched game, and honestly, I think it's still pretty high up there, at least top three. But for years, it was just the game. That is the game everybody played, everybody talked about. And I say everybody, but I mean most people because you're probably not one of those people that really tested out Fortnite too heavy. Um,
I played maybe 10 matches in my life.
yeah, but it was just an absolutely like game-changing game that came out. Like I said, they now have a bunch of celebrities. They have DC characters. They have Marvel characters. This Battle Pass that just came out on the 15th has Carnage. Um, they've gone deep. They've gone deep. Some may say it's selling out, but I think they're buying in because they're making a lot of money. Even to this day, they're making a lot of money. A normal skin costs about $20, and yeah, people are buying these skins. Pretty much
$20?
everything they put out gets bought. Yeah, for the Halo, the whole bundle. So I got the Master Chief that you saw. It also came with what did it come with? It came with a Cortana backpack. It came with the Warhammer, I believe. Or no, came with the Gravity Hammer. And then also the Pelican. Also an emote where you're driving a Warthog, a mini Warthog. But yeah, that was $20 to get all of that combined.
Jesus.
Um, but yeah, even today it's still going strong. It's still in the top three for games being viewed right now as we speak. The only ones above that are Warzone and Apex, which are also battle royales. Um, but yeah, it just changed the world, and kids are obsessed with Fortnite. Kids are constantly, whenever you see kids, they're always doing Fortnite dances. I don't know what it is, but they're always hitting the floss or Orange Justice or something. Yeah, it absolutely changed gaming, I believe. PUBG was technically the first battle royale in this era, but Fortnite made it much, much better and much bigger.
And I mean, it's turned somebody like Ninja, as you described in the other episode, into multimillionaire from just playing a game.
And not just him, tons of other people.
Yeah, many people.
That's the
I'm
crazy
saying
part.
he's the most
Guys,
notable, but
yeah, guys like Ninja and Tim the Tatman and Dr. Lupo and Dr. Disrespect, all those guys that everybody knows about, Booga, all are multi-millionaires because of a video game. And honestly, a lot of streamers, big name streamers like that, credit Fortnite for blowing up Twitch and making Twitch what it is today.
yeah. I'll be honest, battle royals ain't my thing, so never really got into that. I tried with PUBG. That was the closest I got to actually liking one of them. dabbled in Fortnite, like I said, just a handful of matches. Tried Apex, wasn't for me. Like I try them, they're just not my thing. I did Call of Duty's version of it. Like it's not my thing. I understand the appeal to it, but me.
Fortnite currently has 103,000 viewers right now as we speak at 11 o'clock at night.
That's just crazy.
And that's only on Twitch, which is becoming the number 2 streaming service behind YouTube.
I was
which
going to
a
say,
lot of-
everyone is headed back to YouTube now.
Yeah, everybody's going to YouTube.
Because I think, Dr. Disrespect is no longer on Twitch. Tim
Yep,
the Tatman is headed to YouTube, or is on YouTube now.
He just switched over to YouTube about
Yep.
2 weeks ago. He followed Dr. Lupo, who, if you don't know who Dr. Lupo is, he has raised millions upon millions of dollars for St. Jude. Absolutely incredible. But yeah, and then Ninja is back on Twitch now. He went over to the I'm blanking. It went out of business.
Mixer.
Yeah,
But
it looked like Microsoft's version of
It was
Twitch
Mixer.
or something.
He was contracted
Mixer,
with
Mixer, that was
Mixer
it.
because they signed
Yeah,
a deal.
But when they closed down, he came scurrying on back. But yeah, it's made millionaires. There's right now the top person on Twitch playing Fortnite has 18.1 thousand viewers, and they're in a $10,000 tournament finals. So
Jeez.
that just explains what Fortnite is. And this is 3 years ago in 2018, and this is what it's become even today. So
Just madness.
that's my take on why it's number 1. And yeah, I myself played quite a bit of Fortnite when it first came out.
Well, I don't have that much of an elaborate story for my number 1 pick because it doesn't need one. All I gotta say is Marvel Spider-Man, and you understand.
Xbox boy.
I don't care. Marvel Spider-Man. Like, I'll set aside console wars. This game is amazing. Pun intended. It's a such. I've played through this story so many times. I played through it remastered when the PS5 came out because it came with the Miles Morales version. Played through that. This is a significant game too. It was the very first platinum trophy that I ever got on PlayStation, meaning I did everything 100% in that game. Unlocked all the trophies, did all the challenges, did all the tasks, did all that stuff. I was hooked. I was caught in its web, you could say.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, we could talk all day before. We did a Game of the Year episode for DNA back in 2018, where we just did our Game of the Years. Picks just on single game wasn't as elaborate
Xbox
as
boys.
this. Trevor says a great game just behind God of War. It's okay to be wrong. But yeah, Spider-Man, fantastic game. I loved Miles Morales. Finished that one. I'm incredibly anticipating Spider-Man 2. However, I don't think it comes out until 2023, so I got such a long wait. That'll have Spider-Man teaming up again with Miles Morales, which if you played Miles Morales, he was absent for a majority of the story there because he had to step away to travel, and then Miles Morales took over to protect the city. In the end, they came back together. But this one introduces Venom as one of the antagonists. That is Spider-Man 2 coming up in 2 years. So I'm anxious for that. I'm excited. I can't wait to play it. But that is my number 1 pick. Absolutely love Spider-Man. What's not to like about it? And yes, Venom. Very excited.
Oh, speaking of Venom, he's in Fortnite.
Oh God, of course he is.
Don't tell Atticus.
Oh, he's super high. He thinks he's gonna watch Carnage. He's being Carnage for Halloween. So
Oh, well, Carnage is in Fortnite right now.
yeah, we're gonna refrain from telling.
Just
him
got there.
Yeah, I love the idea that he thinks he's going to watch that. No, sir.
No,
You are not watching
PG-13.
I did love the trailer though, where Venom goes back in and he's like, "He's a red guy. He's a red guy." And it's like, "I'll let you eat as many people as you want." You mean it? That made me laugh.
It's good stuff. Like Venom was a good movie. I enjoyed it. Trevor says they moved it to 2023 because they didn't want to lose Game of the Year to God of War again. I think you mean the other way around, but that's okay. But that's all right. That is 2018. We have 2 more years to discuss yet tonight, so stick with us. We're going to take a break. We'll be back for 2019 to give our top 10s from there. Our biggest challenge, can we do it faster? I felt like 2018 was our longest year yet.
That's because you love to talk, my darling.
Whatever. We'll be right back with you guys on the next episode. Stick with us. And again, thank you for checking out episode 133 of The Dosage. This has been the year 2018 in gaming. We'll be right back. With another episode of The Dosage. This is episode 134, the year 2019 in gaming. Back live here with Cody. What's going on, man?
Hey.
So 2019, I was 34 years old.
I was 25 years old.
Yeah, quarter century. Baker's dozen.
Hell yeah. Baker's dozen.
So let's paint the picture real quick, then we'll dive into our lists here. Here are some notable events that happened in the year 2019. Bungie terminated its publishing deal with Activision, maintaining rights to the Destiny series. Huge move there. Respawn Entertainment Electronic Arts surprise released Apex Legends, a battle royale game that within a week gained 25 million players and challenged the dominance of Fortnite Battle Royale. Google revealed Stadia, a game streaming service, and unfortunately that did not pan out to be all that successful, flashing forward to 2021 now. Reggie Fils-Aimé retired as president and CEO of Nintendo of America and was replaced by, fittingly, Doug Bowser. Epic Games acquired Rocket League developer Psyonix. Microsoft released the all-digital version of the Xbox One S console, which lacks an optical drive for a lower price point. Xbox Game Studios announced their acquisition of Double Fine, the developers of Psychonauts, which we just had this month in 2021, September of 2021, have Psychonauts 2 release. Microsoft announced their next-generation Xbox console, known as then the Project Scarlet. Apple Arcade, a game subscription service, launched. Microsoft unveiled the design and name of their next-generation Xbox console, previously known as Project Scarlet, known as the Xbox Series X and S models, set for late 2020 release, which they did do. We'll talk about that, obviously, in the next episode. The Sega Genesis Mini was released, as was the Nintendo Switch Lite. A lot of big things in 2019. Let's talk about...
Yeah, I was looking forward to Project Scarlet. The concept designs for it were amazing. The console was scarlet, the color. Yeah, and I was really looking forward to that. Now I know we get the Xbox Series X, and we all know what that looks like. But
a fridge.
I don't know, The concepts that we saw for Project Scarlet and the color for Project Scarlet, I don't know. I kind of was leaning more towards that.
You know, in theory, yes, but it is on brand for what their console looks like, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Like, the Series X, I didn't love it at first, but it has truly grown on me. And it fits their branding. It is a much, much better design than the PS5, in my opinion.
That's true.
That thing is a go.
It's a router with 2 pieces of paper on it.
Basically, yeah. That's what it looks like. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So a lot of things happened. I know we've probably skimmed over other notable events. We'll do that. We only have so much time in our episodes to discuss things. As with many games are released in 2019. Now what we do is we compile a list of honorary mentions and then we give you our top 10s. We'll miss a game. We're sorry. Feel free to comment below with your favorite picks and honorary mentions. With that, let's dive in. Do you have honorary mentions for this year?
Nope.
All right, I'll dive through my list real quick then so we can get to our top 10 and discuss that. Here we go. Honorary mentions. New Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for the Nintendo Switch. Crackdown 3. Among the Sleep Enhanced Edition. Contra Anniversary Collection. Cadence of Hyrule. Dragon Quest Builders 2. Blair Witch. Days Gone. Astral Chain. River City Girls. Untitled Goose Game. Mario Kart Tour. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And Pokemon Sword and Shield. Those are my honorary mentions. Cody, will you kick us off? What's your number 10?
My number 10 is Sekiro, which is you play as a samurai in China. It's a very, very difficult game. Dark Souls level difficult. But it is very enjoyable and the storyline is very, very good. This is one game that I would say if you like to play some storyline driven one player games that Sekiro is definitely a great game that you should check out.
You know, I was eyeballing this one when it was coming out and then when it released.
Beautiful game.
It really is. Great visuals. I was concerned about the combat and then the difficulty of the game because of the comparison to the Dark Souls games. I do love the Dark Souls franchise and games like it, but I wasn't ready for the frustration level at that time, and I had watched people play it, and I was like, this isn't for me at this point.
Yep.
And I never went back and played it or like got my hands on it. So.
No, I mean if you want to rage out a little bit, but still have a good time, this is a good one to double back to.
One of these days, maybe in the bargain bins, I'll check it out. But for now, I have such a backlog. So.
Game Pass.
It's a PlayStation game, though, I thought.
Is it?
Fairly certain. Is it on both systems?
I think it's on both. And it's on PC. I know for a fact it's on PC because I played it on PC.
Oh, I don't PC games, so there's that.
Let's see.
While we look that up, I'll give my number 10. My number 10 is probably surprising to some that may know about my interests. Kingdom Hearts. Go ahead.
It's not exclusive. It's on Xbox as well.
Really? Interesting.
Yep. It's on the Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on Switch, and it's also on PC.
It's on Switch? How the hell did they get that thing running on the Switch?
And it's on Stadia.
Well, Stadia doesn't surprise me, but Switch surprises me. Maybe down the road. Too many other games. Kingdom Hearts 3 is my number 10 pick. We waited so long for this game. The anticipation level was on another level. While the game was fantastic and delivered on all fronts, I think our anticipation was higher than what we actually received. I think we were expecting just life-changing game, and it was fine by all means, but it didn't change lives. And I think after the significant over-decade wait for this sequel, I think a lot of us felt disappointed. But again, it's not a bad game. It just cracks my top 10, though.
My number 9 is Beat Saber. Beat Saber was a great game. It's a VR game. But yeah, it's very simplistic kind of like Dance Dance Revolution or something along those lines. Just it's with your hands, and moving the joysticks around to make you hit specific sides of the blocks. Where one hand is blue, one hand is red, and you just got to make it work. Very similar to, like I said, a Dance Dance Revolution or even a Guitar Hero. It's the same concept when it comes to that. You play on different songs and everything, which keeps getting updated to this day, to where you can play almost any song that you can think of on Beat Saber. But it's a great party game to have people over and enjoy some Beat Saber.
Yeah, I've seen people play this one. I saw it also played at Games Done Quick this past summer, the Summer Games one. Definite coordination and skill as you get into the more difficult songs or difficult levels of how do you define the difficulty levels? A lot of coordination is for sure needed. It does look fun. It looks like a fantastic workout for you.
Yeah, and I mean, I would think of it very similar to a Guitar Hero or a Rock Band. I mean, you gotta have that. You still gotta have coordination to do either of those. So,
Right.
I mean, you're a big drum fanatic, so
Right.
I feel like you got the hand movements to be able to play Beat Saber.
Oh, I'm not saying that I probably couldn't do it. I'm just saying there's got to be a difficulty curve
A
to
little
it.
bit, a little bit.
The thing that this feels inspired by is what is the dance games on the Wii? What are those
Just
called?
Dance.
Yeah, Just Dance. So that reminds me of like an expanded upon, like a very heavy budget version of Just Dance with like the Wiimote.
Yep.
So it's they put more into it, whereas Just Dance is just like cookie cutter with new songs every year.
They also had Just Dance on the Connect.
That's right. Oh, the Connect, man.
What a failure. Would've been great.
A good idea, but not really
Bad
well
execution.
Yeah, not really well executed. But yeah, that was your number 9.
Yes, Beat Saber was my number 9.
He's number 9. Okay. My number 9 is Gears 5.
Wow.
I know. Here's the thing. I didn't finish the story to Gears 5, in all honesty. So I couldn't. Go ahead.
You know how much I hate Gears, and it's higher on my list.
It's not that I hate it. It's the fact that I can't say that this is so incredible that I'm going to rank it high in my list. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm misleading or lying almost when there are other games that I played more of that have a different value to me. And again, just because it's number 9 doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's just there's other ones that beat it out because they held higher value to me. But Gears 5 is fine. It improves continuously on the story. Has good mechanics. The horde mode and online play is fantastic. And it's just such a fun experience still. So Gears 5 is a fine game. I'm eager for, the continued franchise, of course. And I can only imagine the stuff that they're going to put out in the new consoles. So.
That leads to my number 8, which is Luigi's Mansion 3. Big fan of Luigi's Mansion. Luigi is my main when it comes to anything Mario, because I am a younger sibling. So I kind of got latched onto Luigi and held on to him through Mario Kart and Mario Party, and he's always been my guy. Also relate to him because he's a tall, lanky individual, kind of like me. So yeah, I love this series, and this is another one that my son got heavily into as well. He played this one and then wanted to go back and play the other Luigi's Mansions as well, because he knows that I have a love for Luigi, not just Mario, but Luigi as a whole.
So Lana is giving her picks. Her number 10 is Untitled Goose Game. Her number 9 is The Outer Worlds. Her number 8 is Pokemon Sword and Shield.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even think about Untitled Goose Game. It might have broken my top 10, but I didn't even think of it.
Yeah, that was in my honorable mentions.
I did hear you say that.
Yeah.
Your honorable mentions.
Speaking of Luigi's Mansion, though, she is considering, I don't know if you heard the announcement earlier, but I was talking to her about because she says she has a hard time finding time to play games. So I was like, well, why don't you just commit to a stream schedule, and then you'll be forced to play a game every week because you're going to be playing it for the channel. So she loosely agreed to the idea of coming back on maybe Wednesday nights. And if so, she'll start with Luigi's Mansion because it's a game that is on her backlog that she has not played through yet. So, and I said it's fitting for the season, so why not? So be on the lookout for that if you guys are looking for streaming content, especially because this show is ending too. That's going to open up some more nights for whoever wants to do whatever, whenever. Because only the last 2 Tuesdays of the month now will be our scheduled shows of the music and movie podcasts.
And Fellowship.
And exactly, stuff like that. So, like, this show ends tonight. The Years in Gaming is done. We have one more episode left, and it's done. It'll be a yearly podcast special from here out, because we'll just be recapping that particular year. And that's it. So our Christmas special this year will be the return of it with 2021, and then it'll just become an annual thing.
What was your thoughts on the best of the decades?
I think that'd be fun to return to. I don't think it should be a weekly thing, though. I think it'd be maybe
it's something special.
Yeah, something special, or maybe once a quarter or something. I think we went too hard with these episodes because we were excited to get through these lists, and I don't think people appealed to them. But I don't care. I've had fun. So, but with that, what are we on, number 8?
8.
So with that, wait a second. Lana says, calm down, Shakira. Whatever, whenever. Get out of here. None of that. My number 8 is Borderlands 3. And I am excited for the Tiny Tina game that comes out next year. That looks incredible. I had a lot of fun with Borderlands 3 as well. This is another one that I wish I had more time so I could have gotten farther. But I did enjoy my experience with it, and I love the split-screen co-op. Still a fun game to play together with people as well. Not much bad to say about Borderlands 3.
My number 7 is Rage 2.
I thought you were going to say Raid Shadow Legends.
No, Raid Shadow Legends is done. We are not sponsored anymore.
Damn it, we were so close.
We were so close. It once got a number 10 slot, but it's not here anymore. But Rage 2. I don't know if you ever played Rage, just Rage in general, the first one.
I did. I enjoyed the first one. Yeah, it was fun.
It's it was an okay game. It didn't even break my top 10 for that year. It was okay. But this one was way better. Way better. It looked way better. It felt way better. The story was way better. It was just a really, really good game overall. The driving mechanics were even better. Yeah, this was a great open world, post-apocalyptic world type game.
Trevor announced he has pumpkin cheesecake.
Sounds really good.
Lana's number 7 is Tetris 99. But yeah, pumpkin cheesecake sounds incredible. My number 7, I had started this on stream, just streaming from my PlayStation console itself. I didn't do all the fancy OBS stuff, all this jazz. More so just because I wanted to play the game and not be distracted by things, because that sometimes happens. I mean, you've played games on stream. It's sometimes more challenging to play a game on stream than it is off stream. We've talked many times before where immediately we get off stream and have matches of our lives.
I think it's the difference in sitting upright, like in our chairs that we sit in, and the difference in going to the couch and just lounging and relaxing. Like it's a different feel to gaming once you're in a chair, kind of upright, looking at a 32-inch monitor, and then jumping with chat going across your screen and everything like that.
Yeah.
And then moving over to a 70-inch TV when you're sitting on the couch and just relaxing, hanging out with the boys. It's a little bit of a difference. It's something you got to adjust to But that's for the aspiring streamers out there. It's definitely something you gotta adjust to.
Get
It
yourself a
definitely
second
takes
monitor is my best recommendation to help out with that because
that as well.
yeah, because I have a 20-inch main for OBS, and then I have a 24 for the game stuff for when I am playing actual games. But yes, it's a much better experience. I also have a 70-inch TV. I feel like I have better response and I can see things better on a screen of that size, especially for shooters, something that requires a quick response or trigger, you know. But yeah, this next one, my number 7 is Death Stranding. This stars Norman Reedus as the main protagonist in a post-apocalyptic world trying to reconnect everything. He's basically a courier, and he's just trying to, again, reconnect the world that's been torn apart by all the things happening. Now that this show is ending on Tuesdays, in the open Tuesday nights, I might be playing that one again, but starting over, playing through scratch, because they are doing the re-release of the game for the PS5 next week, and it comes with new content. So I figured, why not dive back into that game with the new content and start over? Why not a better time than now? So I've just been trying to figure out what I want to do next, and that is high up on my list, so be on the lookout for that. That's Death Stranding, my number 7 pick.
That moves me to my number 6 pick, which is Super Mario Maker 2. I actually got into this because I watched you and Lana play this on stream. And I was like, this looks super fun and super agitating at the same time, because being able to play maps that people have made out for you, and sometimes we know that people are trolls. So some of them could be extremely impossible, and some of them could be, very impossible to beat. But yeah, it just looks like such a good time, and playing it through. It definitely is better if you're playing it with other people. If you're playing it by yourself and actually trying to take it serious, it can go fuck itself. That's our 1F for this episode.
Man, you took it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a great game, especially when you have company. It's a great party game.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Like, if you're just going to put a game on in the background and get people interested, everybody knows Mario, but then all of a sudden you have that hook where it's user-created content. It's a new Mario every time, because the odds of playing the same maps are pretty slim unless you favorite them, obviously. But immediately, if you're not drawn to want to pick up that controller and try a level, especially when the person next to you is failing at that one, just to kind of one-up them, everybody has that competitive spirit. If you don't have that, you're lying to yourself. But I challenge anyone that has this game, put that controller down in front, like, of when you have a couple people over, see who picks it up. See one by one how everybody starts to get involved and engaged with this game. Which is why it's also my number 6 pick. That's the long segue there. But yeah, Super Mario Maker 2, I loved the first one. Absolutely loved the second one. Such a great game. It's fun to pick up if you're bored. And there's just so much. There's infinite replayability until they sadly shut down the servers. But you can still make your own stuff. And I hope we do see a third one day. I don't think it needs to be anytime soon. But I do enjoy Mario Maker. Great idea, and it was executed properly.
Mm-hmm.
And they even had a decent campaign mode that they didn't even need to have in this game. And that was challenging and fun in itself. And you were just rebuilding the kingdom. That was really cool. Did you get a chance to mess around with that, or did you strictly play online?
Strictly played online.
If you get a chance, check out the main story stuff. It's fairly short. Most of it's easy, but it is fun.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Let's see. My number 5 now. And I did it right. Gears 5. This is one of the few Gears games that I actually enjoyed. Still clunky. We're not going to steer away from that. Still clunky. But it was great having Batista in the main story. That was fun. A name that we all know, especially here on this channel because this is a primarily wrestling channel.
Did you get the New Day ones too?
I did get the New Day as well, which is great. Up, Up, Down, Down was gracious enough to be in that game. So you had Austin Creed, you had Kofi Kingston, you had WWE champion Big E Langston.
Big E.
Yeah, it was great, and I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but tonight Big E and Finn Balor beat the Usos, and they have a tag team championship match coming up. But anyway,
You said I don't want to spoil it,
but yeah, that happened. But yeah, Gears 5 was a great game. The storyline was great. This is the game that I realized once you get over the clunkiness, there's actually appeal to it. So there is that.
shit. Yeah.
There's appeal to the clunkiness. And then I enjoyed the Fellowship movie with this as well.
It's supposed to be gritty, clunky, and raw. That is the appeal to it. I think you just don't like third-person games. I wonder if that's the case.
Maybe.
Because the stuff that I've seen you play is generally first-person shooters.
Actually, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, but we'll talk about it in the next year.
Okay, fair enough. Stick around for that, of course. But yeah, it's supposed to be gritty, raw, and clunky. I feel like this is going to be an ongoing discussion now for us. Yeah, Trevor, you get some sleep, man. You take care. Obviously, thank you for tuning in. If you guys ever miss an episode, find us on Apple, Google, Spotify, or, of course, our YouTube channel archives. That is the best place. You can find this as well as the Nerds of Wrestling podcast.
Can I point this out? I know it's not, but for the past 2 hours since I've been on, 2.5 hours since I've been on, your shirt looks like it has an egg on it. But I know it's not. I know it's a doll. But it looks like an egg.
It's from Trick or Treat.
I know it looks like an egg, though. And it keeps, the face keeps glitching out so you can see the background in it.
Yeah, it's the color.
But yeah, it looks like an egg. But yeah, anyway, you're number 5.
Fine, I'll cover it up.
No, I like it. It's a cute egg. It's like an egg with a face. It's cute. Yes, move those hands.
My number 5 is Yoshi's Crafted World. Again, I've mentioned this one if you've been around on the channel in the past 2 years. This one holds a significant place because of all the memories that I've created with my oldest son, Atticus, and him learning gaming. He obsessed over this when we got the demo downloaded before the game came out, and then we counted down into the actual full release of it, and played it a lot. It is a game that he learned to play on his own. And as Trevor pointed out in another episode, I'm thankful for Nintendo having an easy mode for new gamers because it makes the game essentially that easier for younger gamers to learn, and it didn't make him frustrated as much, and he had a lot of fun playing during all the times that he played it. So, and it's one he'll still go back to and slowly chip away at and play more of. So yeah, Yoshi's Crafted World, my number 5.
My number 4, I know I said that I was going to tell you you're wrong for the next year, but I'll tell you you're wrong now. My number 4 is Jump Force, which is a third-person game. This is a game where you play, it's 3 different anime worlds combined. So you have One Piece, you have Dragon Ball, you have Naruto. And this was just a really fun fighting game that combines these 3 worlds, and you can team up and swap out who your characters are. So you could team up, say, Goku with Naruto, and it was just a really fun game overall. And they had each person specific special moves that they do. So they have the Kamehameha, and they had all that. So it was just a really fun fighting game that you can spend hours and hours into. Story mode wasn't really much of a story mode. It was more of just giving you missions here and there to do, and it would just send you into fights that were already pre-designated who the teams were going to be. But it was a good time, and you can make your own anime character with whatever anime style you wanted to between those three, and give yourself whatever special moves that you wanted, and over time you gain currency, in-game currency, to where you can get different moves, different attires, different things like that. So it was just a really fun game. More of like an arcade game, if I would say so myself, though.
Completely unfamiliar with almost all of that stuff, so I'll take your word on it.
We are dose of nerd acumen, and anime is kind of nerdy, so people probably know what I'm talking about.
Not discounting that you're saying. Ty says there are way more animes than 3.
In that game, I don't recall, but
I don't know.
It's what it is. He's probably right. He's way more into anime than I am.
Yeah,
The ones that I didn't know were probably like characters from like One Piece, and I just assumed that they were all from One Piece. So, yeah, that could be it, because I didn't watch all the animes that were on that game, and up to this point when I played this game, I hadn't even watched Naruto. So the only characters that I really knew was the Dragon Ball characters.
Yeah, such a world that I'm unfamiliar with. One day I'll be educated, but you guys are going to be the pros on that.
Not me. I've only watched a total of like 3 animes that you can be like technical saying they're animes. That's Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and I'm up to date on My Hero Academia.
Pokemon.
I don't count like Pokemon.
I count Pokemon,
even though, or Yu-Gi-Oh, or
it's an anime. It's
Bakugan, or
it's an anime.
Yeah.
Ty says there's One Piece, My Hero Academia, Naruto, Dragon Ball, Bleach, Kenshin, Black Clover, Hunter x Hunter.
But there was 3 clans. I know there was 3 clans, and you could either choose to be a part of the One Piece clan. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh was in that game. He was for sure in that game. I forgot about that. But there's only 3 clans that you can be a part of. You can choose between the 3 that I said. Is that wrong, or am I just thinking of something else? Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys clearly know way more, so I have no stance on it, or statements, or understanding of any of it. So
I only knew I only knew a couple of the ones he said. So
I'm familiar with those names. I'm just not familiar with the content of such. So
I don't remember some of those. I don't remember My Hero Academia being a part of that, unless it was DLC, which I did not play the DLC. So there is that. Maybe it started out with just the 3. I don't know. But moving on, you're number 4.
My number 4 is The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, which was a remake of the Game Boy Color game, which is basically a sequel to is it Legend of Link to the Past, I think? I'm trying to remember my timeline lore for it. Let's go with that. I could be wrong. Somebody will correct me in comments, I'm sure. But yeah, Link's Awakening basically washes up on an island, has to reunite the instruments to wake the sleeping owl, and or the sleeping bird. Was an owl? I don't remember now. Drawing a blank. It's late. But that's just it. There's the 6 instruments you collect. I believe it's 6. Now I'm questioning everything I know. But incredible visual, cartoony, almost like not Toon Link, but it's again its own unique art style, and it's definitely inspired, keeping a lot of familiar dungeons and the familiar overworld map that you were used to, but it's inspired and tweaked to be updated to fit the Switch and today's gaming and puzzles. There was also an add-on challenge mode that you can build your own dungeons in the game and then send them to your friends and challenge them to complete dungeons, which I thought that was a real neat touch. And I didn't see too many people even talking about that, which I'm surprised by. But I thought that was a nice little add-on to the game. But yeah, that's my number 4.
My number 3, and I did it right again, Borderlands 3. Yeah, Borderlands was a fun game. I love the Borderlands series. There's a lot to enjoy when it comes to that. Of course, you get to pick whatever type of character you want from the beginning, which would be what kind of power-ups you have in the future, which that was always a good time figuring that out and what you wanted to play as. Then the playback value as well, going back and playing as those other characters that you wanted to play. Yeah, it's just a good game. The storyline's good. It's a fun looter shooter. That's really all there is to say about it, is that it's a really fun looter shooter. If you like looter shooters, Borderlands is arguably the best series for that. So
It really is. I think it stands as the best looter shooter out there, in my opinion. It offers so much more content and reward for doing things. It's got a better leveling system, good perk trees, good variety of characters. And I know other games out there, like Destiny is considered a looter shooter. It's not as good as Borderlands. Not even close. But that's my opinion. But yeah, that was your number 3?
yup.
Good pick, good pick. My number 3, which I'm going to do it too with a number 3, Luigi's Mansion 3. I know you mentioned this one in your picks. I'm going to piggyback on that and agree this is such a fun and inviting experience. The mechanics in it still are incredible with the way you battle the ghosts with the vacuum pack. The idea of Gooigi in it that was introduced in this one is really clever and unique. It allows co-op gameplay as well, which is fun. A lot of puzzle solving throughout the different floors of this hotel. The story is somewhat generic, but still fun, and it keeps you pressing forward through all the different levels, and real cool exploration for hidden items and the ability to do upgrades to the various things that you need. Really not many complaints to this game at all that I can think of. It's a solid game, and as I mentioned, be on the lookout for Lana playing that soon on the channel. So, Luigi's Mansion 3 at number 3.
That moves me to my number 2. I'm sure you can guess my 1 and 2 here.
Probably Apex.
If you really...
I'm going to go with Apex as your number 1.
Is my number 1. What do you think number 2 is? I feel like you could guess it.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
You would be right. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Warzone specifically, is my number 2. Battle Royales took over in 2018. They just did in general. Now 2019 comes along. The skill gap in Fortnite got ridiculous to where kids were... in the beginning, it was fun because nobody knew how to build. So everybody's really slow at building, or people just didn't build at all. But then by the time it was a year and a half old, the skill gap changed, where people were building the Taj Mahal in 3 seconds as soon as you shot one bullet. So instantly, yeah, you kind of, if you weren't really a fan of the building aspect or you weren't good at it, like me, you kind of moved over. And Call of Duty Warzone, Call of Duty did it right. It was your standard feel of a Call of Duty game. The ability to do buybacks and everything like that, still be able to buy UAVs. It's just a fun game in general. I will say it did get ruined. Cheaters, hackers, have ruined that game completely to where it's almost completely unplayable.
Why does that continue to be a trend with Call of Duty entries? I feel like a year or a year and a half to 2 years out from a title, it gets taken over by bots or cheaters. Or do you remember years ago where everyone was just knifing each other in one of the Call of Duty games?
Yep.
Because there was like a sprint exploit or something.
Yeah,
it's just
the movement was ridiculous.
It's like, man, why do these things exist?
I mean, I moved away from Call of Duty, like I said, years and years back. Back in when we did the episode 2011, I said that it was the last Call of Duty that I enjoyed was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. which was a decade, well, almost a decade prior to this game, and this had such an appeal to it because one, it was free to play, and number two, you have that big name of Call of Duty, which was still popular to a lot of people, just not me per se. Um, but yeah, it transitioned really, really well to a battle royale game. Um, and they kind of changed a lot of things in Verdansk, as the map is called, that made it very, very unique for a battle royale and very fun. But yeah, at this point, it's kind of just broken.
Yeah, which is why I'm seeing people get eager for, obviously,
Vanguard.
Well, Vanguard, but speaking of, the beta for that is this weekend. I didn't know if you knew that.
I'm not gonna play it. To be honest.
No, not your World War II is not your thing.
I mean, yes, but then again, regular Call of Duty really isn't still. I
Right.
did try with Modern Warfare to get back into the multiplayer aspect of things, playing Search and Destroy again and Team Deathmatch and stuff like that. But you know, it's just not my thing anymore. That's just not it. It's not my junior year and summertime, and I'm online with all the boys. The party's full of 8 people, all yelling over each other and having a good time playing Call of Duty. Um, it's not those days anymore. It's not.
Yeah, no, I
Sad
feel
to see it
that.
go.
I feel that there'll be a point though. I can't say how many years out from that you're gonna hit those nostalgia notes, and that's what Halo has done for me this year with playing with you guys with Halo 5. It hit those nostalgia notes, which got myself eager for Infinite. So I think a lot of people are anticipating Infinite. I think a lot of people are anticipating Battlefield 2042, which unfortunately got delayed a few weeks. Which it wouldn't surprise me if that got delayed again. So Vanguard is going to be out first, and then 2042, and then Infinite. So we have a stacked fall into holiday lineup for shooters this year.
Yep.
And I can say I've pre-ordered all three. So on Xbox. So keep that in mind. What I'm going to play the most likely Halo. But I am very interested. I love the World War II stuff in the past. Vanguard looked fine. I watched people play the PlayStation closed beta from last weekend this week on YouTube, and it looks fine. I have my reservations or concerns about it. And I'm eager as
Yeah, I
hell
just
to
feel
see
like,
Battlefield stuff. Like 2042
Yeah, just
looks good.
I feel like Call of Duty multiplayer is never really gonna change. It's kind of been the same theme of
Yeah.
things, just with different graphics and maps. Really since like 2005.
Yeah, I mean, it has
So,
been, it's been the same.
since Call of
And
Duty 3. So,
yeah,
they've added a couple modes here and there that were fun and popped off, like zombies and gun game and stuff like that. But
gun game is
um,
great. I love gun
it
game.
is, and it was a refreshing take on multiplayer Call of Duty.
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons I love gun game. I'm able to work on multiple leveling up of guns in one match rather than just grinding through one gun at a time. I can focus and unlock various things, and that's what gets me hooked more into COD than the game itself. Is the leveling up of weapons and unlocking things. It's an RPG element to a shooter.
Yeah, there's definitely a form of uh, I'm blanking on the word, but happiness. I'll say I'll transfer it out for happiness. That there is to going ahead and being able to level up certain weapons and level
Well,
yourself up and prestiging.
it's
Prestiging is
accomplishment.
great. Satisfaction is the word I was
Yeah,
looking for.
it's an accomplishment. Prestiging, it just means you put in a bunch of time. There was no
But
real
prestiging back then meant that once you prestiged, you reset.
Right, you reset everything,
all
but
your gun levels went back to zero, but you had that
Right.
prestige.
But you only unlock guns back then at a very basic level by getting to a certain level, by just playing matches and getting XP. Now they've added this meta where you have to get so many certain types of kills with certain weapons to unlock certain aspects of
Different
things.
skins and stuff like that.
So, to me, that's the interesting aspect, not the core game itself. Which brings me to a point that I don't know if we've discussed this yet, but since we're on air talking about this, I figured now is the time to do it. Halo Infinite, their leveling system, I don't know if you've seen the feedback from that tech demo as far as how they're doing the leveling up and then progress through like their season rewards and stuff. The challenges, did you remember seeing that from playing it or watching me play it?
Yes.
So the challenges is how you earn XP. You don't earn XP by each match. You don't earn XP by each kill. You have to get XP through completing a challenge. So there are concerns from the hardcore gamers that play Halo over the years, or shooters in general, that this is going to manipulate games. It's concerning because let's say one of the challenges is get 25 kills with a rocket launcher. How do you think those matches are going to go for that day?
A lot of booms.
A lot of booms. And it's going to get obnoxious. It's going to get...
Stale.
And people are going to camp at certain spots, even though the weapon spawns are random. I'm doing air quotes. That just drives a certain, I guess, flow to matches. It forces a flow, and that's, to me, concerning rather than utilizing your own strategies and advantages. You're forcing a narrative to happen in matches. And I just hate the idea of, what if I can't get 25 kills with the damn rocket launcher? I'll never level up my character, therefore I'll never get other cosmetics that I want for my character and proceed through this season thing. I don't like that. Like, maybe I will at launch once I get more familiar with it, but I have concerns over that. It's, to me, that's such a problem.
It makes sense.
But now that we've talked about on a random soapbox of shooters, it's fitting because it's going to be part of our content this fall. There's no denying it. There's no escaping it. We're going to be doing a lot of that and talking and playing about a lot of this stuff in these next upcoming months. It's just fact.
Oh.
So hopefully we'll get better knowledge of all these things and create a lot of cool content. But yeah, so that's your number 2 and number 1 then? Was Modern Warfare and Apex?
Fuck it, we'll just say it.
Yeah,
my number
might
one.
as well go.
My number 1 is Apex Legends.
Okay.
Now, I played Fortnite from the day it released to the day Apex Legends came out. I was getting sick of Fortnite, but that's the game that I was playing with my friends. That was the game at the time. So I kind of felt like I was locked into it for a little bit. But once the announcement was dropped that Apex Legends was coming, and it was going to be this revolutionary battle royale game, it had me hooked. So I was a day one Apex Legends fan. I had it pre-ordered as soon as it dropped. I had it downloaded, and I started playing it, and it was extremely, extremely fun. The different aspects that they brought into it, that they created in Battle Royale games, respawn beacons, so being able to pick up your friend's banner and take it to a respawn beacon to bring your friends back even if they were dead. That was great, which it was so great that a couple months later, Fortnite added it to their game. Yeah, it was just... And the guns had a sense of... what's the word I'm looking for? They all seemed like they were pretty even. There wasn't a huge...
There's balance. Balance.
Yeah, and it's still to this day. I mean, I've played Apex quite a few times on stream. People have seen the happiness on my face when I got the heirlooms, because that is once you open 500 boxes. So it took me years to open 500 boxes and get an heirloom, which is the equivalent of $500. So I mean, no, there's just a certain aspect of just pure fun in that game, and each one of the legends has their own special abilities. They have a passive ability, a tactical ability, and then a ultimate ability as well. So just finding your main and being able to play with them, it's just such a breath of fresh air when it came from Fortnite dominating the world. And as you said at the top of the show in your notes, Apex Legends came out and gave Fortnite a run for their money. It took well over half their viewers. Apex instantly became the number one on Twitch, which was huge because Fortnite was dominating it for over a year. Professionals and the top streamers all went over to Apex to at least try it. Um, Even right now, as we speak, Apex has made a comeback since Call of Duty Warzone became broken. And right now on Twitch, it is the number one viewed game currently
It's just crazy.
on Twitch at midnight for us East Coast listeners. They're at 67,000 viewers right now.
Good God.
So yeah, that's huge. But yeah, that's really what it boils down to is that this is what pulled me away from Fortnite, got me into Apex Legends, and it was just a great game for such a long time. Call of Duty Warzone obviously gave Apex a run for its money and became the new top game, but since it's broken, Apex has regained that top spot. All the top guys like Nick Merckx, they're all going back to Apex Legends. So it's 2 years later, it's still a great time to be an Apex fan.
Now, the
Which
team behind this game it's Respawn, right?
it is Respawn.
So, for those unfamiliar, their previous title was Titanfall 2, which did well critically, but did not do well sales-wise because it was sandwiched in between a bunch of other big releases at that time. I just think it was a bad time for them to release that particular game. And again, it didn't do well in sales. Fantastic game. Added a campaign mode that was lacking non-existent rather, in the first Titanfall game. Now, this company came together because they were a bunch of former ex-members of Infinity Ward, which
Yep.
was the team that put out Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare back in 2007. So they left the company years after that, formed Respawn, created Titanfall, which was a fantastic game. Again, Titanfall 2 didn't do well sales-wise. And then here they are with Apex Legends, which, as you mentioned, blew up. And they've done great things with that particular game.
Yeah, and people have seen me be having fun playing that game, which that's an important thing when you're streaming is to have fun with whatever you're doing.
Oh, most definitely.
And I've had a lot of fun playing Apex on stream, opening that heirloom on camera, which was great. That was during the charity stream. Got a nice TikTok video out of it that did very, very well. But taking it back to you talking about Titanfall, Apex is built in the same world as Titanfall. Some of the weapons that are in the game are the same weapons that you saw in Titanfall. So that's a little bit of a homage to their last game.
Yeah, and it looks, plays, and feels. If you liked Titanfall, which I did personally, I enjoyed the
I was
game
a
a
big Titanfall fan.
It has that same durable, heavy feel. I don't know how to describe it.
There's been rumors about Titans coming to the game
Ooh.
for over a year.
That'd be cool. That'd change everything.
A little bit.
So to conclude 2019, I'll hit you with my second and first. And then obviously stick with us. We do have one more episode left here tonight. My number 2 is a Switch exclusive. It is Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order. If you're familiar with the Ultimate Alliance games, this one should excite you, but also maybe disappoint you because it was a Switch exclusive if you don't have one, whereas the prior ones were available on multiple platforms. This one is a lot of fun. I put a lot of hours into this. It's easily one of my top played games on my Switch. The DLC packs are great. The challenge missions and the various things that you could do. And every time they released a DLC pack, the level cap went up. So it was always like extending that finish line. Like, you're not done yet. You have more things you can do. There was other bonus items. I believe Deadpool was one of the bonuses that you got with it. And obviously his one-liners, his quirkiness. The cast of it was fantastic. They improved upon the mechanics from 1 and 2, made it more fluid, more user-friendly. The arenas that you go through as far as the linear path of the story stuff in the main campaign was a lot of fun. A lot of cool environments where they explored, like X-Men Mansion, the Danger Room, like so many different things throughout the story. It was just a lot of fun. Very, very, I would say somewhat kid-friendly, but there's just a good mix of content. It's not too long and it's not too short of a game. There's just a lot to do in it. So that was my number 2. My number 1, which should come as no surprise, as I say before and multiple times with things, my number 1 pick is the Resident Evil 2 remake. And this game is visually stunning, incredibly scary, and so inspired by the content that it was influenced by. The puzzles are there. The police headquarters is fun to explore. Mr. X is still terrifying. And there's just so many cool things in this game. It's still fun and creepy to go back to. If you haven't played Resident Evil 2 Remake, or if you're curious where to jump back into the Resident Evil games, that is a great starting point to get yourself familiar with classic Resident Evil gameplay mixed with the modern look and feel of games of today. So that is my hands down number 1 pick.
Well done.
Uh-oh. We're holding.
Oh, we're holding?
I thought you said hold on.
Oh, no, I said well done.
Oh, it's like, hold on, what are we holding for?
Close.
But yeah, Ty says Apex with skin crossovers and live events would be unstoppable. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing about Apex and bad thing at the same time is they didn't sell out or buy in, as Fortnite players would say. So you don't have those skins like the DC and the Marvel skins. And the skins that you buy aren't by money per se. You get Apex packs during your time playing, and it's luck of the draw. But when you do get a duplicate, it gives you crafting materials, which certain amount of crafting materials you get to unlock whatever skin you decide to pick. So the skins are a little bit limited, but the gameplay itself and the feel of it is just on another level, being able to have, like I said, each legend having their own specific abilities to be able to do. Every season they come out with one new character, which is great. That gives you new abilities, new gameplays, new ways to team up. Because there are obviously certain legends that are really, really good together. Say you have like Bangalore, who shoots a smoke bomb, so it basically blinds everybody because you're in smoke. If you have a guy that's playing Bloodhound, who can scan the area and it outlines everybody in red, then you're kind of OP because you can see the people in the smoke and they can't see you. So there's definitely a skill gap with technique in that game. But again, you don't have to worry about people building the Taj Mahal in a half a second after you take your first shot.
Right.
Which you'll see me playing more Apex Legends on this channel.
I would say, shameless self-plug right there. You're in the right place if you want to see more Apex content.
That is not going anywhere. That is a game I will have in my rotation. I'll be playing it every now and then on this channel for sure.
So be on the lookout for that. That pretty much wraps 2019, our 134th episode of The Dosage. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come right back with our year 2020. And man, what a year that was. So many world events, so many things to discuss. So let's go discuss them. We'll be right back after a word from our non-existent sponsor.
Raid Shadow Legends.
And we're back with our 135th episode of the Dosage podcast. You're in the right place if you like gaming, because we're going to talk about the year 2020 in gaming, which hard to believe we're here in the month of September of 2021, that we're almost done with yet another year. So a future episode of 2021 in gaming is coming soon, which, again, incredible. That'll most likely be our Christmas episode this year, but 2020 is a thing of the past already. It felt like the longest and shortest years of our life. Back in the studio here with Cody. Welcome to the show. Of course,
Yes, sir.
He's the host of NOW Podcast with Trevor. So if you like wrestling, check him out. But
Yeah,
welcome back.
Go ahead, take your pants off, crack open a beer, and get ready for the best/worst podcast of all time.
I have Big K grape soda. That's what I'm doing right now. So.
I have cherry Pepsi, so I lied to you all. I'm sorry.
You got it better, man. I got store brand grape soda. You got name brand cherry. Like that's where it's at. I'm jealous. I do have the new Mountain Dew though, not the Flamin' Hot one. I have that, but I do have the apple one or whatever it is.
Oh, I haven't found that one yet. I have not found that. I've been looking for it. I have not found it. I did find Voodoo though. This year's.
Did you? Oh, I haven't found that one yet. I need to get that. So
do you want to hint on what I think it is?
Sure. What is it?
I believe. I think it's Pink Starburst. That's what it tastes like.
Oh, I did hear that. That's what
it tastes like to me.
If you can find more of that, we should trade, because I got 2 12-packs of the apple one. So you can have a 12-pack, and you just give me some of that Voodoo.
I've only found 20 ounces of Voodoo.
But that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Find that, and then I'll include the Flaming Hot Mountain Dew that Staple Gun has been selling like $10 to $50 per can to people. But,
what?
Yeah.
I do want to try it, though.
I haven't tried it yet. I'm waiting for the cooking show, which will take place during Taboo Tuesday. Lana gave me the suggestion that I should use the Mountain Dew to boil the Cheeto macaroni and cheese in.
You're getting dangerous over there.
It sounds terrible, but, you know.
Yeah, you're getting dangerous.
I do it for the people, right?
Yeah, you do what you got to do for the community, you know?
Yeah.
The fellowship, I should say.
That's right. Ty says do not do that. Why? It seems like a great idea. Nothing could go wrong. Oh, Lord. But yes, welcome. Episode 135, The Dosage. We're going to talk about the year 2020 in gaming. I was 35 years of age that year. You were?
26.
Yeah. Here are some notable events. Activision Blizzard entered a multi-year deal with Google to exclusively broadcast all their esport content via YouTube following the conclusion of a prior deal with Twitch. Bandai Namco Entertainment officially celebrate the 40th anniversary of Pac-Man. Microsoft announces the closure of its Mixer stream service on July 22nd, instead transitioning and partnering with Facebook Gaming. Epic Games released a version of Fortnite Battle Royale on iOS and Android that bypassed the store's payment systems, leading to both Apple and Google to delist the game immediately, with Epic further turning around the same day to file lawsuits challenging the monopolistic behavior of both stores, which recently I believe there was an update regarding that actual lawsuit, and I believe Apple lost. I could be wrong, though.
They did lose.
They did? Okay. Because I know that was just like recent news.
Yeah, that just came out about a month ago, that Epic beat Apple.
So, I mean, good timing on this episode then, I guess, to conclude that notable information. So, that's crazy. But man, two conglomerates like that doing battle, I don't want to be those lawyers. Or do I? Because, man, somebody got paid.
A couple people got paid.
Yeah. That's changing lives. Nintendo celebrated the 35th anniversary of Super Mario Bros. By announcing new games, re-release games, and merchandise. Man, was it a great year to be a Mario fan last year. We got Super Mario 35. We got the Super Mario 3D All-Stars. A lot of cool stuff.
Wasn't there a huge rumor that they were going to try to kill Mario off?
I'm not familiar with that. That'd be interesting.
There's a big rumor. There was a big rumor for this anniversary that they were going to try to kill Mario.
I mean, if so, that's interesting. And hey, do it, I guess. But
I mean, yeah, I mean that's the only way you can end Mario now. You have to kayfabe kill him.
You just kill him off. Good lord. Bowser just eats him and then it's over.
Yeah, I mean Bowser's died enough, so
It's true. It's true. There's a lot of killing
Mario's
there from a
time.
plumber. His career would go down the tubes, am I right?
That was good.
Damn. Hold on. Am I right?
There you go.
It's back. Yes. Xbox Game Studios and ZeniMax Media announced plans for the Xbox Game Studios to acquire ZeniMax and its subsidiaries. Big deal here. Ready? Bethesda Game Studios, Arcane Studios, ID Software, Machine Games, and Tango Gameworks for $7.5 billion to be completed by the first half of 2021. And it was completed, and we got all the games except for Deathloop, which is on PlayStation. So
Huge news, because that also means that us Xbox boys are going to be the only ones getting the new, the new Elder Scrolls games and the new Fallout games, and
Doom.
that's going to be Xbox exclusive. Doom.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's big news. Big news.
Sucker.
No.
Good stuff. Amazon announced they would launch a cloud gaming service, Luna. Games on the service would be offered via a channel-style subscription service with the company's own games and those from Ubisoft available at the service's launch in October. I haven't heard much on this. I don't know if it's actually launched or what's going on with it. It'd be something we can possibly follow up on at a later date. Electronic Arts outbid Take-Two in acquiring Codemasters in a deal valued at about $1.2 billion, expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2021. Also, guess what launched in November of 2020?
Something I still can't get.
I know. We're almost a year out and people still can't get them. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, Walmarts and Targets still have on their cases that they're online order only because there's a shortage or
Not to
whatever.
brag, but I've been able to get 4 Xboxes during this
You know
and 3 PlayStation 5s. So
And the worst part is I almost got the Halo one. I got all the way through the checkout, everything like that. They honestly, if you get to the checkout point, it should be on hold for you at that point.
yeah, it really should. I've had
but
so
I
many
got-
gone from my cart.
All the way through, and it was gone from my cart. Tried it again in a little bit once they restocked. This time I had me and my wife try to get it. And yep, no luck again. And that would have been cool because it was the Halo edition.
I would have been super
Yeah, that
jealous,
would've
not gonna lie.
That would have been awesome. I tried really hard, and then I gave up for the third hour. So.
You tried so hard and you got so far, but in the end,
And in the end, it didn't even matter.
nope. Hell, if that isn't the story of the ending of 2020 and all of 2021 in our next podcast, I don't know what we're going to talk about because that should be the story, the frustration that it has been trying to get our hands on a console. And we get it. Shortages of chips. There is a pandemic. But damn, like, if you have a new console releasing, why
Make more than
not,
17.
Yes, why not have it readily available? Do you not want money? Because people want to buy your shit. Like,
But now I think they're making even more money. You throw it out in little sections like this.
Well, they're creating demand.
They're creating demand, and scalpers are tearing them up.
Yeah.
Which is terrible, but that's what they're doing, and they're making money off of them. I mean, I've seen Xbox Series X's go for $1,000 because scalpers are selling them. So
No way am
people
I
are
paying that
paying
much.
people are paying double for this. I mean, I'm not going to pay more than what my PC was for.
Yeah, it's
for a console.
honestly, it's not worth it. Like, I love the new systems, but I'm not paying that premium for it. If I hadn't have got one, yes, I'd be like, damn it, I want one so bad because, FOMO. But at the same time, like, you're not missing much because games.
And that's the crazy part because, like, right now, everything, like, I play with all Xbox Series X guys now. I mean, rated one from the channel, high one from the channel. So they both have Series X's from Dose of Nerd Acumen, and I play with them all the time. And I mean, yeah, their load times are a bit faster, but we're still playing the same games. The new games that come out, we can still play together on. So
And that's what I mean.
when
You're
Infinite
sharing the
comes
same
out,
experience. You're going to be able to do that with Infinite.
yeah, Infinite comes out. Even if I don't have the Series X by that time, it's going to be on Game Pass. I'm going to get it on my Xbox that I do have. And yeah, we're still gonna play. My load times may be a little bit different, and the game might not be as beautiful, but it's still gonna be a great experience.
And that's what I
So
mean. You're not missing out on a lot. It's like, let's say this iPhone 13 pre-orders went up for that. I have the iPhone 12. Am I missing anything by not getting that 13? Am I going to have the same experience
an
with my?
additional camera.
Ooh,
Yeah,
don't care. Like it's like, So, um,
I mean that's it. Like the things I'm missing out on is a little bit better graphics wise, which I mean I don't know the huge difference. I've watched me play Fortnite and Ty play Fortnite or Apex in the same room. They look pretty goddamn similar to me.
so here's a question:
Um,
Is your TV a newer model TV? Like you said, a 70-inch TV. Do you have an
yes.
OLED? Do you have
No, I have a new Samsung.
okay? Is it an OLED or is it Ultra HD? Is it a 4K? Like what?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea.
Okay, I mean that's fair because here's the thing: depending on the model, you might not even notice the visual fidelity difference. You know what I mean? Because
No, I
it'll
mean
cap at a certain
I
thing. Because if
I
it
paid a pretty
supports,
penny for it, so I
so it might
figured.
support HDR, it might not. These are the things that the common consumer, you're not going to notice the difference. You'll notice load
Yeah,
times, but you know what? Here's the thing about load times. Longer load times means longer snack times.
that's true. That's a very good point.
So
Longer TikTok times too.
see,
Uh, yeah, I mean, like I said, Ty comes over and he sets up a TV that I bring down from my bedroom, and um, yeah, he plays on that while I play on my TV in the same room, and the graphics aren't too crazy different. They're very, very similar. He does load in faster, and you have the cool little upgrade of having the screen capture button on
yes.
your controller.
Well, that controller
Uh,
can be used on your console.
oh, well, I'm not missing out on shit.
Yeah, it's the same everything. Like you can link that with your current console. You can buy a new controller and it'll work on yours.
Interesting, interesting. So when the needler comes in, I'll be able to still use it on this one.
Yeah, because that needler controller has that capture button.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah, look forward to that. Which October is what that latest update was. I haven't got an update since. So
Oh, that's only a couple weeks away.
yeah, if I get another update, I'll send you the info. But yeah, be on the
Okay.
lookout for that. Let's talk about honorary mentions. Do you have honorary mentions for the year?
Nope.
I do. Let's dive through those real quick then. Persona 5 Strikers, Persona 5 Royale, Mafia, it's not a battle royale, by the way. Mafia 2 Definitive Edition, Saints Row the Third Remastered, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, yes, an N64 game, but it was made available on the Switch with slightly updated stuff, so it's notable. EA Sports UFC 4, Hades, Super Mario 3D All Stars, Super Mario Bros. 35, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and Cyberpunk 2077. A lot of heavy hitters, a lot of big names that you're probably surprised that they're not in my top 10. But as we go through the top 10, you'll understand and I'll paint the reasons why. Kick us off. What's your number 10?
My number 10 is Paper Mario Origami King.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Paper Mario series. I have been for a very long time since playing on the 3DS. Um, that's really where my love started for Paper Mario, and I followed it pretty much all the way through. I love the fighting style of those games, everything like that. So, um, I mean, these Paper Mario games really aren't different per se. They're all pretty similar. Besides, like the graphics get a little bit better, a couple little things here and there, but yeah, it's just a great series. It's a cute series, very cute. So Yeah, Paper Mario Origami King 10.
I'm gonna have to agree. My number 10 is also Paper Mario: The Origami King.
Look at us. We're gonna have the same top 10. Look
We
at us.
might. It'll be interesting how many line
No,
up.
because I already heard my number one on your honorable mentions.
You. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yikes. I'm guessing that is Valhalla, but that's just
Oh,
my guess.
you're gonna have to wait and see.
I guess we'll have to listen all the way through this episode. Darn. But yeah, Paper Mario Origami King, fantastic game. Had a lot of fun with it. I loved Ty's updated attires that he used for shout out NAW. I thought that was a clever thing for Justice Royale that you guys.
Yeah, Smiles and Camden both had Paper Mario attire.
Yep.
Paper. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the paper was on opposite sides of each other. So if we stood next to each other just right, looked like a sheet of paper.
Heyo.
Yeah. So no, that was great. Very innovative by our own Tyrone.
Nice work, man. Nice work.
Yeah. But my number nine. Moving on to the number nine pick. The only WWE game that has made my top 10 for any year. WWE Battlegrounds. This
What?
game got a lot of hate. And it got a lot of hate because this is what this is this took place of what should have been the I'm sorry from 2K20. It should have been 2K21 right here. So this should have been the I'm sorry, here's a good 2K game. But they came out with an arcade game, arcade-esque game, and I mean it was fun. It was fun for what it was. It was a fun little arcade game. I had fun with my child playing it, and that's all I can really ask for. A little bonding time. He's a fan of wrestling, so him being able to still use Seth Rollins and AJ Styles, he was very happy about that. Um, the move sets aren't really based on characters per se. They were based on whatever style wrestler you decided to go with, whether it was brawler, high flyer, powerhouse, etc. Um, but yeah, it was just a fun game. It was a fun little cute uh, WWE arcade game to be able to hold us all for another year, make people mad and happy at the same time. Yeah, that's what it was, and hopefully we get 2K22. That's a much better game than 2K20 was, and for anybody that is looking forward to that, 2K did announce they are bringing back GM mode, which is going to be hosted by Xavier Woods because they do him and Tyler Breeze do Battle of the
So
Brands.
that is confirmed then.
That is confirmed. They are doing GM mode.
So is
Um,
universe mode still a thing?
I assume so, because even in the old ones where they had GM mode, they still had, um, I believe they called it season mode or franchise mode.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would assume that they have both,
Good.
but GM mode has been
Making me
announced.
nervous out here because that changes the game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, if there is both, and you wanna have a little segment every now and then, every week, where me and you go head to head for ratings, I might be into a battle of the brand style.
That could be very interesting for story for the future of the show as well.
It could. It could. Look at us. Look at us.
I'm anticipating that. Question on that. Let me look at my behind the scenes here. So 2006 was the first yearly numbered, even though SmackDown vs. Raw came out in 2005. 2006 was the one when they started labeling the year. And then obviously later on it became the 2K that took over. So 2K21 was the first one of their yearly titles in like wrestling games, non-arcade style wrestling games, just to not happen.
Yeah, and well, that's anybody that follows the 2K series knows that um, they lost their developer after 2K19 came out. So they were not prepared and tried to make a game really fast within a year. Shit the bed hard. Uh, Graphics were way off. Character models looked awful. Movements was terrible. The game was glitchy. It was just broken, and they apologized and they gave refunds to people. Especially if you bought digitally and put in an email, you got your refund. Um, yeah, they knew it was a bad game. They lost money on it. So they said that's not going to happen again. Let's release a much simpler arcade style game and have 2 years to work on a simulation version, which is what we're used to when it comes to 2K. So yeah, I mean, this has given them plenty of time to work out those kinks. They've had basically 3 years to do so because 2K19 came out in 2018,
Right.
and it is now 2021. So they've had plenty of time, and it's actually not coming out until next year in March. So
Yeah, March, when it's
gonna
usually
be
a fall release.
it's usually an October release every year,
Yeah.
October. Um, so yeah, I mean they've had 3.5 years to make it right. So we'll see, and if they don't make it right, AEW is also releasing their game the following year as well. So
Is it
we're
going
gonna
to be
see.
ready, though?
I don't know. The different things that the 2.0 show releases. They just released another thing for Jungle Boy, which had his moves set and a little back and forth with him in the game. Um, it looks smooth. It looked very smooth.
My
Which we do
guess,
know it's still in it's still in development, but
right, here would be my guess. If they're going to release it next year, it'll take the place of the fall release of a 2K game, whereas March, obviously, we'll see 22 for 2K.
it would take the place for October most likely.
Yeah, I would fully see another year. I think that's plausible.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what they're shooting for, from what they say, from what their brand ambassador Aubrey Edwards says, who is a referee. If for those of you that don't know, she is the brand ambassador along with Kenny Omega. Um, so they're the ones that are really overseeing this project to make sure that it goes according to plan and making sure mainly that Kenny thinks it's good enough to put out. If Kenny doesn't like it, it's not moving forward. And for anybody that knows Kenny Omega, he's a huge nerd. He's a huge gamer. They want this game to feel like No Mercy. Um, so more of an arcade-esque game, but with some realism added to it as well. So we'll see. We got another year to wait on that. Probably another maybe a year and a half. We'll see when it comes boiling down. But when it comes to the stuff that they're bringing out, that's actual in-game product. The stuff that they showed with Darby a couple months ago looked a little rough. But some people said that it looked good. But this stuff with Jungle Boy looked very, very smooth. They put a lot more, showcased a lot more when it came to Darby's thing. And I think the next one that they put out, so they're going to be doing it with they're hoping to do it with every pay-per-view. So hopefully when we get to Full Gear, which is the next pay-per-view, they're going to release obviously some more mocap in there as well. So it's gonna be a good game, hopefully.
Yeah,
We'll
so
see.
be on the lookout for that. If you like, obviously, wrestling games, this will be something maybe in a year from now that we are eager to play or, laughing at or complaining that it's broken. Who knows with gaming anymore? Because on my honorable mention list, a game that should have been perfection, Cyberpunk, was broken. When it did work, it was fantastic for those that it worked for. But who knows with gaming anymore? AAA studios, smaller developers, anything can happen. Like, we just don't know. So, time will tell. I hope it does well, because it'd be nice to have more wrestling games to play, especially more of high quality. Continuing on our list, my number 9 is a game that came with your PS5 if you got your hands on one, and it is basically a tech demo short game. You can beat it in a couple hours. It's called Astro's Playroom, and it is such a love letter to the PlayStation itself. The PlayStations over the years. You go through and unlock different things like the PS1, the PSP, different peripherals and different things throughout the history of PlayStation as you go through these different worlds. Great game. It's one that I'm sad that I never played on stream. I feel I should sometime. But it shows off the new controller as well for the PlayStation, which I love the PS5 controller. Like, that is my favorite aspect of the new console, is their controller. Such a good controller. But yeah, that's my number 9.
My number 8 is actually a game you just mentioned. Which, haha, it worked better on the old gen. Cyberpunk 2077. I thought it was a pretty decent game. Yes, I did have glitches. I'm not going to say I didn't. But I didn't have it nearly as bad as some of the other people had it.
Well, I mean, I
Definitely
didn't have that many problems either. I was just saying as generalization. There were people that had really bad problems with the game.
Oh yeah. I definitely saw a lot of those problems. Followed that pretty heavily. I never got that bad, where vehicles were falling through the map and everything like that. But the game itself was pretty fun, and being able to customize your schlong, that was unique as well. But yeah, it was just a fun little game as well. It had so much hype to it. It was either sink or swim, and to a lot of people it sank. But I enjoyed it for the most part. So it does make my top 10. Doesn't make as high as it should have gotten because of what it was supposed to be. But yeah.
It's fair. Like I said, it's this how I rank things too. If I didn't finish a game or stuff like that, I'll rank it a different way as opposed to like sentimental value. Which leads me to my number 8. I didn't finish the story. I know certain things of it. I haven't been fully spoiled, but I'm not done with the game yet, so I can't say it is amazing as everyone made it out to be, because I would be lying to myself if I didn't enjoy it, or if I did enjoy it, I didn't feel I could accurately place it. So I placed it where I felt it was deserving from what I have played so far, at number 8, and that's The Last of Us Part 2. I know I'll get hate for that because this is so many people's beloved game.
Not even on my top,
but
because PlayStation can eat it.
Right. I mean, there's that. So, as you can see, so far on my list, Nintendo Switch, PS5, well, PS4 technically, but no Xbox yet. So.
Ty, you're talking to us. Don't worry about it.
Just scrolling through the chat, just seeing me talking to Ty, you're here with us. You're on the couch. We see you.
We see you. You're right there. You're wearing a nice shirt.
Yeah. It's nice. What's your number 7?
My number 7 is a game you may not have heard of or may have, and I think it's a game we should play on stream because it would be a hilarious time. It is Who's Your Daddy? Mm-hmm. You heard of this game?
I have.
So,
yeah.
Who's Your Daddy? It is a 2-player game. You play as either the daddy or the baby. And your job as the daddy, your whole goal is to keep the baby alive. Your whole goal as the baby is to kill yourself.
Oh, God.
So this is such a fun game. Such a fun game. It is definitely a game I would love to play on stream. I think me and you would have a great time with the community with this game. I think they would love to watch us play this because it is absolutely hilarious. From being the baby and trying to hide from the dad and go underneath the sink and drink some bleach, to turning on the stovetop and roasting yourself. It is on the PC only, Ty, so that is a little bit of a downfall to it, but it's such a fun game. It's such a fun game with tons of laughs. There's so many unique ways to kill yourself as a baby, which is terrible to say out loud. But,
oh, man.
Yeah.
This might be our last episode.
It's such a fun game. Yeah, we we need to schedule this. We need to schedule this.
Yeah, let me know specifics. Send me stuff sometime, and we'll plan that. I think that sounds
just
great.
we'll both go on Steam and download it, and it'll be a it'll be a good time.
Sounds good to me.
I'm gonna drink that bleach.
No, I'm your daddy. You don't do. I can't do it.
I did call you dad when I walked in or when I came into the stream.
You did. You did. That was weird, but I'll take it. I try to get Lana to say it. She won't say it.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, she says it's gross.
Bernie's the same way.
Yeah, it probably is, when you think about it. But,
It's a little weird.
there are people into it, so hey, whatever.
There's a lot of people into it from search histories, so.
Who your search history?
Not my. I mean, sometimes I guess depends on the day and what's on the main page of the hub.
I mean, who listens to this podcast anyway? They won't know.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
Number 7.
On to your number 7
is Ghost of Tsushima. This game is you mentioned Sekiro being a visually stunning game. This game is visually stunning as well. This reminded me of like early Assassin's Creed, but better. And I don't mean that to be insulting, but it's obviously newer and more polished. It's just such a fun samurai game with like standoffs and various things, and the exploration, lots of blood and violence. This is a bloody game. Don't let your kids see this one. But I had a lot of fun with this one. Not done with it yet, so again, it might go up or down the list depending on when I get around to finishing it. There's a lot to do. It's a big world, but I've enjoyed it thoroughly. Glad I bought it, and I forgot who talked me into it, but I'm glad they did. I have it on the PlayStation 4, so yet another PlayStation title.
My number 6 is Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. This is a game that is also PC only, I believe. There was rumors that it was going to PlayStation, so it may have.
Fall Guys, that's on Xbox, I thought.
It is not on Xbox. I know for sure it's not on Xbox.
Really?
Because let me double check.
Maybe
but I believe
PS4. I thought I saw it on there though.
Let's see, Fall Guys. It is on. It says that it's on Xbox now, so I don't know. I have not seen it on Xbox. I'd have to double check again.
I think it's on Game Pass.
Since I've had my PC, I've only played it on PC, and I have not looked anymore. But it did take a very long time to get to any consoles. It did get to PS4 first. I will say that. I know for sure it got to PS4 first. Yeah, so it's such a fun game. Such a fun game. You're just a little blob guy. And your whole objective is to outlast the other characters. So there's 100 of you, and a lot of it is obstacle courses. So getting through the obstacle courses and not getting eliminated, making it in the top section of people that aren't going to be eliminated. And then there's also like team mini games. This is very similar to, say, I kind of want to say like a Mario Party, because it does have mini games to it. But it's a battle royale in itself, so it's just a little different. It's just such a fun game though, and this game took off as soon as it launched on PC. It took off. Yeah, I can't say anything bad about Fall Guys. If you want to rage, Fall Guys is the game, because you will heavily rage playing Fall Guys.
So Ty says PC, PS4, not on Xbox. Fall Guys is like Wipeout. So
that's weird, because the Microsoft Bing and Wikipedia says it's on PS4, Microsoft Windows, Android, Xbox One, iOS, Nintendo Switch, Series X and S. It must be brand new to Xbox if it is, because I have not seen it on Xbox, and I have looked multiple times.
Ty says they lied. I don't know. I don't have my Xbox launched right now in front of me, so
Same. I can't double check that.
Yeah. I just checked. They said so. They are denying.
Oh, well then Wikipedia lied. So
Which
who would have
happens. It's
thought?
user created content. So
Who would have thought that Wikipedia would lie?
I never thought. Said the liar.
But your number 6.
My number 6 is Marvel's Avengers. I know this one got a lot of critical feedback, and I bought this also on the PlayStation because still yet to launch, I think, is the exclusive Spider-Man character that was supposed to be in the game. Still don't have that. At least if we did, I haven't seen it or played him. But the game was... I don't want to say a broken mess, but there were a lot of issues at launch. The game crashed on me several times throughout the campaign, stories, and various things. But in all honesty, like, I had a fun time when it was working with the characters. Throughout the story and campaign, you get to jump around from the main cast and then acquire more. But whenever I had the chance, I mained Iron Man. I liked the ability to fly around the environment, and it reminded me a lot of the mechanics of Anthem. Did you ever play that?
I did play Anthem. Anthem was a great game.
So it was all right.
I enjoyed it heavily.
Yeah, it was all right for what it was. I finished it, and there was nothing else to do, and it was just kind of samey, but it was all right. But that's how Iron Man felt. He felt like the mechanics they had for Anthem, and I enjoyed it. I love Avengers, so I mean, this was a fun time for me, and visually it's impressive looking. So.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to somewhat agree with you because it's my number 5.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah, it's a great game. It did crash on me a couple times, which it gets frustrating. But yeah, I also mained Iron Man, or I also switched to Thor a lot because I enjoy the flying aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm a huge Marvel fan, which means I'm heavily against DC. So, that is what it is. But yeah, I just thought it was great. Spider-Man, however, did not. It was rumored to come to the game, but it did not come to the game because Sony said fuck Xbox. So yeah, that's what we had to deal with.
Yeah, it was supposed to be exclusive to PlayStation, but I don't know what's going on with that right now. Maybe they'll eventually appear, but yeah. My number 5 is... I just want to point out, too, that I've yet to have an Xbox game on my top 10. So... Or a game that I purchased for Xbox, which is...
Oh, so you played Avengers on...
PlayStation. Because of Spider-Man. I wanted the exclusive character. So that persuaded me. Because I bought the collector's edition. Like, the statues and everything. Like, I went all out for Avengers. And I don't do that for a lot of stuff. But I was confident that it was going to be a bigger game than it was. So
it was supposed to
be. It should have been, by all means. My number 5, though, is Nintendo Switch game, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I've spoken about this game before on many shows. This continues the experience of the other Hyrule Warriors game, but this serves as a prequel story to Breath of the Wild. So this is events that take place before the Breath of the Wild game, but it's obviously a much different game. It's in the Dynasty Warriors engine, where it's a hack and slash, and you have objectives. You go through various maps. This all themed around the maps of Breath of the Wild and the story of the characters around that. I love the game loop. A lot of fun. Leveling up characters, leveling up weapons, and just working on various things. It's just a lot of fun. And it is a multiplayer game, too. You can play with a person on the console with you and work through these objectives together. So that's a lot of fun. Highly recommend Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity.
That leads me to my number 4, which is a game you have had in your list already. Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, like everything you said, it's an absolutely stunning visual game, which was huge. This is another one of those samurai-esque games, kind of like Sekiro. It was not as difficult, I will say. It did have some difficult parts to it, but overall, it was not nearly as difficult as Sekiro. But the storyline was very, very good. And they keep releasing DLCs to it as well, which is great. I have not played the DLCs, but I've heard good things about them. It being as good of a game as it is, I probably will get into the DLCs. But yeah, it's just a great game overall.
Now, do you have a PS4?
I do not have a PS4.
Was this also on Xbox?
It was either on Xbox or I played it on my sister's PlayStation. Because I do play most of these PlayStation games, to be honest with you, like Spider-Man and Last of Us and stuff like that. I usually just don't finish them all the way through.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Let's see. This was a PlayStation exclusive. So I
Okay,
played
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I know you favor Xbox, which again that's fine. I just
Yeah, I'm an Xbox boy, but yeah, my sister does have a PlayStation, so all of the PlayStation exclusive games I typically dabble in, and sometimes I'll take the PlayStation to my house for a week or so and grind a game out.
it's just
Um,
surprising to see the PlayStation games on our list. That's why my interest peaked here. So
yeah, no, it's a great game overall. I couldn't not put it on my list. I mean, just like I had God of War on my last list. It's too good of a game to leave off, even though I am uh, very biased to Microsoft versus.
I mean, it's refreshing to have somebody on that side of things for pretty much the existence of the crew members, past and present, on DNA. They've all heavily favored the PlayStation brand, which has mentioned.
The thing it is for me, it's the controller. And the 5 could be better, but I'm 6'3", my hands are big. The controller just feels like a baby controller in my hand. It feels like a little toy.
Honestly, I hated the PS3 controller. It felt like garbage. PS4 made many improvements because it was wider and thicker. I'm talking about the controller still. But the PS5 perfected that design, and it feels really good in my hands. But a really thick, beefy, big Xbox controller in my hands feels fantastic. Like, just, it feels right. The ergonomics of it. I get really good grip, and I have small, fat hands. So, like,
Yeah.
it feels good.
Yeah, I mean it's just the Xbox has always had the little bit bigger of a controller that just form fits your hand so much better. Like
The triggers have always been better, too.
and the triggers are way better. It feels much better. So the Xbox One is it just feels like the perfect controller to me.
Ty's asking, are you in the bathroom?
Am I in the bed? No, I'm sitting on the couch though.
Oh, okay.
Do I sound further away now? My back was starting to hurt in that chair.
Yeah. Well, I feel you, dude. I've been sitting this one for 5 hours now.
But yeah, the controller just feels so much better in my hand. Maybe the PlayStation 5 changes that up a little bit, and maybe I would like the feel of the PlayStation 5 controller, but just over the years, the PlayStation 1 through 4 all felt like little toys in my hands because I'm a bigger dude.
Yeah, I mean, definitely 1, 2, and 3 were just junk. 4 was better, but 5, it's the controller is good. So, but yeah, that was your number 4?
4. Yep.
So my number 4 is another PlayStation exclusive. I feel like just PlayStation took over my life in 2020. This is weird. It
How
is.
dare you?
It is what it is. Final Fantasy VII Remake. This is a fan favorite Final Fantasy entry for so many people. There are also some on the other side which just think it's absolute junk. But I think it's one of those things that they hopped on the bandwagon to hate on 7 because everybody else liked it. So And yes, Ty, you've been here for 5 hours. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for 5 hours. We're doing this for you guys so we can open up nights to do other content because Ty, you're one of the few people that support this show. Thank you. For the others that did show up, thank you. But for the others that abandoned us, how dare you?
You know, the people that only show up on Thursdays.
Yeah, we have other shows, damn it. Cody and Trevor
Yeah.
work very hard for you guys, too.
That number's in the 30s on Thursdays, and right now I mean, I get it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but you know, it's sitting at 6 is what it looks like from my couch.
Yeah,
yeah. It's and we know a couple of those are bots. We know that.
Yep, sure.
That just is what it is. But
It's
yeah,
all good though. It's all good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. But at least half of you should be showing up to these shows. And you know, Ty, if you want to clip this so we can announce, hey, show up to other things besides Null. We do a lot more for you.
Damn, you get feisty at 1 a.m. Getting ready for that pop.
You know, we if we didn't care, we would not be up at 1 a.m. doing this right now. So yeah, maybe we do get a little feisty and say, show up to more things. Thank you.
They're only hurting themselves because like you ain't earning strands or nerd cred if you're not here. So
Thank you, Ty, for clipping it. I'm going to be putting it on my TikTok.
yeah, get them. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII, like I said, there's the people that love to hate it, and then the people that just love it. And Remake is fantastic. The battle system is incredible. The visuals are incredible. The storytelling is just as good as the original. The character design is just it's a great game. I can't wait for them to complete the story in their next installment, whenever that may be. Who knows? It took forever for this rumor to become a thing and then it actually to come out. So I'm just happy nonetheless that it exists because I've had a great time playing that game. That's my number 4.
My number 3 is your number 1, almost guaranteed.
Oh?
Yeah, my number 3 is Animal Crossing New Horizon. There's no way you have anything else as your number 1. If you do, you're lying.
Stop acting like you know me.
I know how many hours you put in that. So it is what it is. I will say it's so. It didn't break my top 2 because it got ruined for me, and I'll tell you why it got ruined. And I think they need to fix this. So you're only allowed 1 island per console.
Yeah.
I share my console with 3 people. Myself, my wife, and my son Camden. So when I was the first one to play the game, so I started the island and everything like that, and I was doing great on my island, and then my wife picked it up. And she wanted to play Animal Crossing. And I said, sure, because I thought, hey, you're going to get your own island, you're going to do your own thing. Nope. She plopped the house right next to mine, started cleaning up everything, got the museum without me involved in it. Upgraded some stuff without me involved. And I was just like, I've missed out on too much. I've missed out. It's not for me anymore. It's not my game anymore. So, I gave up. I will tell you right now, I gave up because I felt like I lost too much.
Time to get a second Switch.
That is my. Other than that, it's a great game. That is my one downside to this game. It's still my number 3. So I'm not saying it's a bad game at all. I love the game. This is the first Animal Crossing I really got into. I know you and Lana have played a lot of Animal Crossing and love them.
Everyone.
I didn't realize that this was very chore based, but I enjoyed it. There's something addicting to picking up sticks and leaves and fishing, and yeah, there's something enjoyable about it. I don't know what it is, but there is something enjoyable about going from a flimsy pickaxe to a regular pickaxe. There's something enjoyable about it. I get it. I get the appeal now. I didn't before, but I do now. But yeah, my one thing that I wish was different was that the game did not get ruined because you only had 1 island per console.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. If you're familiar with the history of the franchise as well, you only had 1 world anyways. anytime you'd have a second player that would join on that console, on that memory card, you would just be in another house in that area. So like this
I didn't know
isn't-
that.
Yeah. I mean, for those that don't know, there were a lot of complaints. This was the number one complaint probably for that game, was the inability to have a second island. I get it, but this isn't anything new for the franchise. So for a lot of people, this is their entry because of how big this was, and the timing of when this came out was at the start of the pandemic for us in the United States.
This was a big time taker.
It was, and it was a great form of escapism for so many people. It was the perfect game at the
Yeah.
perfect time, an unfortunate time, but a perfect release window for it. It came out the first week I was off work. Like
And
working
this
from home.
game made a certain song play in my head that I sing every now and then to my family. So
Oh,
think about it, you'll understand. I've told you about it before.
oh. The funny thing about this game was, when all this stuff started happening in the world, I knew the game was coming out the following week, and I'm like, this is the weird part. My reaction, because I didn't know how serious everything was in the world, and I knew they were going to send us home for a couple weeks. That was original plan, 2 weeks we'd be back, because that was their understanding of a quarantine protocol. Right, this thing should have been over in 2 weeks. I'm like, sweet, I'm going to work from home, and I'm going to play some Animal Crossing at launch and just chill at home. Like, this is cool. And it's been almost 18, 19 months, and we're still in the thick of it all, even with vaccines. And I did play a lot of this game. This is my number one most played game on my Switch. So it's wild. It has such a special place, though. So I support your choice of number 3. My number 3 is not Animal Crossing, though. It is Tony Hawk Pro Skater remaster of 1 and 2, which I also purchased on the PlayStation. Still no Xbox game here, by the way, for the year. So Tony Hawk 1 and 2 remastered. I loved the Tony Hawk games in the beginning, and I was so excited to get these in play. They got my son interested in skateboarding, and he was playing the game. I even bought the one that came with the signed skate deck from Tony Hawk. So it's still in plastic wrap in his closet. So he has a signed Tony Hawk skate deck from Birdhouse. I don't think he realized how cool that actually is. For me, as a skater in my youth, that is the coolest thing ever. For him, he has no real comprehension of what he has possession of, and how thankful he should be. But he's a kid, you know. They don't look at things like some of us do when we're older and have a realization of value of things like that. But yeah, that's my number 3.
My number 2, I'm gonna get some hate and some love for it. My number 2 is Among Us. We have played that as a fellowship before, and it's an enjoyable game. I mean, it's a very simple concept. There's 8 of you, and 2 of you are the imposters. You're aliens on this spaceship, and if you are just a normal crewmate, you go around, and the objective is to complete the all of the tasks at hand before the imposters kill you all. And obviously, if you're the imposters, your goal is to kill the crewmates and not get caught. Because if you get caught, then you get taken out of the ship and you are removed from the game. Which becomes very fun, especially when you're in voice chat with a bunch of people, and you could be the imposter and you're framing crewmates and making it seem like you're a crewmate yourself. It's just a really enjoyable game. Such a simple concept that blew up and became this massive, massive thing. Yeah, Among Us, it gets my number 2 spot.
I mean, that's fair. Confession. I've never played it.
Wow.
I know. I've seen it played. It's been
You can
played.
play it on your phone. That's the crazy part.
I know, it's accessible. It's accessible from most places. I've even downloaded it to my iPad with the intention of playing it. Never played it. It's been on our channel, like you said. I've personally never played it. I have nothing against it. Just for whatever reason, never played it. Don't know why. It just didn't time it right, I guess. Seems sus. I know, right?
It's very sus. Which that is the game that brought that word to fruition.
Yes. Properly placed.
Absolutely.
My number 2 pick is Resident Evil 3 Remake. You see a trend here, I'm sure. I like Resident Evil games. I like horror games, specifically Resident Evil games. I'm a fanboy of them. This one continued the trend of amazing remakes like 2 the year prior. Honestly, this blew me away that so quickly they're like, and we have Resident Evil 3 Remake now. I'm like, but wait, you just gave us gold last year and now this? What next? Resident Evil 4 Remake? Nope, we got Village instead. But damn, is that a good game too. Can't wait for 2021 in gaming. Let's do it. But yeah, Resident Evil 3, the Nemesis, scary as all get out. Jill Valentine trying to escape through Raccoon City. And it's fun. It's a fun game. Visually, again, stunning. The world, the inspiration from the original game from the PS1. I had such a blast with this. And it's another one where if you're asking, where do I get started? Pick up 2 and 3. They're pretty affordable now, too. And they're both fun games. They're fairly short. You can power through both of those if you're good in like a few hours. If you're an average explorer, you can probably get done with both those games, probably 6 to 8 hours each. So they're short games, but the replayability is very high because there's a lot of things to do and just mess around with. So highly recommend that. That is my number 2.
Are you ready to close this shit out?
I'm ready. Let's do this. What is our number 1 game of 2020? The year that was kind of
And the one that ends our series.
For now.
For now.
Yes.
For now. But yeah, my number 1, I kind of hinted at it two episodes ago. My number 1 is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. This game brought me back. And it's funny because I have only been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla currently, as we speak, for about 2 weeks. But I have put hours into that game. I have caught myself on work nights playing that game till 4 a.m.
Oops.
Yeah, big oops. I have abandoned my friends for that game. Sorry, Ty. Sorry, Rated. Sorry, Noah as well. I know you don't listen too much, but every now and then you stop by. I have abandoned my friends because it's such a fun game. It's so beautiful. This has brought back my love for Assassin's Creed. I'm going to give Odyssey another try. Still have not beaten Assassin's Creed Valhalla yet, but I am on pace right now to have it finished in the next day or two. I only have 2 more, 1.5 more sections of the map to go ahead and complete, as well as killing everybody in the order. I still got to do that. But yeah, I'm a big fan of mythology, Norse to be specific as well. So this is right up my alley when it comes to that. Not only do you play as the Viking, but you also go and play in Valhalla as in the eyes of Odin. You are still your character, but you're playing in the eyes of Odin, which is phenomenal. Just the storyline is great. It's brought me in heavily to the point where I'm playing till 4 a.m. when I'm supposed to go to work, and abandoning my friends. But yeah, this is absolutely phenomenal game. Assassin's Creed. They have done it. They have brought me back. I've been a huge fan. Lost me with the American Revolution one and Black Flag. Um, but you brought me back. I will be playing Odyssey next. So, if we did this list again, maybe in what 2017, I believe. Maybe 2000. No, it was 2017. Odyssey would make that list. Uh, Most likely, as long as it goes according to plans. Because from what I see, it's another game that would be right up my alley. It being one, Assassin's Creed, but two, also having very deep mythology aspects to it, which is great. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, my number one for the year 2020, and I'm not even done with it yet. So.
Yeah, great game. If I had played more of it, I'd probably put it in my top 10. There were just so many other heavy hitters that made that list for me this year, including my number one pick, which you think you know me. You do know me. I can't speak highly enough of this franchise, a game that came out again at the perfect time for everything happening, and that is Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Yep.
It's an incredible game, and it's my number one game on the Switch that I've put time into. I'm still working at unlocking crafting items. I'm still working on getting all the stamps for my unlocks. Still working on all the seasonal things. I try to pop in when they do the season updates to get things. I started already putting up my Halloween decorations on my island from last year's Halloween event. I treat it like it's a second life, essentially, because that's what it is. It's a chore game. But I don't say that in a negative because it is just so relaxing and comforting. And it's just, there's something serene about the experience. It's just a very special franchise, and I love the relaxing nature of it. The neat thing about it, too, is the Dosage podcast was actually featured in a few episodes on the beach and exploring a few friends' islands and stuff. We did a podcast with our characters on screen where we weren't on screen, but our characters were, to make it look like we were just sitting fireside chatting for a Dosage episode. A few of them, actually. So, like, little things like that. There was a person that actually launched a podcast that had celebrities on in his, like, one of his rooms in his house that he made. He did a podcast show and had actual celebrities on as guests. I don't know if that's still a thing anymore or how that's going. But it was shortly after the game launched, he came up with that idea, and I'm like, damn you, that's genius. Why did you think of that first? And then they blew up. But yeah, it's a weird game to cherish this much because it's so simple. It's just chores. You're paying back debts to a raccoon. Like, it's weird, right?
A little bit. But I mean, yeah, I mean it's a very good game, and I mean, like I said before, like yes, it did get the number 3 on my list, but it only got number 3 mainly because it borderline got ruined for me because of a aspect of the game that I wasn't necessarily knowledgeable of. So overall, I mean, it's a great game. I heavily enjoyed it. I obviously knew that it was going to be your number one. I think we all, anybody that knows you, knew that it was going to be your number one. But for good reason. I mean, it's a great game, and as simple as it is, it's there's something very relaxing, and it definitely takes up a good bit of time doing some relaxing chores, as we would call them. But yeah.
Yeah, I've put hundreds of hours into it, and no shame in my game. And in all honesty, the thing that you mentioned as a negative, only one island per console, I do have an OLED Switch coming in October. I am eagerly excited to begin again without the concern of erasing all the progress I had on my main Switch. But now I have the opportunity to experience it from the start again without losing progress. So if I ever want to go back to what I did, I can, but also have a new experience. Like that to me is so exciting. Because back in the day, all you needed to do was put in a new memory card, and then you could start your experience again. Well, with this, you'd have to wipe it because it's tied to your console. You can't just save it on an SD card or something else. So this, to me, this is exciting, and it's a great feeling that I'm anticipating that to relive those beginning moments again, because it is such a great game. Ty, you mentioned that you don't have Animal Crossing yet. I don't want to be that person that influences you and then has you get lost in this game for who knows how many hundreds of hours. But at the same time, I'd be proud.
One of Ty's favorite things to do in real life is clean. So
he would love this then.
He's gonna. He'll be lost. He'll be abandoning me like I abandoned him for Valhalla. He's gonna abandon me for Animal Crossing, and it'll all come full circle.
So get it, Ty. That's my best recommendation. Other than that, this concludes our series for now. The Dosage podcast isn't going away. It's going to take a brief hiatus. There were plans to continue with other things, but I'm going to put it on the back burner for now. Our next Year in Gaming episode will be our Christmas special in a couple months. And again, we'll have other content in place. We're shifting focus again as we always evolve on this channel. And be on the lookout for Lana streaming soon. The Nerds of Wrestling podcast will still be a thing, so you can still look forward to new episodes of that. We are still doing the music and movie review podcasts, so still look forward to that once a month. Those are the last Tuesdays, the 2 Tuesdays of each month and every month. So those series will continue, all 3 of those. NAW obviously is still a mainstay on Thursday nights with 2 house show episodes, a developmental show before Gnaw, and then Gnaw After Dark based on people's votes. Again, After Dark, so after the main show. So those are our constants right now. Lana will be picking up a stream here or there. Cody, of course, you're going to be picking up streams when you want to or can. Same with myself. I'll be doing extra things. I have the interest of doing Death Stranding. Again, play through that would be kind of fun. I'd love to share that game with a bunch of people. My goal is to play trending games.
That's more my wheelhouse.
So, exactly. You have the corner of you're good at the things that are popular. So,
Battle Royales and whatnot.
Right. So that's your area expertise. I want to go into the more lesser played stuff, like Switch games or some of these
Finally
obscure
finished LOL,
PS,
almost 6 hours.
5 games. So that's just kind of where I want to take things for myself.
And I know once Super Mario Party comes out and stuff like that, we're gonna be cracking on some of them, and Halo Infinite's coming out soon, so you guys are gonna see us on Halo quite a bit. We're probably before Halo Infinite comes out, we're most likely going to dive back into Halo 5 and whatnot, and the Master Chief Collection to kind of prep everybody for that again. We kind of steered away from it because we had a lot of different ideas that we wanted to try out here and there. But I think now that this is wrapping up, this gives us a little bit more time to focus on those other things, go back to some fellowship type things as well every now and then, and just see this community grow further and further.
Yeah, I think the idea is that we have like all these things on the horizon. There's going to be such a variety of content continuing. That you guys, if you listen to us, watch us, you're in the right place. We're always changing. We're always listening. We're always learning. And we're just giving so much of our time to entertain you guys that hopefully you guys appreciate and respect the things that we do and understand when we do take nights off that we might be normally scheduled, that you understand and respect that. Both of us as hosts are married with families, and that does take up a lot of our time. And the little time that we do have, we end up spending with each and every one of you to make episodes like this. We took out 5 hours of our night here tonight to power through these for you guys so we can open up to give you guys different style of content. Again, this isn't an ask for like, please appreciate and respect us, but it's more just an honest, transparent thing. Like, these are things we're doing. These are not our jobs. And I know we've said it in the past, but these are passion projects. We want to make others happy, and we're sacrificing a lot of our own time and sometimes sanity to ensure that others are happy. It's a very, selfless act. So hopefully you guys appreciate it. We work hard, and we're thankful to have the people that we do have listening or watching our content. It's not about the big numbers or the money we make. We just want people to be happy and appreciative of what we do for them. So, but that's my final thoughts as we conclude 2020 and this now 20 episode continued series of the Dosage that we've done in a matter of 4 months, which is crazy. So, but yeah, it's been a fun ride. Check out the complete playlist, because now the Dosage, All the Good Culture series that started in the year 1990 is now available through 2020. We did it. Over 30 years of nerd culture talk, discussion on gaming, and in the 90s we even dove deeper into wrestling, movies, and music, and various other things. So check out that series. There is a playlist on YouTube if you want to watch the video versions of all this stuff. I've enjoyed this run. It's going to be nice, though, to take a brief break from it for now, though. Any last thoughts from you for now?
No, I mean, this was fun. I already am looking forward to the Christmas special and being able to go over 2021, which has been quite the year, 100%, and a new world per se in real life for the entire year. So it's going to be fun to go over what we enjoyed gaming wise for a year that was so difficult for many other people. So.
Yeah, so be on the lookout for that. It is September right now in 2021 when we're recording this, so we are still 3 months away, but those 3 months will fly by like so many days and weeks do. So we look forward to that. Obviously, we have so much content to keep us busy and keep you all busy between now and then. Again, this will wrap up this episode of 135, The Dosage, the year 2020 in gaming. Thank you, Cody, as always, for being so supportive of everything you do and being a host with me here on DNA. For all the listeners,
Sure.
Ty being here in chat, and really just thank you all. Hope you all enjoy this. Go back, listen, like, subscribe, share them out. Let other people know that we exist. Maybe somebody else will find interest in what we talk about. Maybe they won't. Whatever. Is what it is. But until next time, signing off for now is G-Dub, Gravity Well, and Cody the King.
Oh.
That's it. That's the last word you're going to say. You got nothing?
Cody King, baby.